Hey everybody! Hey, how's it going? It's me, Edda320. Hey guys! It's me, Edda320. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hey, what do you guys think of the new background? Things are... Well, actually, there is no new background, because everything's normal and fine. What'd you guys think about... What, you guys thought... Big move, oh, that means a new place, right? No! Fucking no, what the fuck is wrong with you? I took my entire fucking bedroom and I moved it. That's what a move is, fuckers. So, yeah, basically there's no new background. You guys don't have to worry about anything. I know it was causing a lot of people some anxiety. Trust me, I don't like moving and anxiety either. Change is really, really weird and bad. So, there's no change, guys. It's all okay. We can just hang out, okay? Do it without the... I mean, what? No, the voice... This is my new voice now. When I said change, this is the new voice, guys. You just gotta get used to some things, okay? Oh, fucking fuck. You... Okay. You guys got me. Fuck, there's a no... Wait, hold on. Check this out. I was setting up the bit and I saw this and I was like, wait, what if I just did this? Hey guys! Guys, there's no change, there's no background, there's no new thing. How do I... There we go. Hey guys, welcome back to the stream. Nah. I can't hide it any longer. Ugh. No! The walls are a different color. Ugh. The door is on the other side of the room. Oh, it's all different now. It's fucking over. It's over. I might as well give up. Why the fuck am I even still doing this? God. I know. Ew, I know. Why is it different? The text is smaller, I feel like. Oh yeah, you guys are on the other side of the screen now. Oh. Guys, why did I do it? Why did I do it? I had every choice not to, and yet I did. Wait, this looks different? I know, Pocket Hoovy. I know. Hey, this guy's catching on. I think this guy might be onto something. Well, hey, look, hopefully it's different, but not that different, right? So, hi everyone, welcome. Welcome to the stream. I know, also, man, a lot of things are different right now. We're streaming on the main channel rather than streaming on the live channel. I figured this was important enough to garner streaming on the main channel because I wanted just as many faces on this as possible. Also because I had debated between making this a Discord announcement, a live stream, or a video on the main channel, and then I was like, well, wait, why don't I just stream this, and then obviously, like, it's a stream on the main channel, and then people can go back and watch it. Maybe it's not the best way to keep everyone informed, but also I feel like at a certain point, like, most of the people who watch my videos just want to do the tank stuff, you know. They're not interested in, like, life updates and all that, so I'm not particularly worried about, like, oh, you didn't make a video with 100,000 views telling everyone exactly what's going on. If you care enough, you can find out. The resources are here, the stream is here. But hey everybody, how are all y'all doing today? I noticed this too. There's new stream features. There's what, XP, and there's top streamer, top chatters and everything. The signature backdrop is gone. I mean, it's not though. It's still here. It's still here. It's all still here. Look, we still have the Panzerfaust. We still have all this stuff is still here. We have the Galland. I make sure I spent a lot of time planning this out so that we would still have the background and everything. I wanted to make sure that, you know, it was different, but it wasn't too different. So don't worry, everybody. I'm the best. That's good. We chilling. That's good. Is that a vinyl? Oh, yes. Right here, there's a vinyl right there. Yeah, I've got vinyl records. I'm the other way. I like your streams don't care about the tanks as much anymore. Well, hey, you know what, Point Man? That's honestly kind of flattering, actually. But hey, whatever floats your boat. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Some things don't change, guys. I still am not a boatman. Bondpole School represents. Yep, we kept the Bondpole references. And now this poster used to be up behind my computer in my old room, and now I have space to put it here. All my books, you guys can now see this little shelf with all my, like, research books and everything on it used to be, like, next to my desk over there. Now it's not. So there's been some rearranging, and I think it's honestly mostly positive changes. Centurion poster is now featured for everyone to see. Those of you who are old hat fans of the channel remember Centurion poster. Centurion poster was, again, right up behind my monitor. Now he is here for everyone to see. And before you ask, yes, it is just a War Thunder screenshot, and yes, I did pay $40 for it as a metal display poster, but that's neither here nor there. Is Ada Brother living with you still? Yes, as a matter of fact. All my siblings are still living with me. In fact, I've added 2 new family members to the list, you could say. So much pain cost me that pounds of Faust and Centurion, I know. But now it doesn't matter. See, I doxed myself, but now that I've moved, now you guys can go dig up those old photographs. It doesn't matter anymore. Now you guys can go dox some whatever random people move into that apartment. So it doesn't matter, guys. Back when I doxed myself, back when I had like 300 subs, or even less than that, I think it was like 300 people in the Discord, and I had like 20 subs or something. Actually, that doesn't make any sense. There wouldn't be more people in my Discord than there were subs. Anyway, sorry. Well, let's address everything, guys. Hi. Hi there, welcome. So, yes, I've moved, as you can certainly tell. I didn't really want to make such a huge deal out of it because, like, I don't know, like, who cares? But at the same time, the move and other things have affected my ability to make videos, as I'm sure you can tell by the fact that I haven't uploaded in like a month. Although that's not really new for me, is it? So let me inform you guys of what's gone on the last month or so, and where I am, and why, and what the future holds, as the title of the stream is. So stay accurate to the title of the stream. So, over the last month, honestly, like a lot of things have been happening all at once. Firstly was, the move out. We always knew we were gonna move out. So for those of you who care enough about my living situation, basically that apartment, of which I built my entire YouTube career pretty much, that was always a temporary home. It always was. So my brother and sister were in college, going to school in downtown Richmond. That apartment was in downtown Richmond here in Virginia, where I'm based. And my brother and sister were going to school in downtown Richmond, and I was working in downtown Richmond. So my parents were like, hey, instead of your brother and sister having to get dorms and then you having to go figure, like, why don't the 3 of you all move together into an apartment? And with my parents, like the college fund that my parents are providing for my siblings, that'll help them pay for rent, and then I was working so I can pay for rent. So it was always sort of like a college dorm for my siblings, and then for me it was me. I was basically just there. But there was always the plan of once my brother and sister graduated college, then, they have to go find jobs, and then either they find jobs and then continue paying for it, or they go on their own ways. And potentially we all move back in with our parents probably, and then figure something out. So it was always a temporary solution, so to speak, or temporary home. So they graduated actually my sister graduated in December, and my brother graduated actually technically he graduated a week ago, but that's because he finished his last class. Anyways, so yeah. Me, for the most part, for those of you who don't know, and I guess this is kind of the first time I'm really genuinely bringing it up in a context for everyone to see, because I mentioned it, I think, to a couple people offhand, and I think I brought it up on the Discord. I think people in the Discord probably know, but a lot of you probably don't. For the last year and a half, I have been unemployed. Or rather, I've been doing YouTube full time, which I know sounds really scary, or sounds really confusing, because wait, what? Like, your upload schedule hasn't changed. you still upload like what was my upload schedule was pretty bad. I'd upload like, maybe once a week, maybe once every other week, sometimes once a month. Like, it was really bad. Well, yeah, for the last year and a half, basically March of 2024, my contract ended with my employer that I had, and I was a contractor, so I wasn't actually like an employee. I was a contractor, and my contract was coming up. And the company that I worked for fell under a hiring freeze. They were under financial hard times, and they were like, we literally can't hire. Like, we would love to, but we can't. So they're like, your contract, they told me months in advance. They were like, your contract's gonna expire, and then like you're done. And you gotta, like, we recommend you find somewhere else because we can't hire you, unfortunately. And I was like, okay. But I sat back and I was like, hey, I've got this whole YouTube gig going on. And this was, like late 2024. We'd been doing good on the channel. And I was like, hey, you know what? Like, what if I just tried this? Like, what if I just did YouTube full time? Like, what if I actually had the time to give it my all? So I let my contract expire, and then I was just like, hey, like, let me just do this. And as you can tell, I really didn't make use of the time. I think there was part of me that still felt like a high schooler on summer vacation. And I was like, woohoo, like no school. So I just, my sleep schedule fell out of whack, and I was not committing the time to this, to YouTube, that I really wanted. I kept up a good stream schedule, and that was nice. But obviously uploads, like you guys can go back through my upload history, and you can see that there were still, during the last year and a half, it was still very hit or miss. It was still very on or off. So although technically YouTube was my job, I really didn't treat it as such. And I think that was something deep down, now looking back at it, I think that was something deep down in me saying, I don't think this should be a job. I think this should be a passion. This should be the creative outlet, and this should be what you want it to be, not like you feel like, I don't want to feel like I have to go full time with YouTube, because I tried it and I don't think I made the most of it. I think I spent a little too much time dilly-dallying. I think I didn't make that switch in my head of like, hey, I need to do this because now this is paying my bills, but it wasn't. I was living off savings. I've been fine financially. This has not put any dent in anything. But obviously the time has come of like, hey, dude, hey, brother, yeah, like this hasn't been working. So, and now with the move back. So when my brother and sister graduated, my parents were like, well, like you're not employed, so you can't pay for rent, so you can't move anywhere new. It's like, all right, all three of you, come on back. And again, that was kind of always the plan. But yeah, there was always this small hope when we first moved out. There was a small hope within me of like, oh, like I'll have a job, so I'll be making money, and I'll have savings and everything saved up. So like when my brother and sister graduate, maybe I can jump to an apartment or something new or whatever. But alas, I'm not employed, and so when it came time to move out, we're back in with mommy and daddy, as you would say. This is my old childhood bedroom, but it's all new furniture. I think the only thing that's the same is my bed, but even then I changed the sheets and everything. This is all completely brand new furniture. But yeah, so the plan is obviously get back in the working world and just get back out there. It's not a big deal. So what that would say is like oh no, is this going to affect uploads? Well, clearly not, because my upload schedule between when I was employed and when I wasn't hasn't changed. So I don't think this will be any sort of huge like, oh no, I'm gonna have less time to focus on YouTube, because I think even with it, I just wasn't. I don't think I was living up to what it could have been. I don't think I was able. I don't think I treated it as what it was, which would have been my main gig. So I think basically for you guys, pretty much nothing will change. And there's still going to be uploads every, I don't know, couple weeks, whenever I want. But there's that added like nice thing of hey, this isn't like do or die, like hit or miss. Like you know, not uploading for a month or two doesn't mean, you're digging into your savings for another month, So that sounds like a skill issue. Yeah, I mean, it is a skill issue. It's a genuine, like, I'm 23 years old. I don't know shit, man. I'm a fucking kid. I don't know anything. I'm trying to grow as a person every single day and commit myself to stuff. But yeah, there was a clear gap in what I wanted and then what I was actually putting in the effort for. And I think there was a lot of like getting in my own head about like, well, wait, like the videos have to be good enough, and then like the videos have to get a certain amount of views, and then all these things that I didn't previously care about all of a sudden had to be cared about, because now all of a sudden, like, if the videos don't do well, now all of a sudden that's like actual real money that would be nice to have. But I set out a year. I set out a 1 year timeline to just like, hey, let me do YouTube full time for 1 year and let me just see how it goes. Because I have enough savings to just go unemployed for a year. We're now at a year and a half, and I coped and I was like, give myself an extra 6 months. But clearly I have not gotten my shit together. I haven't picked myself up. So I don't know. I think I need a 9 to 5. I need something to get me up in the morning to get me somewhere. And then when I come home, I have that hunger to work on videos. So I think that's what I need. So that's basically that. That's the plan. So moving out. So over the last month, there was like all the pre-moving, like moving small things and getting ready for the big one, because we wanted it to be, there would be no small knickknacks around in the house before we moved, in the apartment before we moved. The idea was like on move day, it's all just like furniture. So throughout the month, you guys need to be getting like chairs and like little things and knickknacks and all that moved before the actual move day. So that took up a lot of time, as I'm sure you can imagine. Also just some family stuff. been reuniting with my uncle, taking care of my grandmother, a lot of things that kind of all came together all at one time. A lot of moving for, like, again, my uncle and my grandmother. There's kind of a family situation there I don't really feel comfortable talking about, but on stream or anything like that. But there was a lot of moving. There was a lot of going to people's houses and moving a shit ton of furniture and getting people around. Like, we had to move, again, my grandmother, so we had to clear a bunch of space. And basically the last, like, month has just been basically moving. Has basically been just like U-Hauls and blood, sweat, and tears. And that's obviously time that I can't spend working on videos or really doing much of anything, because then you get home and you're fucking dead tired. So yeah, but now that month, all that's over. So we're back, boys. We're basically back. I think I saw a couple people in chat. Sorry, I want to make sure I address chat because you don't want to forget. I don't want to forget you guys. I think I saw a couple people asking, congrats on not having a job. Thank you very much. I will say, being unemployed is awesome until you realize, like, oh, I kind of need, like, long term. I kind of need income to, like, do the things that I want in my life. And yeah, that's not great. So I recommend being unemployed temporarily for a short period of time. It is quite fun. We have a background styre. Oh, that could happen sooner versus later. Yes. Yes, it is. Or yes, we could. I think somebody I think I'd asked, where are the guns? They're currently in my closet, which is right here. They're all wrapped up nicely. I don't really have the space for a firearms display as it is here. So unfortunately, the beautiful open background of firearms will have to go away. But we're still gonna have, you know, the gun of the week hung up on the wall. I think it's gonna be the Garand for most of the week. But yeah, I think, as you guys I think a lot of you probably can guess, having firearms just sitting out in the open is not great. I was very lucky in that my landlord was okay with it. Actually, my landlord back at the apartment, her husband came by to fix a few things, and they came through my room just to, like, check on some stuff, and the guy was like whoa, like, he saw the collection, he was like, whoa, like, holy shit, and he was like, oh dude, is that a Mauser, like, is that a broom handle? And I was like, oh yeah. He was totally into it, so I got very lucky on that. It could have if you get the wrong landlords, they could very easily have for that, you know, but I got very lucky, I guess. At a redneck era, I don't think so. I wouldn't say so. Congrats on finally being employed. I hope things are a lot better for you. Well, I'm not employed quite yet, but we're working on it. I'm following up leads. I've got a great resume. Like, I don't really talk a lot about my professional life or anything, but my professional background is in IT, it's in computers. I have industry recognized certifications. I went through a trade school through high school. I've worked at 2 quite large and prestigious organizations, especially my most recent job, which it's kind of ironic that I don't really want to give my previous employer away, but it's quite ironic that they, of all companies in the United States, it's quite ironic that they fell under financial hard times and had to go on a hiring freeze and all that, Like, just it says a lot about about the way things work. Feel free to take any guesses, but it was a very high-profile organization, and I was very fortunate to have worked for them, and it's going to look really good on a resume. So I am not worried about, like, I was never worried about my ability to jump back into the working world because I'm personable. I'm what's the word? Charismatic. I know my shit. You know, I'm not worried about it. But yeah, so I don't technically at this exact moment I don't have a job, but I still don't have a job. But I'm already talking to a bunch of people, so it'll probably come pretty soon. But again, it's all like it's all Wisteria. Why are you still a wait, Wisteria? You're not a mod anymore, right? No, you're not. How did I forget if you were a mod or not? Wisteria, why are you a moderator on the chat? Wait, did you specifically ask me to stay as a moderator for the chat, for the live chat? I don't know, you removed it last time. Oh, you know why? Because this is the main channel. This isn't the live channel, that's why. You're still a moderator on the main channel. Sorry about that. Yeah, because this is a different channel, dummy. Yes, thank you, Sod, for saying me. And if my computer's broken, fix it? No. I pay by the hour. I charge by the hour. And is your edging schedule going to change at all? No, probably not. My edging schedule has not been compromised by this move. Don't worry, guys. So yeah, that's basically what's been going on and why I haven't been streaming, especially, or uploading anything at all. So again, obviously, the question becomes like, what next? Yeah, first of all, I mean, I'm still going to do YouTube. This doesn't change anything. A majority of my YouTube career has been spent whilst employed, if you could guess it. And actually, what's really interesting is my first couple videos were made here. Like, I started YouTube I started my channel in January of 2021. I didn't move out until that summer. So for the first, I think, like, Slightly Confusing Guide to the Sherman, that was recorded in this bedroom, on this microphone. Back before I did, like, it was only until I started doing face cam stuff was after I moved out, obviously, right? But the first couple videos I did here, living here, and then while working a real job. So, like, I've done this before. This isn't some huge wrench in the gears, and I've said it a million times, and I'll say it again. I don't see myself not doing YouTube in some capacity till the day I die, you know? Like, I don't know why I wouldn't. So this is my creative outlet. This is my true love and my true passion in life. And I'm gonna, one of my previous jobs, somebody had said to me, or somebody had asked me, it was like, water cooler talk, but they were like, do you work to live or do you live to work? And I was like, ooh. And I was like, what do you mean by that? And they were like, yeah, like some people, they just show up to work, they just clock in, and they just do what they need to do. They do a good job. Like, they're not, it's not like they're putting in bare minimum or anything, but some people, they work so that they can earn money to then fulfill things in their life. Whereas some people, like, their job is their life, like they live to work. And I think I wanted to be the kind of person who lived to work, especially if this would have been my job, but this hasn't worked out. So I think I'm okay being the kind of person like, yeah, I show up, I put in a good effort, I'm a good employee, I do good work, everything, but ultimately, I'm here so I can earn money to then support, this, which is really what I want to dedicate my life to, which is tanks and tank education and all that fun stuff. On that note, actually, something fun that I've been doing recently is I've been volunteering at the Fort Lee Ordnance Museum. Those of you who don't know, there's a military base near me here in Virginia called Fort Lee. It was Fort Lee, then they renamed it to Fort Greg Adams, but they've since renamed it back to Fort Lee. And they have archives. They've got a huge, awesome tank collection there, and I'm a volunteer there now. So I'm digging through their archives. I'm doing firsthand research. I'm helping them organize their archives and categorize things. I was just there yesterday, actually. I'm gonna be there again tomorrow. I've been taking a lot of really awesome photos of things, stumbling across a lot of interesting documents. I haven't made any first-hand discoveries, anything quite yet, not that I'm aware of, but I've stumbled across some cool stuff. I've posted about it on the Discord. I might make some posts on the main channel, but thank you. It is peak. I agree. So lucky to touch a Ferdinand IRL. Yes, in case those of you who don't know, I guess we can pull up the. Actually, hold on. What's Let me switch the music to this. Let's pull up. I do have some cool. I have some cool things that I can show you guys. Let's see. Actually, I guess. Do I have any? All right. For those of you who don't know, I'm gonna just go on the announcements. So I volunteered. I showed up to their open houses. So this museum has open house. Actually, this is a great way to announce this and talk about this, because it is an amazing thing. So let's go to desktop real quick. Hi guys. So this is my Discord. Hi, you should join my Discord. Links in the description. So this was me at the Fort Lee collection. So there's the skeleton tank. It's pretty awesome. There's an M18 with a 105, which is pretty cool. It's like the T88 or something like that. I didn't even know this existed. An original Christie T3 medium, dude. This thing is so fucking cool. This is the only one in the world, and just to see an original Christie tank is insanely awesome. M3A1, the last M3A1 in existence, and I'm trying to work with the people, the curator and the guys who run the collection, to jump in here and check something. I want to open up the engine bay and I want to check if this actually has. They claim that this has the T1400 Gilbertson diesel engine in it. If it does, that lines up. Basically, if you follow David Doyle's book, which I have David Doyle's book there on my little shelf. If you follow David Doyle's book, when the M3A1 was first trialed, the original idea was that you would put the T1400 Gilbertson diesel radial engine into all of the M3A1s. In reality, according to his book, they only did it to one tank, and then the rest were canceled. the museum claims that this tank has the T1400 Gilbertson radial diesel in it. So it's like, oh shit, this is the only M3A1 left in the world, and it's the one that got the diesel radial. That's really awesome. However, when me and another volunteer checked the serial number on this tank, it did not match the serial number that David Doyle had mentioned in his book. So I want to crack open the back of this tank, and I want to look and see if it actually has the diesel in it, because if it does, then I need to send an email to David Doyle to let him know that his book is wrong, and if it's not, then I guess, oh well. And then the museum needs to be corrected that this does not have the diesel in it. But anyways, I want to do more work on that. I'm talking to the collection about that now. Ferdinand. Obviously, the only Ferdinand left in the world. Actually, technically, it's an elephant because of the bow machine. The elephant name and the bow machine gun have nothing to do with each other. It was pure coincidence that the tank was renamed around the same time it got these upgrades. They're not one to one. It's not an elephant because it has a bow machine gun. It's an elephant because Hitler renamed all the Ferdinands to elephant. But this is the only elephant left in the world. Or sorry, the one of two elephants left in the world. The only one here in America, obviously. The other one is in Kubinka. Obviously outside of Moscow, and then for some reason the other one is just here in Virginia, which is crazy. Those of you who maybe do know, this tank was donated to the Tank Museum in Bobington a while ago, just for as a traveling exposition. It was there for a little while, and apparently Bobington was a little stingy about giving it back, but they did manage to get it back, so that's good at least. But there it is. So I got to see that, and I got to touch it. Down there, by the way, is the shot that took it out, where a Sherman 75 put a shot right here, and it got stuck into the drive for the final drives and the gears, and it put excess stress into the system, which overheated the drivetrain, and the crew had to bail. If you guys watch Potential History's video on the Ferdinand, he goes over this exact tank. It's number 102. It got knocked out in Italy, obviously fighting the United States. M6A1, which is fucking awesome. This is clearly like a once in a lifetime, a once in the world type of tank. Unfortunately, the tracks have since been lost to history, so we do not have the tracks. Also, shout out to KV1 back there too. But a lot of cool research, a lot of cool stuff to be done here. Continuing, there's an R35, which I think is pretty awesome. Oh yeah, shout out the M2, by the way. I didn't really take a good picture of it, but there's an M2. There's a complete M2. I think actually it's an M2A1 here behind the M3. There is an M2 in Fort Benning as well, but the one in Fort Benning is the original T5 pilot vehicle that got the twin guns and the diesel engine. It became a T5E1. This is like an actual like service configuration M2A1, which is really cool. So we have examples of both of those. Panzer I, my beloved. I think this is the only Panzer I I've ever seen in my life. I saw a Panzer II up in Canada, and then this is a Panzer I. So pretty amazing. Oh, there's a shout out a Crusader in the back, by the way. I don't know if I got a good picture of it, but there's a Crusader in the back. Also, never mind that ginormous naval cannon in the back. Actually, I think that one is that's the nuke launcher. If you guys haven't seen, you guys see that video of that the nuclear artillery? That's the nuke launcher, by the way. Just casual shout out. A Type 97. It's pretty awesome. This is a Shin Hoto Type 97. Oh, there's the Crusader. Yeah, I got a good picture of it. Panzer IV Ausführung D with the short 75. This is the first Panzer IV I've ever stumbled across that has the short 75. Obviously, most of them are going to have the KWK 40, but this one is an early config. It is a D, I checked at the back of the turret, but really, really awesome to have one of these. Again, like 30-minute drive. Actually, at this point, it's an hour from me, but still. Marder 3. I think they said that this was the one with the Soviet 76. I'd have to double check that, but it is not a Marder 3M, obviously. This is just a normal Marder 3. And it's peak. I mean, it's literally, Sot says it best, it's literally peak. So there's actually more. There's a bunch of tanks I didn't take good pictures of, but there's a T1, all that stuff. I recorded all of this. So when I visited this collection, I took up my phone and I recorded my first reactions walking around the collection and being totally awestruck. I just haven't had time to edit it and turn it into a video quite yet, but I'm going to. So that tank collection has open houses now, just like Fort Benning. They're opening up, I think, like 5 times a year. The next open house is on August 30th. So at the end of the last day of this month. Actually, is there a 31st of this month? There is the 31st. Okay, so the last Saturday of this month, the collection is open. They've done some awesome gerrymandering, so you don't have to go on base in order to get into the museum. You literally, you just find a gate and you go in. You don't need a pass, you don't need a permit. It's free. You can just jump in and jump out whenever you want. And I'm going to be a volunteer there. So I'm going to be walking the floor as a docent, and I will be there, like, helping people, talking to them about all the tanks in the collection and giving information and all that fun stuff. So if you do end up making it there, I will be there. Actually, and I'll be there for all the open houses. I forget what their exact schedule was. Somebody had posted it. Let me scroll up. I'm sure that I've announced it somewhere. I've definitely announced it a couple times on the Discord. There it is. So this is their open house schedule. Let me just open this on a browser and then drag it over. Pardon me, if you guys are in your beds at night, pardon the flashbang. Here we go, 3, 2, 1. It's not that bad. So June 14th and July 5th, obviously those have already happened. So the next one is August 30th, and then the next one will be October 11th and November 8th. So if you guys are ever free or in America or in Virginia, in or around that time, you can pop over to the Fort Lee Ordnance Collection. You can see all of those awesome tanks. And you'll get to see me. I'll be there doing, again, docent stuff, walking the floor and all that fun stuff. So, you know, stop making me want to go to Virginia so badly. Dude, Virginia is sweet. There's going to be more epic Virginia content coming. I still need to make content out of the Virginia vlog where Paul and all my Canadian buddies came down here to Virginia and we did a huge tour of Virginia. We went to Norfolk, we went to DC, we went to Luray Caverns. We were up in the mountains. We were obviously spent some time down here in Richmond. I got them to shoot guns for the first time. It was awesome. That was like a year ago at this point, over a year ago now. So, you know, as per usual, it takes me forever to actually turn something into a video that I do in real life. But yeah. Shinho what? It's Shinho To. That's the Type 97 when they put a new turret on it. So the earlier Type 97s had a smaller turret on it and a smaller gun, and then they put a bigger turret on it and I think a bigger gun. And the sort of Japanese name for that upgraded tank is the Shinho To, which I think literally translates to like new turret or new version or something like that. I want to kiss Edda. Thanks, Cucumber. I want to kiss you too. Ferdinand was overhauled on TV back in 2008. That's true. That also happened. Yes, it was part of a TV show. Yes, I forget what it's called. I think Combat Dealers or something like that. When reproduction tracks, that's a long way away. The museum does do some very light restoration work. Oh, this is a great song, but I have to skip it. What's a good one? I guess. Hey, this track is called The Museum, so this works. The museum does do some light restoration work, and actually when I was there at the collection just yesterday digging through archives and stuff, one of the ladies came by and she was like, hey, like, you know, yeah, in the future, if we have any extra hands that we need for painting, or they definitely want to get inside of some of these tanks and clear out some of the debris and things that are in there, so like not like do like a full restoration, but obviously get them clean and get them presentable and things like that. They were like, yeah, we might, you know, if you guys are interested, we might have you do that. And I was like, yes, painting or getting all in the tanks, like, yes, I'd love to do that. So obviously I'm hopefully on standby for that. Eurobro's coping at the moment. Hey, I mean, Eurobros have pretty great museums up there. But yeah, so if you guys are out there, do that. I was also given access to their arms room. Oh, this stuff is so cool. I'm allowed to show this, by the way. I've been given express permission to see, or to talk about everything, and to show everything, by the way. They have an arms room, and it's pretty fucking awesome. And let's see, where do I have pictures? I mean, I have them all on my phone, but oh, did I transfer them at all? Like to my... I did, okay. All right, so I transferred them all to my personal Discord. So for you guys who don't know, all good people need to have their own personal Discord. So this is, for those who don't know, this is my personal Discord. I'm the only member of it. This is me. I keep all my video ideas in here and stuff like that. It's for, you know, taking notes and stuff like that. So these are a bunch of photos that I've recovered from their archives. So again, they're allowing me to show these. They're like, hey, it's fine if you want to show it for content. Just make sure you give credit. So obviously credit to all these photos to the Ordnance TSF at Fort Lee, Virginia. But these are photos that I uncovered through their archives and took pictures with my phone because I'm too stupid to figure out how to scan stuff. As far as I know, a lot of these photos you can find on the internet. So like these aren't groundbreaking or anything. Although I don't know if you can find this on the internet. But yeah, a lot of these are photos that I think you can find on the internet. But you know, they're out there. These are all photos that I've uncovered through their archives. This was really cool. I actually thought I was the first person. Oh, yeah, here's me. This is me at their archives. The vehicle photos. Box one of two. By the way, that's box 1 of 2, and then in the box there's like individual like files and things, and each file has like all these photos. There's a lot to go through. It's a lot. So hopefully I make some really cool discoveries while I'm doing this sort of stuff. But these are cool. You get the original photos of M4A3 with that's the destructor. destructor tank. Where was the one that like I thought I had made some groundbreaking? Oh yeah, I found pictures of M4E8, the original M4E8. This is the EZ8. This is the tank, the M4E8. I thought I was like awesome and unique for having found these, but if you go on Sherman Minutia homepage, they have an article, and in one of their articles they have this picture. So this picture is also like on the internet. This is not, I'm not groundbreaking with this discovery, although I don't know if anyone's seen this before. I've not seen a picture of this on the internet, but here's all the sort of information, all the tech info on the ME8. But anyways, so the weapons room. Oh yeah, I found a cool like collage, people thanking the Detroit mode. This is really cool. This is a binder that I found, and it was like a thank you. So as a token of esteem and affection held by each member of the staff and faculty of the Civilian Manufacturers School in Detroit for Colonel John Billingsley, and Mr. Colonel Billingsley's name was on this folder, so it was a gift to him. Commanded out of the Ordnance School from November 1st, 1942, November 16th, 1943. This booklet has been prepared. In future years, this booklet will serve as a memento of the training each manufacturer has endeavored to impart to the military personnel, as well as a reminder of the pleasant and constructive association between the Ordnance School and manufacturers participating in training. So this was basically the U.S. Ordnance School teaming up with all these companies in Detroit and teaching them how to build tanks and how to do all that stuff. So this was a nice like photo collage they took of, you know, this was the White Motor Company. These were, you know, there's Colonel Billingsley and all these directors of the Ordnance School who were there. And this is like the training area, right? So this is like the classroom, so to speak, at the White Motor Company, where they taught everyone how to do service on all these vehicles for the military. And then this training obviously is passed down. I found a bunch of cool like manuals and things. Like there's literally a driver's manual on like how to behave on the road. It's literally driver's ed, you know? It's driver's ed, but like in a military manual, which I just thought was so cool. And this is at the bottom of each page, there's all these little like these little tips and tricks, kind of like a loading screen at the bottom. You get these little tips. I thought this one was quite funny in particular. Yeah, literally like, you know, how to stop at intersections and things like that. It's literally it's driver's ed. This was a funny one too. Don't argue with a train. That's right. I forgot about this one too. Just in case you needed a reminder, don't kill a child, by the way, just in case. But yeah, this is a really cool photo of the Aberdeen Proving Grounds. I think this was in like 1980 or so. It's all these cool. Look at that cutaway T-34-85. That's fucking cool. But there's the Mark V that's currently at Fort Benning. That Matilda's at Fort Benning right now. There's the Tiger II, that's at Fort Benning. There's the Panther, that's at Fort Benning. There's Panther II, that's at Fort Benning right now. There's the Ferdinand, obviously today, that is now in here at Fort Lee. There's the Tiger, that's at Fort Benning. There's Panzer IV Hydrostat, that's at Fort Benning. The King Tiger, Panther, that's at Fort Benning. That cutaway T-34-76 is here at Fort Lee. That's the Crusader, is now here at Fort Lee. That's the KV-1, now here at Fort Lee. That's the T2 medium tank that was here at Fort Lee, but at the moment it's over at Fort Benning being restored. There's the Panzer IV, that's at Fort Lee right now. There's a whole bunch of cool stuff. There's a Panzer 35T. I don't know. I actually don't know where that is, but you know. Oh, there's the Samwa 35. That's at Fort Benning. Anyway, so yeah, you can track down all these old tanks and figure out where they went. I think that's the Churchill Crocodile at Fort Benning right now. But this is it as it was in 1980 in Aberdeen Proving Grounds. This is a cool manual that I found on how to train dogs for military service, which is really cool. War dogs. I thought that was really awesome. Anyway, guys, what was I trying to say? Oh yeah, here's a bunch of cool original photos I stumbled across. There's a Ford Mark I tank at Aberdeen Proving Grounds in 1925. This was me going through the ordnance book, me taking notes. Here we go. Here's a special 3-ton tractor from Ford. Here is the third tank ever built in the United States. It is a steam-powered wheeled tank. So this is steam-powered. Now again, this isn't a first discovery. This is like, you can go on the internet and you can find pictures of these, but these are real things. Here is a Schneider. So in France, at our Aberdeen Proving Grounds. For those who didn't know, we had a Schneider. Here is a gas-electric tank. This is the first tank ever built by the United States. So not the first tank ever designed, but the first tank that anyone in the U.S. actually ever put together. The first tank ever built at U.S. This is a steam tank. This is the second tank ever built by the U.S. This is a steam-powered tank. There are actually quite a few photos of this that you can find on the internet. Yeah, search up like U.S. steam-powered flamethrower tank, because this was also a flamethrower tank. This is it from the back, but there's a couple photos you can find of it from the front too. And a Saint Chamond. I had no idea that we had a Saint Chamond here in the U.S. Oops, sorry. After World War I, but apparently we did. So here's an American at Aberdeen Proving Ground Saint Chamond, photoed in 1925. And here's just like a tractor, a Holt tractor. And then this is their arms room. So they're allowing me to show this. Like, I asked them if this was okay, and they said it was okay, just as long as I give, thumbs up and permissions. As long as I say this, all credits goes to the Ordnance Collection at Fort Lee, Virginia. This is not open to the public. This is behind like 60 locked doors with like 80 different passcodes. The security for this is super tight. Like, they do not allow anyone in here, but they allowed me in here, which I thought was kind of cool. They have all sorts of really cool stuff. This was right here was a Lebel 1886 with a grenade launcher attachment on the end. I thought that was really cool. Here's a FG42. Here's all three variants of the Sturmgewehr, including the bent barrel attachment. The photo makes it look like it's attached to this rifle on the right, but it's not. You can see the muzzle of that rifle on the right here. It's just sort of dangling in front of it, so it kind of looks like it, but it's not. But there's all three variants of the Sturmgewehr. And then, yeah, with the shooting around corners bent barrel attachment, which I thought was fucking sweet. A bunch of different Tommy guns, a bunch of different experimental Tommy guns. There's a bunch of really weird experimental equipment in here. Grease guns, there's an MP5 or an HK something. I don't think that's an MP5. Actually, it might be. There's like a Tommy gun with like some weird like plastic foregrip. I've never seen that before. There's a MAC-10. Bunch of really, really cool stuff. These are old. I think these are Hotchkisses. I think these are like French submachine guns, I think. There's an MP40 there, and an MP18, I think, right next to it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so there's that. Oh, there's the MP18, I think. Oh, no, yeah, no. I think this is an MP18. Man, I don't fucking know. I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff. Bunch of sweet-ass revolvers. Oh, yeah, they let me put on the gloves, and they let me fondle whatever I wanted. Which I also thought was pretty insane. Here, this is an original World War I 1911. Dude, I thought this was fucking so cool. This is one of my dream guns. I've wanted these for so long, and the fact that I was actually able to hold one is so cool. There's a gyrojet. I thought that was really sick. And an original M1 Garand, but this is a original like 1936 or something like that, or 1931. I think 31. This is an original 1931 M1 Garand. This is still chambered in the .276 Pedersen caliber. In fact, the thing on the back, Garand patent semi-auto rifle T3E2, caliber .276, number 18. This is the 18th Garand ever made. That kind of looks like 1951, but it's 1931. But U.S. Springfield Armory, 1931. I thought that was so cool. And looking at the difference in the bolt design, also all the parts are serialized. It's just so different from what the Garand ended up being in World War II. I thought that was really cool. Also a Stoner 63. I had to take a fucking picture of a Stoner 63. I got to hold it. Oh my god, it's so lightweight. It's so cool. So fucking cool. This thing is awesome. And then obviously right next to it, an M16A1, which is sweet. And then an M14 right next to it. So yeah, this table is fashioned. It's all of the U.S. service rifles from like the Revolutionary War all the way at the end of the table is an M16A1. So it's Revolutionary War, like French muskets, and then like some of the first muskets made here in America, and then it jumps over to like the Springfield trapdoor rifle. There's a Krag-Jorgensen carbine over there, and then there's a 1903, and then there's an M14, and then the Stoner 63, and then the M16A1. So it goes down the whole line. There's a whole bunch of really rare. There's a bunch of Krags. Actually, these are original Norwegian Krags. I think some of them mixed in here are original Norwegians, not like the American one. There's a bunch of really rare stuff. This is an experimental submachine gun. It's a 1911 that was botched a rotary magazine onto it, and with a giant like grasping, they covered the barrel in a sheet metal so you could hold it there, and it's like some weird experimental submachine gun. I've literally never seen that before in my life. There's a whole bunch of really experimental prototype stuff, like really weird stuff. And then here's back to that scrapbook of Detroit Training Division, Detroit diesel engines. You can see them working on Shermans. A whole bunch of really cool stuff. Anyway, guys, where did I have? Oh, here's a blueprints for a Lewis gun. I thought this was fucking sweet. I just literally opened one of the drawers randomly, and this was there. I thought that was so cool. It's just a. I don't know why we have this, but it's a 303 as well. So it's not like the American Lewis gun; it's the British one. So, IDK how that happened. Did I not have photos? Oh, I guess that's what I came to show you, was the photos of the arms room. Yeah, so they have the arms room, and that place was pretty awesome. Anyway, so all that to say, I've been volunteering at that collection. I've been able to see and document and do a bunch of really cool stuff over there. So thank you to the Fort Lee Ordnance Museum for both giving me the opportunity to do all this, but then also for allowing me to share it and all that fun stuff. And if you guys can go, not for the guns, but for the tanks, you guys can go visit for their open houses. And if you're in the Virginia area, I mean, they are always looking for volunteers. So very cool. I want to visit now. Yeah. All the guns still activated? I don't know, actually. I don't know. If I had to guess, they didn't explicitly tell me. If I had to guess, I would assume it's a mixture. I would assume some of them probably are still live and some of them probably aren't. Considering the amount of security that room is under, I would imagine most of them probably are. If I had to guess. They have not told me. I don't actually know. But peakest shit I've ever heard. Stop making the whole chat jealous. Sorry, guys. I mean, it's kind of... What can I do? What can I do? I'm gone for a month. I got to flex on you at least a little bit. You think I can visit now if I'm in the Germany area? Well, yeah, if you plan a trip to the United States, then yeah, you can plan a trip here to Virginia. And I'll say, if you guys, any of you Euro bros, if you plan to come to Virginia, I can give you tons of places to go visit. Like Norfolk is a massive naval hub. I think it's like the largest naval base in the world. So if you want to go see boat stuff or even planes, Norfolk is a great place to visit. You can stop there for 2 or 3 days and there's always stuff to do, great places to eat. It's a really cool little town. You can go up into DC. DC's kind of a nightmare to navigate, but it is a fun place. Like the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum is incredible. You can visit there, stay there for a couple days. There's always fun stuff. Military museums, there's the National Museum of the Infantry, National Museum of the Marine Corps up there that you can check out. Jamestown, the original Jamestown settlement is here in Virginia, so you can go. The James River, it's literally right here. You can visit that if you'd like for like some original colonial era American shit. Richmond, I think it's worth spending a day in Richmond because Richmond has like a lot of cool bars on Main Street. And it's got a lot of history. There's a lot of like Civil War history there. There's like old Confederate munitions factories, and the White House of the Confederacy is in Richmond. It's right behind MCV, the big hospital in Richmond. And take some time, go up to Luray, the town of Luray. It's up in the mountains. It's up near the border with West Virginia. It's Luray Caverns and all the mountains and stuff, and you can see a lot of really cool things there. So yeah, if you as a European come down to Virginia and you spend like a couple days here, there's a bunch of really cool stuff to see, in my opinion. I think Virginia is a really great state. Like, I love it here. And while you're there, you can check out, if you schedule your trip during the open house for Fort Lee, then you can jump over to the Fort Lee Ordnance TSF, the training and support facility, and you can check out the collection there. The tanks are fucking awesome. And it's a huge collection of artillery too. It's not just tanks, but there's also a lot of artillery. So if you're a big like artillery gun nerd, then you can I'm sure you'll get a lot of kicks out of what you see there. Snowman, I saw was there muskets? Yes, there actually were muskets. I don't know if I took any pictures of any, but there were. They had a bunch of muskets, and that was actually the gentleman who was kind of giving us the tour. He was like, yeah, like I'm a huge Civil War nerd. Like for me, like muskets are what I'm interested in. Like I love muskets. That's like that's my jam. And I was like, oh, sorry, like pretty much like pre 1880s. I have not. I don't know. Ever visit the Canadian War Museum in Ottawa? I did, actually, yes. That's where I saw my first Panzer II. It's where I saw a Panther for the first time, an M3 Lee for the first time. A lot of my first real journey going to a bunch of different tank museums and doing stuff was in Canada. And I actually, if you check on my channel, I have the Canada vlog, which was me. I vlogged that whole experience where I landed in Montreal, went all the way to Toronto and back, and we toured. We went to the Base Borden Museum. We went to the Ontario Regiment Museum, now called the Canadian Tank Museum. And we went to the War Museum in Ottawa, which is really, really cool. All a bunch of really cool tanks over there. Love American Civil War muskets too. Yeah, I have to admit, I thought it was pretty cool being to see them. Did you ask what was the most expensive or rarest gun in there? No, because I don't really, like, in terms of expense, like, I didn't want to be like, oh, what's the most expensive one? Because, I mean, I don't know, like, money, that's, I think it's such a odd thing to ask, you know? But rarest, I actually don't know what the rarest thing. They had an entire wall, and I don't know if I took pictures of it, but they had like 2 or 3 racks of guns that were all experimental, like, flechette guns. Like that, there was like a program between like the 60s and the 80s where apparently we were just obsessed with like flechette guns, and they had an entire cabinet that was chock full of they were like, yeah, like all 40 guns you see here, these all shot, Spew, that was it, Spew. He was like, yeah, these were all part of the Spew program, like every single one. They all shot flechettes. And it was like, huh, like you could fill up, it was like 40 guns. It was like you could fill 2 whole racks with them. There were a bunch. I took a picture of it, I'm pretty sure, but yeah, it's very 60s. When will the video of painting Panzer III be released? Very soon. Have you? Were there any Swedish World War II tanks? Not here in Fort Lee, that I recall. Where did I have? Did I take? Because I took all these pictures and things on my phone, but I'm sure there must have been some centralized location where I did a photo dump onto my PC. But I don't believe there are any Swedish tanks. Not that I recall. Though there was a Hetzer there, and not like a Swiss, the K, whatever it's called. They're not. I was about to say Swiss K31. That's a rifle. Whatever the Swiss like post-war version was, there was like it was an authentic. It was a real, original Hetzer, which I thought was cool. I wish to see a welded and cast M3 Lee in my life. Yeah, dude, the cast M3 is incredible because it's the only one left in the world, which is amazing. Where are some of those Japanese vehicles from Aberdeen 80s photos at? So a lot of them, I think a good chunk of them went into Benning. I think most of those vehicles went to Fort Benning because as much of the stuff that Fort Benning has on display in their warehouse, G13, thank you. They have a bunch of bays outside at Fort Benning, and each bay, from what I've been told, houses a tank in it. And like if you go to Fort Benning and you see, and you can go check my video, I went to Fort Benning and I have several videos on the collection. If you go to my most recent video of me going to Fort Benning and you can see the warehouse, the big like hangar they have of just rows and rows of tanks. That warehouse, they probably have like double that amount of tanks, but just sitting in like, bays, waiting to be restored or waiting to go into rotation or whatever it is. So they have a ton of tanks at Fort Benning. In fact, the people there told me that it might be the largest collection of tanks in the world. I honestly probably agree, in one place. So the Fort Benning is a big one, so a lot of those tanks probably went there. I know that they have the Ha-Go there, the Type 95, and then clearly though we got the Type 97 here at Fort Lee. So there's the Type 97 there. Oh, there's a Goliath at Fort Lee as well, by the way. I think I took a picture of it. I don't know why. Yeah, like I don't know why I didn't do this photo dump. Like I thought I would have posted everything. Let me try to do a bit more file transfer because, yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, they took a bunch of stuff. Let me try to see if I took some of these pictures and just didn't transfer them. Oh yeah, there was a bunch of pictures. Yeah, there was like Lewis guns, MG42s, a bunch of stuff that I didn't transfer. Let me transfer some of this over and try to show you guys some of this cool stuff I found. Some of this cool epic stuff that I saw. It was cool and epic. First I can post that. Oh yeah, also, so over the course of my time, over the last month, I've also reunited with my uncle, who, by the way, he is also, just like me, a massive World War II, like, nerd, and he, there's a bunch of stuff here that I didn't transfer. Yeah, let me take pictures of all this. He's also a massive World War II nerd and also has a huge gun collection. And I got to reunite with him and I went shooting with him, and he has an original Gewehr 43 with an original World War II German sniper scope on it. And that is pretty fucking awesome. And I'm gonna see if I can pull up a picture of that here. Chat, this is just Edit 320 flexes for like 3 hours. It was pretty amazing. Also, he taught me how to reload because I wanted to learn how to reload. But let me see here. So yeah, this is a photo from my uncle. I went to his house and him and I met up at his place, but whatever. I'm not gonna dox him, but here you go. So I took a picture of this is he has many firearms. This is some of them, but an original Gewehr 98, so just like I have, a Kar 98K World War II, and then the G43 with the sniper scope. So he has the full evolution of like German rifles from World War I all the way into World War II. He's got a bunch more stuff that I'm not gonna go too hard into what he may or may not want me to share. But I took this picture and asked him. He said it was cool. He has the magazine for it. It just wasn't in it right now, but I got to shoot it and it's pretty awesome. I think he said the mount is a reproduction. The mount for the scope is a repro, but the scope itself is original. And the G43, it's all matching serial numbers too, which is obviously amazing. So I got to shoot that, and it's fucking cool. Here we go. I'll show you guys the rest of what was at the tank collection at Fort Lee. Here you go. So there you go. So there's a Lewis guns, which I thought was sick. There's a Shoshaw right next to it. Also some sick like BAR stuff I think over here. I'm not actually sure what this is. It looks kind of BAR-esque, but I'm not totally certain what this is here on the left. These are a bunch of the SPEW program guns. So apparently all of these shoot flechette. These are all SPEW program weapons. And these are all prototypes. And then same thing. Oh, that's an MG42 and MG34. There's a 8mm, or sorry, a 30-06 Shoshaw, which is fucking sweet. Shout out Forgotten Weapons and CN Arsenal for the Project Lightning collab. This all is there's a, what's it, Madsen right there. Thought that was cool. That's not SPEW. It's not. They told us this was all SPEW. They said these were all flechette guns. There's more. Oh, that's just another picture of that. Yeah, there were a bunch of heavy machine guns too. Maybe this is SPEW. Maybe it was this. But yeah, they said all this. They said all this was SPEW. But what is flechette? Flechette is, you know, like how like a tank, APFSDS on a tank is the round like splits and it's a dart with like fins on it. It's literally that, but scaled down to a gun. You know, it's literally APFSDS for small arms. SPEW was Colt with an air platform, H&K spacecraft magic gun. No, but SPEW is that was the program, wasn't it? SPEW was an entire program. That's what they said. That's what they told me. SPEW was an entire program, and it involved a huge amount of tested flechette guns, and they said that all of these are flechette guns. So yeah, I took a bunch. I was like, what the fuck? Because I mean, look at that. These look weird enough to be flechettes to me. Yeah, like what the fuck? Like what the fuck is that? You know, like what the hell? All sorts of wacky stuff. Oh, and then this one I took this. Yeah, these are shotguns. So there's an original 1897 fixed frame, and then there's a split frame 1897 trench gun, which means it probably was a World War II. Because as far as I know, in World War I, they didn't use any split frame trench guns. They were all fixed frames. But in World War II, they used split frame 1897s as trench guns. But obviously, I had to take a photo of that because I thought that was sick. Here's a Goliath at Fort Lee in the back. It's all the way in the back. Here's another, just like a photo of just generally what they have. Here's all these artillery guns. There's a railway cannon, by the way, big German railway gun. All the different artillery they have. So it's honestly, because it's ordnance, right? It's an ordnance collection. So, oh, I forgot there's a Type 89 right there. Forgot to sort of show that when I was taking pictures and things. Also on the right side, you can't really see it, but on the right side, I didn't take many photos of it because I don't really care too badly about them. But there's like a XM1. There's the MBT-70, stuff like that on the right. There's a Starship. There's an M60A2. Although actually, the guy told me it's not an M60A2. It's not an actual A2 Starship. It's like a prototype. And then there's a M18 with a 105 in it. Yeah, I already showed a picture of that. But here's a bunch of the Kupelwagons, and there's a bunch of other stuff there. Again, more artillery. Nebelwerfer. There's a little light tank. It's the T2. Or I think it's actually like the T... No, actually, that's a T5E3, I think. There's a picture there. T26E1. Apparently... Now, I could be wrong. Apparently, this is mislabeled as a T26E1. Apparently, this is actually a T25E1. I don't know. I think I read that like in one passing sentence somewhere. I don't know. I'd have to look more into this because I can't tell them off the bat. There's an M10 right there, by the way. Oh, also, this is the M10 on the left here is one of those M10s. It's one of the Italian ones with the bore evacuator, like, or the big bulge, like halfway up the barrel. There's XM1. So there's XM1. There's the MBT-70 you can see on the left, and then the cutaway T-34-76. Oh, there's an M22, and really cool. Unlike the M22, the Locust in Fort Benning, this one has its turret, or has its gun, I should say. They have an M22 in Fort Benning, but it does not have its gun or its mantlet. This one has its gun and its mantlet, so it's a more complete example. Here's a M4A4 with experimental HVSS. So obviously it's got HVSS, and it's got the shock absorber on the front and rear bogies, not on all three. And the track width is still the original VVSS track width. They haven't gone to the 23-inch track, which I thought was really cool. So this is an M4A4, and it's an A4, you can tell because it's got the extended hull. But it's an A4 with prototype HVSS. It's pretty cool. Oh, it's not an XM1, it's an M1 IP? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know shit about... I don't know jack all about Abrams. And there's the Starship. Or, again, it's not a Starship. It's like a prototype M60 with the launcher. There's the T2. And yeah, next to it, I didn't really take a good... I don't know why I didn't take a good photo of it. At least I thought I did. But there's the T1 Cunningham. Is like literally... It goes... It's the T5, the T3, and then on the left of the T3, there's the T1 Cunningham, which is really cool. But, yeah. Anywho. So yeah, that's Fort Lee. If you want to go, they're doing open houses. They're looking for more people. You know, they want to expand their audience. So head down there. Everything I've shown you today, all credits to the Fort Lee Ordnance Collection, Ordnance Museum, TSF, and obviously with the weapons room, you guys can't go in there. Sorry, but I got to. What's going on? Bully Edo, what's going on? What are you doing, bro? Why, Gonio? Why are you, Gonio? Why are you the way that you are? You can just chill the fuck out. It's okay, dude. We won't mind. What model would you like to build next? Abrams. I have it. You guys can see my models there. You probably can't read them, but they're there. I don't know if you guys can see them, but... There. I have Abrams, a TI-67, which is the Israeli T-55, and the reason why is because that's the tank that's going to be used, that was used in The Beast. Obviously, it was portraying a generic Soviet tank of the 70s, or the 80s, excuse me. But in the actual movie, The Beast, they use a T-55. It has the NATO 105. It's the Israeli TI-67, so I got one of those. And then here is a Sherman, M4 Sherman kit. You can't really see it, but... yeah, I mean, I could just go grab them for you, but I don't really care. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, next I want to do an Abrams, and I want to do it because my first Panzer, or my Panzer III has been, the paint job was really simple. It was just desert, you know. I was just doing desert tan. I guess you guys haven't seen it yet, but when the video comes out, you'll see. I just did a simple desert tan. For the Abrams, I want to go one step up, and I actually want to put a camo scheme on it, and specifically, I want to do this one. When I make my Abrams model, I want it to be this. This I've always thought looked so fucking cool. And it's such a simple camo scheme. Like, it's only 2 colors, you know? So I feel like this is a nice, like, baby's first camo scheme to do because it's simple and it's only 2 colors. And it doesn't even cover the whole tank. It's just the cheeks, the barrel, and the skirts. So it's like, you know, doesn't have everything. But yeah, I want to make this Abrams. Because also my kit is an M1, an original M1. It's not an A1 or an A2. It's an original M1, and I think this one's an original M1 with the 105. It looks like it to me. So I'm gonna basically recreate. I want to recreate this exact tank for my model kit. I think that'd be awesome. Is that the scheme from the Canadian tank trials in the 80s? I have no idea. I really don't know. TI-67 isn't a real name. Oh, really, Minus? What's the real name of those? Do you live on your own now? No, in fact, quite the opposite. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I am now living with mommy and daddy. I'm living with the whole family now. So it's me, my brother, my sister, and my mom and dad, and all of their cats. Well, they're 2 cats. I'm now living again with my parents' 2 cats. But again, this is temporary. I don't know exactly how long. The plan is sort of 6 months to a year, but it might, you know, it might go longer than that. I don't know. But you know, so Tiger tank, yeah. Where? What? Albino Sherman. Albino Tiger Sherman. Painting with a brush or an airbrush? I have an airbrush. My buddy bought me like a really cheap one. So I technically have one. Get an accessory pack for the M1, they're great. I think I do have one. I think I was using a bunch of the ammo cans and oil drums. I bought an accessory pack not too long ago. And I think I used a bunch of that stuff for my Panzer III model. You guys will see it. But yeah, I have an accessories kit, and it's all a bunch of like, I bought one that was all a bunch of like fuel drums and jerry cans and like tarps and things, but it was for a modern kit. So I think it was actually advertised as being for Humvees, but I think it'll also be, there's like the friend or foe like thermal panels there, and there's like all the bags, but these are all like modern bags, you know. There's a cat and a dog, I guess, right there, but yeah, so it might be fun. There's ammo cans, obviously. These are all ammo cans. So I think these will be fun. I don't know if I have a spare Abrams road wheel, though. because in the photo that I just showed you guys, it looked like it had a spare wheel on the side of the turret. Hopefully the kit came with one. I actually don't know. But yeah, I bought a bunch of this stuff because I thought these decoratives would look cool on my Panzer III. Like fuel drums, oil drums, jerry cans, you know, things like that. Edo, you got any Steyr 95 picks? I do. For those of you wondering, because of course I want to keep all of you up to date on my gun collection. Let's see if I can. I don't want to leak the DMs, but I did pick this. I did I posted this in my DMs with the boys. Let's see here. On my boys server. Here it is. I'll just open the individual images. I'm not gonna switch over to the server. So obviously I can't pick up the firearm on stream because YouTube, and I'll get banned. But I can show you guys at least. Of course I'm gonna have to like drag each one over. Hold on, everybody. Hold your horses now. Hold your horses. For those of you who are not aware, and I reckon that's most of you because you're not on the Discord, I picked up a new firearm between moving out and now. Shortly before I moved out, I picked up a new firearm, and this is continuing my World War I collection, which is a Steyr Mannlicher, an M95. This I'm very, very happy to have added to the collection. This is a very, very cool, obviously, gun. It's a straight pull, obviously. And this is very, very epic. I'm very happy with it. It's in really good condition. The only thing is the rear sight is slightly broken. It's chipped a little bit. So I either will have to find a new rear sight or just live with it. But yeah, it's a Steyr, and it's an original Steyr. It's not like a Bulgarian rebuild or anything like that. It's not a short rifle, like a carbine, because a lot of them after World War I were rechambered for 8x56 and then shortened to carbine length. This one is an original long rifle, and it's in the original 8x50 caliber. So it's not one of the rechambers post World War I. So this is the exact configuration of rifle that they would have had in World War I. Is it a S or B bolt? I think it's a B bolt because it doesn't have an S on it. I don't think. Yeah, original World War I caliber full length rifle. Yeah. So it's not one of the rechambers, which also means that the bullet this fires, the chambering for this is literally it literally doesn't exist. Nobody makes the original 8x50 ammo anymore. That's part of why I went to my uncle to learn how to reload, is because I need to make these bullets myself. Oh, B stands for Budapest Armory? Oh, I have no idea. My rifle is marked for Steyr. The bolt, I have no clue. I don't think it's marked for Budapest. The chip site is called Having Character. That's true. That's true. What are the crowns next to people's names? I don't know. I think they're like my top chatters or something. I'm generally not sure. I'm not totally certain about that. I guess YouTube has added this like XP, this feature where people have like XP based on how much they chat in my chat. And Minus is number 1. Shout out. Striker and Snowman are 2 and 3. Wow, that's actually cool. You guys can show. Hey guys, look. I can leak the DMs live on stream. Check this out. So these. Hey, look. This is how you guys are doing right now, in my chat. So Minus, you're number 1. Striker is number 2, Snowman Man is number 3, Pocket Hoovie's number 4, Point Man is 5. Look, this is an official ranking of who's my favorite in chat and who's my least favorite in chat. So you guys can look at those numbers. You guys got to pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. If you're looking at that and you're like, I want to be Edda's number 1 favorite chatter, well, you fucking get going, dude. You got a long way to go. You got to catch up. You guys got to put in the work. Who's your favorite lurker, Edda? I haven't decided yet. If I had to pick one like right now, I'd probably say Point Man, but I'm not totally sure. I gotta keep the Patreon superiority complex. That's true. Striker is. Some of these guys are patrons. I was number 1 for most of the stream. You got any receipts for that, pal? Will you be painting any figures for these vehicles? Probably not. I don't think I'm gonna dive into that. I really just care about the tanks. 4 is good enough for me, dude. That's a man after my own. That's a man after my own heart. I'm that way too. Hey man, as long as I'm not last, as long as I'm not last place, don't matter to me. Will you participate in any bi-weekly Sprocklet challenges? I have no idea. What's your favorite tank? The Composite Firefly. This is a well-known. I am not shy about this. I love the composite. The M4 Composite Firefly is. I love it. M1912 Steyr Hahn is my favorite pistol, of course, made by Austria. I want to get a Steyr Hahn so badly. I think I want to get an original 1911 first, though. The Steyr Hahn was one of my like dream pistols. It was that and a C96, obviously, because I love strip fed guns. But I think I want to get an original 1911 first, which is gonna be hard. This is gonna be harder to get and more expensive to get. Those things are like so expensive and so rare. But I think an original 1912 Hahn pistol is also really rare, decently rare. Are you eternally saddened by M4A476 not existing? If you count the Firefly, then M4A4 did exist, but M4A476 did technically exist. But no, yeah, they officially never put T23 turret onto an M4A4. Now they might have for some like test thing that I've never heard of. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some test vehicle that had a 76mm and the T23 turret on an M4A4 chassis. But as far as I know, why am I like fondling my bottle? I don't know why I'm doing that. As far as I know, no. M4 with T26, or sorry, M4 with M26 turret, or M4 with M36 turret. With VVSS, the M36 turret. With HVSS, the Pershing, the M26 turret. Handful of composite 75 Shermans here in the Philippines. All right, I'm on my way. Guns of BF1 are cool though. No, yeah, that's Battlefield 1 is the reason why I wanted to start streaming. I wanted to start streaming. I wanted to start collecting World War I rifles. And yeah, my goal is to get all of the main service rifles of all the nations of World War I, which is to say all the scout rifles in Battlefield 1. Like that is literally that's the point of my collection right now. So that's what I'm doing. Will streams be back to usual now? I hope so. Yes, I'd like to. I'm gonna say yes. I would like to. Yes. I'd like to do that. I might still, I mean, my stream schedule was also pretty, like, erratic. Like, there were times where I would just say, oh, not streaming today, or whatever, you know? Like, I'd bail out. But, generally speaking, yes, I'd like to. I'd like to go back to it. So, Ed, are there any modern or semi-modern tanks that you like? I like the M10 Booker because it's canceled. Actually, I liked the M10 Booker anyways. I was a fan of the M10 Booker when it was, even when everyone was like, this shit sucks. I was like, yeah, but it's cool. But it's fine. Buy two M1895s, absolutely botch one of those beauties? No. The fuck? Who do you think I am, dude? What are you accusing me of? Booker was cool, but very impractical. I think the Booker itself obviously wasn't great for what it was supposed to be, but I think the capability gap that the Booker was supposed to fill very much exists, and now still exists because the Booker was canceled, and I still think we should design a new vehicle to fulfill it. Do you like Leopard 2s? Yeah, they're cool. But I don't, I'm not like drooling over them anymore. I used to be a Leopard 2 stan, but now I'm an Ariete stan. I like the Ariete. It's sexy. I don't care that it's a shit tank. It just looks nice. It looks really sexy. I love the Ariete. Favorite World War II German tank? That's my answer. I don't know. Probably, I mean, Panzer IV is such a generic answer, but it kind of is. I kind of love the Panzer IV. I love it because it sucks. It doesn't suck, but it's... God, what a nightmare of a vehicle that is. Engineering-wise. Like, the engineering of the Panzer IV is abysmal. It is a horribly designed vehicle, but it's amazing. At a hot tub just chatting stream when? Maybe we can... Well, yeah, we might be able to pull something together. Sorry, guys. Let me call this away. Okay, so... Let's get down to brass tacks just for a minute here, okay? So, the future. What does the future hold? Well, really the exact same thing that I was going to hold before. Basically, I'm going to still make videos. I have on the docket, let me see what I promised all of you not too long ago. And let me see, what is it that I said to you all in an announcement a while ago? Because I think I made a list of video ideas that I wanted to make, and then I haven't made any of them yet. Man, was it really that long ago? Yeah, wow, it really was that long ago. Okay, so What did I say? What did I promise you? Virginia vlog? Yep. Continue my gun collection. Yes, I'm editing that video as we squeak. I'm editing it with my feet under the desk. You guys don't know it, but I am. Continuing my model making series. That's true. And then part 2 of my Colorado trip. Yes. Yeah, that's basically on. That's still correct. When did I announce this? Like a month ago? Yeah, just about a month ago. Just about 2 months ago, actually. I'm a bastard. Man, I'm a real piece of shit, aren't I? And then the Road to Stewart video, which is great because the Road to Stewart is going to cover a lot of these like early Stewart prototypes and things. And we have examples of those down at Fort Lee. So I'll be able to go down to the fort and I'll take actual video standing in front of the real Christie T3 and the T5 and all that fun stuff. So I think that will happen too. I'm working on the Road to Stewart, which is basically this video that I have planned where the whole gimmick is like, hey, we all know the Stewart. We all know what it is and we all know how it is. But do any of us know how we got to the Stewart? Where the Stewart came from? Like what are its origins, you know? The road, I'm going to call it Road to Stewart. The video is basically going to end with, and then World War II happened, and then the Stewart as it was, we went to war with. I don't know if I'm going to cover the Stewart itself. Like, I don't know if I'm going to actually go into all the different models of Stewart into like 42 and 43 and go into the M3 to the M3A1 to the the M5. I think all that stuff happened in like 41, 42, so I might actually be able to cover all that. I don't know, because I feel like the Stewart itself should get its own video, you know? Not, like I want this video to be like the lead up to Stewart, like how we got to it, and then I think like a slightly confusing guide to the Stewart should be its own thing. But we'll see. I'm writing the script, so there's still plenty of time to figure that out. Oh yeah, you still doing the full GUP series video? Yes, I am. I'm still planning to do a, it's the way I have see it in my head is it's like a Cinema Wins / type video, you know, where like the thing plays and then like he juts in and then says something and then awards like a win or whatever, but it's for every single historical reference in Großen Panzer, and not just tanks, like every single historical reference, every single time a passing character says something, or every time the camera pans and there's like, oh, if we pause at frame 62 of this scene, this poster is a reference to this historical event. I've written the script for the first 2 episodes of Großen Panzer, doing that, and there's a bunch of references. There's a shit ton of historical references. But yeah, and I've said it for such a long time, I really hate to have not followed through on it, but just more Großen Panzer content like needs to be coming, dude. Because you have a counter in the corner. Yeah, I'm gonna straight up rip off the Cinema Wins format. Yeah, it's gonna go ding, and then there'll be a historical references counter. Instead of wins, I award historical references. Like that's the format of the video. That's what I want to do. And if I get sued for it, then oh well. I died doing what I loved. But yeah, that's the plan. And more GUP. Like I want to do some more Großen Panzer content. I've got ideas for like just like a ramble video about why Maho is the best character and like how nobody understands her except me. I've thought about doing a video about how if Großen Panzer was taken seriously, it could actually be a really fucking good like drama show. Like it could actually be really good. And I've thought about making a video being like, let's walk through the plot of the original anime and let me show you what changes I would make and how I would change things to make GUP take itself more seriously and actually like make its emotional payoffs hit harder and change stuff so like it's actually like a serious show, not just like the silly, because there's a lot of like seeds planted for like characters and motivations and backstory, and there's a lot of things. Somebody just died. There's a lot of seeds planted, and I would love, and they're all like ignored, you know, like they all are brushed past for just like silly stuff. And I would love to go through and be like, what if we explored this stuff further and we actually tried to turn Großen Panzer into a serious show with like actual emotional payoffs and things. Not that GUP doesn't, but you know, I think that'd be great. I think that'd be awesome. What do you watch GUP on? I genuinely can't find it. I watch it on a lot of, sometimes you have to rotate because sometimes these websites get taken down. But what's the one I currently have? I have it bookmarked. I honestly, I haven't watched, I actually haven't sat down and watched GUP in quite a while. This? Yeah, it's called HiAnime.2. This is it. Not at the expense of at the expense of ruining it. That's it there. Oh, let me try to... I don't know if this is a bad idea or not. There's nothing here that... This seems fine. Yeah, this is like what it looks like. This is the website, and this is where it is. And, oh, feet! Why did it do that? Why did I click on that? No. Okay. That was... Why? Why? Of all parts on the fucking timeline I could have clicked on, why didn't I click on that? Anyway, yeah, let's go. There it is, so you can watch it, and it's got all 12 episodes right here. And it's great. Now, to watch the movie, I've had to go somewhere else. So you have to find a different source for the movie. If you want, on the Discord, if you take the role and go to the Girls in Panzer channel, in the pins, somebody pinned links to everything, where you can watch all the episodes, all the OVAs, all the movies. Like, literally, it's a huge list of links. Most of them seem to be 9 anime, which I've never been there, but it's got everything, so... It was a misinput. It was a misinput. It was a... You calm down. You calm down. It was a misinput. All the stuff, movies included. Now, so that website that I just showed you does have the movie, and I think all the OVAs too, but it doesn't have it in English dub, and I watch it in English dub because I like it in English better. If you want to watch it in English, like, you really got to dig deep, and I would recommend going into the channel on the Discord and checking the pins for that, because somebody... Again, they found it. How to get also the finales in sub and dub, because yeah, I watch stuff in dub. And dude, the Dare film movie English dub literally seems to be like scraped from the internet, dude. It's crazy. Like, it's just not. It's like non-existent. It's insane. I don't know how. There it is. No, not the dub. I prefer stuff in English, dude. I'm sorry, but I do. I prefer it. And I'm not one of those guys who's like, oh, I don't want to read subtitles. I don't mind reading subtitles. I just don't like the Japanese language, like, grates on my ears. And it gives me, like, it sends shivers up my spine. I just don't like it. It's not a very, like, beautiful or fun language to listen to, especially female voices. They're always so high-pitched. I can't take it. I cannot take it. Edda, those pins got me banned in a server? Oh, sorry, dude. Sounds like you fucking suck. Sounds like you're the worst person on the planet, and you probably... Well, I was about to say something that I probably shouldn't, not allowed to say on YouTube. But anyways, so... Remember to stay healthy and hydrated, by the way. So yeah, that's basically, like, that's the future. Is I'm still gonna make videos. We're still gonna do Canada vlog, Virginia vlog, and model making video, and I guess now to add to that, my trip to Fort Lee. In fact, that'll probably be the next thing. The video that I'm making right at this exact moment that I'm editing is, you guys saw my Lee Enfield video. I'm making that right now, but it was with my Garand and my 1903. So it's literally that, but with the American guns, so to speak. And then after that, probably Fort Lee, my trip to Fort Lee to help promote the collection and everything. And then after that, probably Virginia vlog and model making and Road to Stewart, stuff like that. So that'll all still be there. What have you posted in Bully Edda? What are you guys doing here?
Yeah, my name is Ed320, and like, I am racist. Like, that's just how it is. What?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, like, my name is Ed320, and like, I am racist. Like, that's just how it is. Like,
man, it's just time flies, and just, man, you really just forget some of the things you believe and some of the things you say. It's so easy to get lost, It's so easy to get lost in the sauce, to just forget who you are and what you believe. And man, I forgot I was racist. I guess I am. I totally forgot. That totally, silly me, left my mind. But thank you guys for reminding me. I'm gonna go protest now that you guys said that. Now that you guys reminded me. You should come to Finland, dude. I'd love to do like a European road trip and visit a bunch of different tank museums. Oh, I would like to get back into streaming Arms Trade Tycoon tanks, because obviously they did the World War II update and we covered it, but I still want to do like a new playthrough going from like World War I into World War II. So I want to do that, and I think Tank Mechanic Simulator is gonna have to make a comeback too, don't you guys think? I know we have Red Dead 2. We were playing Call of Duty, but maybe we should just fucking bail on that, because I obviously was not, like, that wasn't going anywhere. We do need to play Red Dead 2, because we had that stream series going. And Minecraft, you're right, Minecraft with Brooke. You're right. And Battlefield 6. I don't know, maybe I'll stream Battlefield 6. I think I will, probably. But I'm definitely going to play it. In fact, I think I'll end up playing it tonight with some buddies. But yeah, I installed it, Battlefield 6. What's next stream? Next stream will be Saturday. I'm not sure exactly what it'll be. You just said you don't like the Japanese language. Is that racist? That's just like personal preference. Like I just think it's a like it doesn't my ear. And I recognize. I think maybe this is the difference between racism and like just me, is that I recognize that there are many people out there who maybe Japanese sounds nice to them. Like I recognize that I'm weird for that. It's just the way my brain is wired. To me it doesn't sound good. It's like certain people have like certain textures that like set off goosebumps on them. For me, it's the texture of a popsicle stick. Like if I feel the texture of a popsicle stick, I get like, ugh, or like a nail file, like that people use like their nails, that like grainy sandpaper texture, like ugh, it sends shivers up my spine. But that's just me. Like a lot of people aren't that way, you know. Same thing with Japanese, like just the language. I don't like it. It's like grating on my ears. But I recognize that doesn't mean Japanese is a bad language. I was just trolling. Oh well, I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. You got me, buddy. You fucking got me. Am I right? Styrofoam for me, that bugs me. Yeah, see, everyone's got one. What is like the texture that like when you feel it, you like you get shivers like on your spine. You can't look at it anymore. For me, it's popsicle sticks and like nail files. Especially, dude, nail files really get me. Squad 44, maybe. Gunner Heat PC, probably not. I don't know. I tried, like, I had a moment where I was like just sitting alone at night, as I do, like staring at the wall. What you guys don't know is outside of streams, I do this. And I was doing that one day. I was just sitting staring at the wall. And then I was like, man, I need to give Gunner Hate PC a chance, because I want like a really good tank simulator game, and I just haven't played one in a while. Let me go back and let me replay Gunner Heat PC. And I went back and I replayed it, and it just like, I don't know, like it feels like there's nothing to do. Like drive to location, shoot some tanks, drive to the next location, shoot some tanks, and then like it's over, you know? Like it's just not. Also, it's modern tanks, so like I was driving around like Abrams and M60s, and it was cool, but I was like, man, like I'd love to be doing this with like a T-34, which I know somebody's about to say, the T-34 is in Gunner Heat PC if you unlock it in this mission or whatever. I might put in enough effort to unlock the T-34, and then maybe that game will be like worth playing for me. But I don't know, like Gunner Heat PC, and I'm not saying it's a bad game. Like I actually think it's a great game for a lot of people. But for me, like I just get bored playing it. Like I don't know. I would, if it was something, if there were more like interesting objectives, if it was a bit more gamey. It's a little too simulator. If it was a little bit more gamey, I think I'd have more fun with it. But Battlefield 1 campaign stream, oh. It's not a bad idea, actually. Mine's a chalkboard. That makes sense. I got that. When's some new model making? Probably once I upload. Once I finish the Panzer III. Opinions on Mandarin, Chinese, or Hindu, India? I think Chinese is probably another one that to me sounds a little grating on my ears, but Hindu I don't think is. I'm not saying I'm an expert on any, like, I rate languages. Ed320 rates his favorite languages. I have no idea. I mean, Hindu, I guess, is fine. I don't know. I haven't really heard Hindu. I don't, like, sit there and go, yes. But sometimes I have seen some videos where, like, people who speak, Mandarin or Chinese, and then I'm just like, bro, like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, I don't understand what the hell you're saying, which makes sense. It's a foreign language, but... What videos are you guys putting in Bully Edit right now? Yeah, more? Hold on. I have to check out these incriminating... This is honestly probably one of the best parts about streaming, is having all the shit you said, like, at this point, not that long ago, but so long ago, come back at you. What can I say? I just love grooming. I did say that. I'll stand by that too, by the way. I do. Oh, hey, look. Pravda. There's Girls in Panzer posters. I don't know what that is. Chat, I have no idea why that's there. Chat, right,
that's not my fault.
Let it be known.
Hey, look, Hitler. Let's catch him with his pants down.
Let it be known that this poster, I don't think it was purely bad enough for you to put a big censored square over it, because once you do that, then people's imaginations are going to go wild and they're going to assume the worst. I think it was just, they were just wearing bikinis, I think. Which, don't get me wrong, is bad. Like, we don't want that. But I don't like it. It doesn't... All right, I don't need to defend that. I think it was. I
Yeah,
think that
people-
was fair.
People keep telling me about this N word I keep hearing about, dude. I only know one N word. My boy Nick.
That's a great cut. That was a great cut for that. Oh, hey, this is a pretty old clip right here. I like prefer stuff in English, dude. I'm sorry, but I do. I prefer it. And I'm not one of those guys who's like, oh, I don't want to read subtitles. I don't mind reading subtitles. I just don't like the Japanese language. Like grates on my ears.
Yeah.
And it gives me like it sends shivers up my spine. I, just
I
don't
said
like
that
it.
about
It's
5
not a
minutes ago,
very,
yeah.
like, beautiful or fun language to listen to.
Can someone clip this?
Especially
Can someone
female
clip me
voices.
reacting to this?
They're always so high pitched. I can't take it.
Why is
I
this
cannot
clip worthy?
take
What did I say here that was so clip worthy?
it.
I just said I didn't like the Japanese language. Is that wrong? Am I wrong? Are you gonna like? Well, I mean, okay, you can disagree with me, but does that make me wrong? That's a question. You can disagree with me, but does that make me wrong? It's personal opinion. I can't be wrong. I can't be objectively wrong. Sorry, guys, I have to blow my flippin' nose because I have my allergies. You guys know my allergies. You guys know about my allergies, right? An opinion on the worst and best European languages. I've always wanted to learn German. I've always thought it would be sweet to learn German. I just think that'd be sick. Also, I could read German stuff like for tank history. That would be awesome, you know? So I've always thought German would be sick. Least favorite, I mean, I guess probably French, because it's just blech, you know? Like, what the fuck are you even doing there, dude? Like, what the hell's wrong with you? People who speak French, like, what the hell's wrong with you? I'm just kidding. I had a conversation earlier today with some people who had some very thick French accents. I don't know if they were French Canadian or actual French, but I mean, hey, whatever language you speak, dude, you had no choice over it, you know. And how often do people be telling you you're hella handsome because they're telling the truth? Well, thank you, Panzercat, very much. I appreciate it. Not often. Like people, like random people, don't just walk up to me, or like I'm not just like in a conversation and some guy's like, dude, you're fucking handsome, bro. Like you're, like that doesn't happen. Usually because that's like really awkward and weird that someone would do that just like randomly. And I don't have many really girls tell me that because, I mean, you know, all this is usually a pretty big like stay away, you know. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? Chat, why did you say that? On national television you said that. In front of a live studio audience. No fucking way. Caught in 50K. We invented 50K, 5K. We invented 5K purely to fucking snapshot that. Put that in your cringe compilation, dude. I like German, I was learning it, but trying to figure out if die, der, or das fits best when talking about a fridge, it makes me tweak. Hey, but for America, it's if we have like there, and there, and they, them, or yeah, there, and there, and then like, I don't know, where's some other ones? I don't know any others. I don't know English. It's a really weird language. I once said to a friend, I had a friend from Albania who was, I mean, he spoke good English, but, you know, he was still kind of learning a little bit. And I told him one time, I said, there's no right way to speak English, but there is a wrong way. And I think that's true. Did you ever consider visiting Kubinka? Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah, I think you had asked, I think I read that question. I just didn't get a chance to repeat it. I think somebody had said, have you ever considered visiting Kubinka before 2022? Yes. And still now, I would love to still, like, I get the whole, like, Russia, like, thing is at war, but, like, I don't think, they're not gonna, like, that doesn't affect tourism, does it? Like, if I roll into Russia out of the gates, and I'm like, yeah, I have an American passport, I'm an American citizen, I'm here visiting Russia as a tourist, are they gonna stop me and be like, you cannot be here, you cannot be here? And be like, oh, sorry. Like, is that gonna happen? Like, because I've had people as well, like, friends and family be like, oh, man, like, now I would be a bad time to go to Russia right now as an American. I'd be like, why? Like, tourism shouldn't be affected, right? I actually don't know. It can't, like, surely not. I don't know. I don't have any military, like, if they want to do a background check on me, that's fine, I guess. You're gonna find out that I'm a fucking nobody. But, you know, obviously, you're cooked, mate. Straight to Gulag. But no, I would, even today, like, even now, with all that's going on, I would still love to go over to Russia and visit Kubinka and St. Petersburg, because I've heard St. Petersburg is a very beautiful city. I would love to see it. Propaganda Park was built right next to Kubinka with recruitment centers. Cool, I'll sign up. get real up close and personal with tanks. It's like that's the absolute worst. I've always dreamed of serving the military and I've always dreamed of like being one-on-one, like really getting to crew tanks. Like they'd be so awesome. It's like awesome. You want to join the military? Yeah, I was thinking about joining the Russian military. Like what? Like what? That doesn't seem like a good idea right now. That doesn't seem like a good idea right now. I was thinking of joining the Ukrainian military. You can if you want, but it's probably not a good idea right now. I mean, you can, I guess, but that's gonna be the last time we see you, probably. You become a minesweeper? I'm not. I think I'm pretty good at minesweeper. Do you guys want to test? Let's see how good I am at minesweeper. By the way, for any of you who like this is like one of your first Edit 320 streams that you're tuning into, this is basically how it goes. This is pretty much what happens. You guys want to see me play Minesweeper? Let's check this out. Watch this. Boom. So, if I remember correctly, you always go for the corners. Dude, I'm fucking nailing this. All right, 3, right? So 3, that means it's got to be this, right? And 1, so it's probably not that one. Oh, oh man. I thought it would be... Okay. All right, well, let's just try again. Oh, I can continue. Oh, I can undo it. Oh, that's great. Oh, I clicked on it again. I meant to right click to mark it as a bomb. Okay, well. Oh, it replays. Oh, great. You get to watch it again. You get to replay your fucking failure. All right, hold on. Let's go back. Let me share. Yeah, let me share my results, dude. Oh wait, do you guys want to see this awesome game that I found? It's all mine. I found this game. It's all mine. Nobody else knows that this game exists except I found this game and it's mine. Okay. I found this new game. It's called. Hold on. Where did that open just now? Oh, here we go. Chat, I found this new game. It's called Wardle. I discovered this game. No one else knows what this game is except me. I found it just today. It's literally you have to guess the War Thunder vehicle. So we have to guess what it is. I always start with the STRV 105 because I'm so bad with Swedish vehicles that if it's something Swedish, I'm never going to get it. So I need to know if it's Swedish right off the bat. But okay, so it's not Swedish, which is good. Also, this STRV 105 makes for a good, it's a medium tank. It's in a regular tech tree, a 105mm gun. That's like a decent baseline. So I like this start. Join the Discord to play it. Yeah, join the Discord and you'll find it. So thankfully we have filters here. So it is, unfortunately, it's not a regular tech tree vehicle. So it's a premium vehicle, which kind of fucking sucks. And it's not a medium tank. So I'm actually really stumped on this. Let's do like a German like light tank. Like the Panzer. Like that? Is it a light tank? Okay, so it's not German. It is a light tank. That's good. That helps us out. That helps us out a lot. All right, so it's below 50. Guys, don't spoil it for me. It's an M6P, for fuck's sake. AMX-13, M24. It's an IFV 100% autocannon. You guys think so? Let's see. What if we did like a weasel? Oh, no, it's not German, so it can't be a weasel. What if it's... All right, well, let's be... All right, so it's higher than 3.7. It's actually higher than 9.3. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, at a higher than 9.3, Ed is lost. I didn't even notice that, guys. It's a weasel. I don't think it's a weasel. What would be... Is it like a Bradley? It's like a Bradley. So it's lower than 105, but smaller than 50. Yeah, that's gotta be a Bradley, right? Oh, it's gonna be called an M2. Is there a premium Bradley in the tech tree? There is not. There is not a premium Bradley in the tech tree. Okay, what about like a T? T is always good because T can be... Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be an autocannon. I think I agree with that. I'm not looking at chat. I don't want you guys to help me, okay? The Super Hellcat, no. Are there no like... Oh, but no, but SPAA is its own category, by the way, in case you guys don't know. So it can't be an SPAA. The VBCI2? MCT30? What class of gun does that have? Are there very many? BMP2M? You guys think so? I don't want to just... Oh, I looked at chat. Why did I do that? BMP2M? You think? It's not Russia. It's not Russian. You guys suck. You guys fucking suck. Oh, you got the caliber correct though. It's lower than 10.3. It's between 9.3 and 10.3. And the crew count was too low. Guys, it's a BMP. Guys, the crew count is 5. A BMP only has 3. Fucking idiots. It's a 30 millimeter gun though. It's got to be some like Japanese thing, right? Or France? Does France have anything like that? France wouldn't have anything like that. A 30 millimeter gun. What the fuck has a 30 millimeter gun? I don't know. And a 5-man crew. This seems like a pretty terrible tank. It's not Swedish, so it's not like a CV anything. Is it this thing? This fucking, what is this? The R? No, what is it? Yeah, this? The French? It's not French. Oh, I got the speed right though. Now, oh, that's it. Well, no, it's not true because the crew, damn it, but it's really close. So it's something very similar to that, but it's not France. CV, no, it's not Swedish. I can't be looking, guys. You guys are spoiling stuff. RCV from Japan? Oh, you think so? Damn it. I can't be, no, but I can't. Oh, all right, swallow my pride. They probably know better than you. That's what it is. All right, it was Japan. I knew it was, I said it. I was like, oh, it's got to be some Japanese thing. I knew it was going to be some Japanese thing, dude. Damn it. How long did that take me? I don't know. But man, who the hell knows what this thing is, bro? How do you, if you know what this is, you're a loser. If you know what this is, you're lame. You're a fucking idiot. Like, oh yeah, that's my favorite Japanese light tank. Like, who the fuck do you think you are, dude? France has a CV, silly. Well, that's not my fault. So shut up. I know it because I like test driving shit. I like test driving your mom. Let me tell you, dude, she is getting rough. That suspension is about to give out. I make myself laugh sometimes. Ayo, yeah. I actually like the Type 10 though. Yeah, well, nobody cares. Nobody asked. Nobody in chat actually cares at all. Chat, I'm out of ideas. I think I'm gonna shut down the channel. I ran out of content ideas at this point. I don't know what to make content on. I just feel like this whole tank thing is just not working. This music's pissing me off. And you guys want to see just how long you guys will stay? How long I can coerce you into just not leaving? Zelda and chill. Oh man, I miss streaming. Can I tell you guys that right now? I miss streaming. Legit, like when I was like I'm not even kidding about this. Like I tell you the truth when I say this. And you guys know I would never lie to you, right? I mean sometimes, but not always. Why is this taking so long to load? What the fuck? What's going on? You guys know I wouldn't lie to you about this, right? When I say, dude, when we were doing like the stream startup, you know, and it was on like this screen, in case you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it was on this screen right here, you know, and you guys were like filing in, and I was seeing the chat, like I was watching people enter chat and all that. Just after having not streamed for like a month, it legit made me smile. Like it actually brought a fucking grin to my toothy little mouth, dude. It made me smile like the Grinch does in that one part where he goes. I smiled just like that, and it was really nice. I just miss it, dude. It's really such like a again, like the whole channel really is like, it's just a nice like escape, you know. I'm not escape, but escape makes it sound like I'm running, but it's a nice relaxing, just like, oh man, I just get to hang out, I just get to chill, I just get to play some games and fucking riff, and I just get to be racist finally. It's just, I finally get to just say what's on my mind. And that feeling when knee surgery is tomorrow, exactly. It helps take my mind off knee surgery. And that's why I love streaming. I love hanging out with you guys because I just don't want to do knee surgery. Oh, you missed us. Oh, you missed us. Yeah, I missed fucking going like that, you know. When you watch Four Tankers and a Dog, it's peak tank media. I'm a bastard. I'm a bit of a bitch. I'm a bit of a not nice person. I'm a bit of a terrible guy. I kind of have committed many criminal acts, and unfortunately I seem to have abandoned it because I just stopped watching it, and I don't know why. Let me tell you, I will, and I know that means literally nothing. Yeah, we know that, but when? I don't know. I will, but I don't know. And again, I know that means absolutely nothing, but I will update you when I do. We got a nice game for us to play. Lamborghini Gamer has just given us. Wait, is this a game I can play right now? Wait, chat, hold on. This is a game that I think I can play right now. It's by the way, it's called Job Application Simulator. Which I mean, I should be pretty good at this since I've filed a couple job applications in my day, but we don't know. Hosa, here's from. Oh, Hosa. Oh man, yeah, I saw you in Bully Edda. I'm surprised it took you this long to join my server, but thank you for doing so. All right, guys, let's play Job Application Simulator. Oh God, that scared me. Jeez. Fuck, man, they're really gonna put the fucking tough choices on you right away. Okay, all right. Let's. It's okay. We can remain calm. Now, I'm not gonna lie. This is really loud. Oh. Hey. Oh, well, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad at all. Oh man, I had me freaking out over nothing. Oh, wow. Great. Oh, well, you know what? I just feel so good. I just feel so great. Now, hold on. Let's go get the other endings. But first, I want to lower the volume real quick because I feel like one of these endings is going to have a jump scare and it's going to make me poop my pants. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll turn down my... You know what? I got this. I'll turn down my volume on my headphones and you guys will just have to live with it, okay? Let's try this, shall we? Let's see. Let's try crying. Damn. Dude, shout out the guy who voice acted for that. That's awesome. Some guy actually recording himself crying into a microphone just for that. I got the fucking sad ending, dude. How do I get the third ending, though? One click could lead you to an eventually entirely different ending. Oh, God. What if I just, like... What if I don't do anything? Oh, I can... Wait, I can, like, zoom in and... Can I do that? Can I stand up from the desk and walk away? Wait, am I actually... Do I actually have the illusion of choice here, or is that just a coincidence? I don't think I do. Click on the job application. No, I'm clicking on everything. I can't pick up the pencil. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. What on earth did I come back to? I'm filling out a job application, dude. Life is a race. Let's be racist. Yeah. Oh, wait, do I fall asleep? Wait, is that what this is? Like I slowly get closer and closer and I just fall asleep at my desk? Because that's actually what happens in real life. I'm help, please. I don't want a job. I'm sorry, guys. You have to get a job. Ooh, you have to get a job. This is just randomized? What do you do? More information. We have to do some detective work. A little bit spooky, I guess. Can never figure out that third ending. You should add something so the player doesn't do anything for a specific amount of time. Something crazy will happen. So that's not one of the endings. Truly horrifying experience. Oh man, the guy freaking spoiled it. Okay, well. Move your mouse around in the menu until you find something. Oh wait, U. Look, the Y U doesn't look right, does it? Oh, that's just the font. Let's see that the Y is like smaller than the O and the U. Move your mouse around in the menu until you find something. On the corners, maybe? Chat, this is an enduring mystery. A puzzle game. I never thought I'd figure this out. I never thought I'd be tasked to play a puzzle game today. Get an ending, the menu, not in game? What do you mean? What? Download? No, I don't want to download. I don't think I want to do that. Until you find something. Until you find something. What am I supposed to find? Whoa, whoa, whoa! What? Whoa! Whoa! What have I done? I don't think I did that, Chad. I think that's just what happens. I think the distance you are from the table is randomized. I don't think I have any influence on that, even though it really feels like it. Chad, I have no idea. Chad, I'm scared. I have no clue. Can I inspect source? No. I'm just gonna fucking cry. I can't take this anymore. I can't take it anymore. Oh, get an ending and see in the menu. Look around. I don't think there's anything here, man. Chad, I think this is it. I think this is it. I think you guys are... I think you're delusional. You fucking crazy. Oh, maybe here. Maybe this menu. Do I have to do some Five Nights at Freddy's shit and like brighten the screen? Hold on. I thought it was just as simple as just enabling the good ending and the secret ending. Credits? Desk lamp, pencil, sound, carefree. He has to put in all the credits for the stuff he used, like the resources. Wait, did he actually make a job application thing? Oh no, I think the job application. Yeah, he probably just got like a PNG of a desktop application or a job application. Did I say desktop application? Job application. Chat. I think this is like. Chat. I think you guys are off your rock. Oh! The secret ending. What the fuck? It is Five Nights at Freddy's. I was right. Oh my god. Chat, what have we uncovered? What is that? Wait, that's it? Is there more? I can't even read what that's supposed to say. Is that it? You just gotta go around until you find it? So you find that little yellow cube? What's over here? Is there a secret to the secret ending? Are there multiple secrets in this? Oh my god, this goes on forever. Oh my god. That goes back. I think I got lucky in that I just found it right away. Is the stream dying because of the screen effects? I think it literally is. I think I just got lucky and I found the thingy that you're supposed to find right away. I think you're supposed to just wander this endlessly. I can't even read what that's supposed to say. And I'm scared. I'm waiting for like the fucking you know that prank that people would play and like the like ghost lady would appear on your screen and scream at you? I'm waiting for that to happen. I think it just loops around. I don't think there's anywhere else to go. Oh, there's another one. Wait, is that it? Oh, yeah. Hey, you must have placed a bunch of them around. Okay, well. That's it, chat. That's Job Application Simulator. There you go. We got a job. I think we cried. We got a job, and we explored the labyrinth. I think that's pretty much it. And are we sparing the women and children tonight? No. No, we're not. Nope. Oh, my fucking turn my volume down on my headphones. I forgot about that. That was really loud for you guys, I imagine, probably. StreamEd. Can we play? Wait. Can we have a GTA playthrough? Ooh. When GTA 6 drops, I mean, I think I have to, right? Like, I think I'm literally obligated. You guys do realize, and I hate to be that I'm the one who has to tell you this, but you guys do realize that when GTA 6 drops, there literally won't be anything else on YouTube at all. Every single YouTuber that you know is going to be playing GTA 6. And also, every single YouTuber that you don't know is going to be playing GTA 6. GTA 6 playthroughs are going to flood YouTube. Even people who don't play video games are playing my first video game, GTA 6. Like, you guys do realize that this is going to be a monumental event, right? Like, this is going to be, like, historical. The damn apocalypse. I know, the fucking, the algorithm, that's the word I was thinking of, is going to be so fucked. Because it's just going to be, it's all going to be GTA 6. It's not coming out. I would be very surprised. I've heard some people say that. Maybe you're joking, but I would be very surprised if after all this marketing, after everything they've put into it, that they would just not release it. Like, I know it's been, delayed a bunch of times and everything, but like, there can't be, like, there's no way that it won't come out. Like, even Cyberpunk 2077, which actually, by the way, a friend of mine gifted me Cyberpunk 2077 because he thinks it's like the greatest RPG ever, and he says it's fixed now, it's amazing, you need to play it now. So actually, a Cyberpunk 2077 playthrough might be in our future too. It's going to be a Cyberpunk, but what I was about to say is Cyberpunk still came out. Like, yeah, it was broken and everything was busted, but like, it's still, like, they still released it, and now they fixed it. Apparently it's really good now. I don't know, but apparently my buddy of mine swears by it now. So like, you can say, yeah, maybe GTA 6 is not, like, the trailers are lying and it's not nearly that, it's not gonna be that good or whatever, it's gonna release unfinished. You can say that, but like, saying it's not coming out, like, I don't think that's a little too much. I think like, it's definitely gonna come out. It's definitely gonna release. Like, there's no way it won't. Do you think it'll surpass GTA 5 in sales 24 hours on launch? I don't know about 24 hours, but I think, yeah, it will. I think it'll get real fucking close to GTA 5 sales within the first weekend, within the first week, definitely. Within the first week surpassing GTA 5 sales? Maybe, but visuals are nothing. I mean, I would agree with you in the sense that, like, I would much rather have a game that is fun but looks like shit. However, unfortunately, that's not how people buy. People often buy games because it looks good, because like, oh, the graphics are amazing, that looks amazing, I'm gonna buy it. Now, I think a lot of people, they buy those games and then they regret it, then they go, oh, it turns out this actually isn't fun. But I don't think, like, I think people maybe see video game graphics as this thing, and I know Dunkey did a great video on it, and all these people have made video essays about this, but like, I don't think these companies would be putting so much effort into it if it still wasn't something that sold, Like, we can see straight through it. We can, like, smart consumers can see, like, the graphics don't actually mean anything for the game, and like, I see right through this corporate hodge. But I think they still do it because it still works, because people do still buy games that look really good. Also, of course, like, if you can make a game look really good, then I don't see why you shouldn't. And GTA 6 certainly looks, like, graphically looks very, very impressive. But yeah, I'm more excited about what GTA 6, like, how GTA 6 will improve upon GTA 5, like what they're gonna do, all the new stuff that's gonna be in it. Like, I'm imagining, because even if GTA 6 is basically GTA 5, but like with the animations and graphics and everything of Red Dead 2, even if it's just that, like, honestly, I would buy that and I would play it, because that seems awesome. Graphics mean it's gonna run like ass and be a bug fest. I think it depends on the developer, but that's always been, new games will always challenge your hardware. That's always how it's been. It's like, yeah, GTA 6 is gonna absolutely destroy your computer, when it comes out on day one. But if you wait like a year or 2 or 3 years, then you'd probably be okay. Like, there are games today, you know, where it's like, oh my god, this game utterly destroyed your computer back then. But now, if you play it now, it's fine, you know? That's always how it, like, all the new games, that's the consumer race, by the way. If we want to get real, like, put on your tinfoil hats, you know? The GPU, they want you to buy, it's a cycle. They come out with games that are purposefully, I don't know this for sure. I'm obviously, again, this is like tinfoil hats, you know? I don't know if I believe this, but I'm spitballing here. They come out with games that they know are going to be too much for your computer to handle, so it forces you to buy all the latest GPUs and things, you know. So like that's the cycle. So like, oh yeah, my I have a AMD an RX 6750 Ti. It's like, oh yeah, which I think is equivalent of a 3060 or so. It's like, oh yeah, that's not gonna run GTA 6 at all. But hey, if you buy our new 6 series card, or the new 6070 or the new 6080 Ti series card from Nvidia, might be able to make that GTA 6 run a little bit smoother for you. Because I think one thing that plagues games today is like a lot of these like developers will use like engines like Unreal 5 or whatever, and they'll be horribly optimized. By the way, I don't think Unreal 5 is like a bad engine. I just think people use these engines as crutches, like these open source, or I guess open source, but these engines that are available for the public. People use them and they just don't optimize, and they get lazy with they get lazy devs, or they're under a time crunch or whatever it is, and it's poor optimization. I don't think these big companies like Rockstar and stuff would make those kinds of mistakes. Well, now like companies like EA and all these guys have shown that they will. But like Rockstar to me is like, Rockstar just has their hit rate is too good. And I guess that's what people said about Cyberpunk, right? People were like, dude, The Witcher 3 was amazing. There's no way. I don't know, but GTA 6 isn't promising on the scale of Cyberpunk, you know? Like, Cyberpunk was clearly something that CD Projekt Red, well, I guess looking back, it was obvious they couldn't handle it, but yeah, because they made a large-scale open-world RPG game with Witcher, and then people were like, they're going to do it again with Cyberpunk. No reason why they can't, but I don't know, I feel like Cyberpunk was, I don't know, maybe, yeah. I don't know. I think Rockstar can make GTA 6. I see why it's been delayed a bunch, but I agree. You have games that even with top-end hardware still run like ass. What games? Play the new infantry game that Gaijin is going to release. They're releasing a new what? That's not what happened to Enlisted? Was that not their infantry game? Yeah, reminder fuck Ubisoft, that's true. Monster Hunter Wilds is number 1 right now. Is that, who makes one Monster Hunter though? Is that like a AA game or is that a AAA game? Also, I guess what I'd say is, how recently did that come out? Monster Hunter Wilds. How recently did that drop? February 28th, 2025. So no, yeah, it's these new games come out and they run like shit on top tier hardware because they're challenging the top tier hardware. So then when Nvidia drops the new, like what, we're on the 50 series now, then Nvidia's going to be like, freaking check out the new 60 series card. It's going to make your Monster Hunter run a lot better. Like, yeah, like GTA 6 is going to come out and it's going to run like ass on all hardware. Like, yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. But that's why they then force you to pay money to buy new GPUs and better hardware. The fuck do triple, quadruple, double A mean? Same as tank fighter generations? Yeah, well, it's arbitrary and exists for advertisement. I don't know about advertisement. It is a nice way to categorize the size and scale of development studios, though. The quadruple A is definitely, yeah, like that's some stupid, like, the fuck are you talking about? But like, 'cause that doesn't exist. But like, obviously, A, or I guess indie. I guess like a single A game doesn't really exist, or a company. Like, there's indie, and they go straight to double A, which is like, you're a decent sized company, but you're not like, it's not like a guy in his garage making a game. And then triple A is like a you know, many employees corporation. But and there's nothing you can buy to make it run nicely. I mean, first of all, do you know that for sure? Secondly, yeah, that's what I'm saying is the game came out this year, right? It's a brand new game. So it runs like shit on everything, and then that's why when the new series of GTA or GTX, or when the new series of graphics cards and PC components come out, which are not out right now, but when they do come out, then that becomes a, well shit, now I gotta buy this so I can play this game that just came out. Double AAA's an indicator how much money sunk into it. I mean, yes, I suppose that is a way to say it. I've always used it to measure not the game, but the size of the studio, you know? Like, AAA is like, yeah, like Ubisoft or fucking GTA 6. I've used it like AAA is like the big studios with like hundreds, thousands of employees, whatever, you know, like Microsoft or Blizzard or Rockstar, you know, all these big guys. Bungie, all these guys are big AAA studios. Double A is like I would say Arrowhead is a double A studio, you know? Like Helldivers, like their only real game was Helldivers. They made a couple games since, you know, stuff like that. But like Helldivers 2 was very much a huge, like they did not previously make games to the scale of AAA studios. Like they previously did not make games to the scale of Helldivers 2, right? They were a double A studio. They weren't indie, but I've never heard double A, not gonna lie. I've always thought of double A as like you don't have you're not the company size of something like Rockstar or Bungie or whatever. But yeah, Atomic Art, yeah, or the Stalker game. I'd say the Stalker game is a double A. Like indie is like a small team, like a handful of guys, or even like one dude making a game by himself. Like Sprocket, that's an indie game. That's one guy making it. Aces in Armor, I call that an indie game. It's a handful of volunteers and paid guys. Like it's a handful of guys making it, you know. But then a double A studio is like we have an office, we have a building, we have paid employees, we have staff. Like we are like an actual like functioning company, but we have, you know, like 50 employees or like 30 employees or whatever, you know. And we don't make like big groundbreaking games that constantly top charts. We are a respectable medium-sized game studio. And then AAA is like the big hitters, you know, the big guys. Nobody will call themselves AA. That's bad for marketing. Well, yeah, I don't think it's a marketing term. But until that's why I think the quadruple A thing was so weird. Is yeah, Ubisoft was like, this is the first quadruple A game. It's like, yeah, it's like, what does that mean? It's basically, yeah, it was Ubisoft trying to say we're even bigger and better than all the AAA studios out there. And it's like, what? Like that doesn't mean anything. Like you're either AAA or you're not. So yeah, them trying to use like their double A, quadruple A, triple A status to sell their game. That's just silly. Like it speaks nothing to the quality of the content, you know? It's like saying like, we're not really going to tell you much about the game, but we're a big studio, so it must be good, so you're going to buy it. It's basically like saying like, hey, this new movie's coming out. We're not going to tell you what it's about or what the movie is, but it's an A24 film, so like, that's all we have to advertise. All we have to advertise that it's A24, and you're going to go watch it. So all we're going to say is that it's a quadruple A game. It's like, whoa, a studio even better than the triple A studios is making it? Well, then surely it's going to be good. Or maybe they were saying it's to the scale. There's like, it's a quadruple A scale game. Like this game is so big and so bold that none of the current top tier studios in the world like could have possibly made it. Like we had to invent a new fucking tier for the kind of studio that would have to make this type of game. I don't know, that's sort of how I've been in, that's kind of what I thought about. But of course it was all hogwash. Like yes, it was all bullshit. I'm not arguing that it wasn't stupid. Like yeah, obviously that doesn't make any sense. I think that's why everybody laughed at it. Half a company is a single game making it, some single person making a game. Trust, that's so true. Yeah, we have a AAA, a double A, and then a single A, and then a half A. Yeah, single A isn't really used, but it's basically an indie studio. Yeah, that's what like even through, and I seem to be one of the few people here sort of defending and going after, or like really giving credence to the AAA, double A format. But even I'll admit, I don't really know what a single A studio is. To me, it's like indie, double A, and then triple A. Like I don't know what a single A studio would be. Expedition 33 was a double A with a small 18 people studio. Yeah, you know, they're in Western Europe. Yeah, you know, it's people like Rebellion, the guys who make like the Sniper Elite series. You know, like that's a double A studio. Like that's a studio that like they exist. They have an office. They have a building. They've got a good number of games under their belt. But like, you know, like Sniper Elite isn't like a top charting, like balls busting franchise. You know. Never heard of half A? Yeah, we're joking. I don't think that's a real thing. Only ever heard indie and AAA? Yeah. I mean, I think double A may very well be my invention, but that's all. I have always measured games by that metric. What are the, I mean, I'm just like running through. Like, I would consider actually, I would say like Paradox Interactive is a double A studio, you know? Like, I don't know how many people work at Paradox, I guess. But like Paradox, you know, they make Hearts of Iron, and they make like, and double A studios can make games that break through and become like, you know, house recognized game. Like Helldivers 2 is a great example. Hearts of Iron, you know, like, but those are made by double A studios who just made a game that broke big. Whereas triple A studios, like, yeah, like, you are in charge of these like multi-million like franchises, you know, like Bungie, like you got Destiny and Halo, like Halo, Call of Duty, like Activision is like, you got fucking Call of Duty, EA, like Battlefield, you've got all these big franchises, these big deals, you know. I'd say like Respawn probably was a AAA studio or a AA studio, but I think now they're getting into their AAA territory. Oh, I guess they're owned by EA, so yeah, never mind. I guess they are still a AA. Actually, that might be a good metric as well, is you can't be owned by somebody else. Like, oh no, but Blizzard is owned by Activision. No, but they merged. So now it's one company. So now it's not that Blizzard is a AAA studio owned by Activision that is another AAA studio. Isn't it that they've merged and now Activision Blizzard is one studio that is AAA? I'm trying to think in my head, could a AAA studio own another AAA studio? Or would that, like, can a AAA studio be owned by somebody? Does that not make it? Does that still make it AA? Does that downgrade it? I guess demote it to a AA studio if they get owned by somebody. Paradox is a Swedish household name in Sweden, like DICE and Battlefield. Okay, that's a fair point. I'm sure there's probably somebody could probably make an actual chart and go by the numbers of like how many employees they have and how much revenue they bring in to actually rank. Actually, wait, has anybody done that already? AA versus AAA game studio. Yeah. Okay. I mean, take it with a grain of salt. This is the AI overview. Thank you, AI. AAA studios are known for their large-scale, high-budget productions with extensive marketing and global reach, while AA studios focus on producing games with more moderate budgets, smaller teams, and often targeting specific niches or genres. I think I would agree with that too. Yeah, AA games usually in studios are usually like, they've usually got something, and they're like Paradox, you know, like Paradox specifically makes, you know, the top-down management, like city management or civilization management or like strategy games, top-down strategy games. That's Paradox's thing. I guess you could say that like Activision, they specialize in like first-person shooters, but that's kind of such a broad genre that maybe that doesn't really count. And yeah, I'm seeing these game articles are saying AA versus AAA, indie versus AA versus AAA. What's the difference? Yeah, like this is a known. I'm not going crazy. I didn't come up with AA. That's not a. I didn't make that up. AAA games boost fancy graphics, making the most high quality 3D animation services of the future. Yeah, but I don't know, but AA games can make pretty good stuff. Hey, XCOM 2. Shout out XCOM 2. Yeah, budget, extensive resources, larger teams, and extensive marketing. Yeah, indie game is like, yeah, like a handful of people. Yeah, I would say that. I think we've come up with a pretty good. That's pretty much it. I didn't think that is the direction this stream would take, but that's it. Is Valve double or triple? Ooh, that's actually a good question. I think I'd want to say triple. I think I would say triple because they've been in charge of some pretty huge franchises and things, like Half-Life and whatnot. You know, I think so. I just think they're an old AAA studio that hasn't done much recently in terms of coming out with games. But they came out with Dota. I think Valve is a really unique studio just in general. Like they are fully unique, you know? They just are completely like, on one hand, they make things to the scale and budget and quality and production of a AAA game. And their franchises are AAA level of like popularity and household name and all that. But they also like they narrow in on specific niches, and they have multiple franchises and series under their belts, and they manage Steam, and they do all these things, and there's a lot of extra stuff they do that are kind of double A-esque. Is Gaijin AAA or double A? I think double A. Despite how popular War Thunder is and how much revenue that brings in, I think with the size of the studio, I think Gaijin is probably a double A with the size of their studio. Now, actually, I guess to be fair, I don't know how big Gaijin is, but I don't think Gaijin is not like a multi-thousands of employees, right? Like, Gaijin's a pretty mediocre sized studio. Valve is literally peak. They are. They're one of the last good ones left. When Gaben dies, we're truly fucked. It's over. Consumer rights are gone. Gaben is the last bastion. Someone has to come and take his position. Because once Gaben dies, bro, gaming consumer rights are fucking... We're done for. What's your favorite battery? I think AAA because it's the most versatile. My fucking Xbox controller takes AAA batteries, so that's what I'll say. Put myself on record, and you can ship that, post it, you can clip it, you can go on other people's Discord and say, guys, you won't believe it, Edit320 just said this. This is true. This is it. Edit320's favorite battery is AAA. Those are the ones. Wait, AA. Wait, AA's are the ones that go in your Xbox controller. AAA are the tiny ones. Sometimes I think I'm not right in the head. Sometimes I think there's something really wrong with me. Valve revolutionized VR and Linux gaming. That too, yes, true. Yeah. Yeah, AA batteries do everything, bro. SMH. I got a little... Wargaming is AAA? Yeah, how big is Wargaming? Because Wargaming does have... See... but... Because Gaijin also has Enlisted, which is also apparently a really, really popular game. So they're big, like they're not small. I was gonna say the big thing is that Gaijin has War Thunder and that's it. Like, and then War Thunder has the air, land, and sea all in one. Whereas Wargaming manages like the 3 different games. World of Tanks, World of Warships, and World of Planes. Or World of Aircraft, or I don't know, what the fuck is it? World of Warplanes? I don't know what the hell the name is for the plane one. Does anyone play the one? I feel like I hear World of Warships and World of Tanks. I don't feel like I ever hear about the third one. Like, does anyone play whatever Wargaming's airplane game is? Or do they even have one? I thought they did. I kind of hope his son keeps up the qualities of his dad or something, if he even has a son. Yeah, I really hope his son takes over. I don't know if he has one or not. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like Gaben is not the kind of guy who would have a kid. I don't know. I don't know why, but he just doesn't strike me. As a planer, World of Warplanes sucks ass. World of Warplanes is dead. It was meh. It's dead. Well, there you go. That's interesting that War Thunder is having problems with naval, and well, I guess that's where they excel, right? Like World of Warships is a really popular naval game, right? So Wargaming has all the market for World of Warships. So when War Thunder tries to launch War Thunder Naval, it's just like it's not as good as World of Warships. But then when Wargaming tries to do planes, people are like, it's never going to be as good as War Thunder. Because War Thunder, I think most people know War Thunder for planes. I feel like if you walk up to a random like wargamer on the street, not wargamer, but you know, if you walk up to a random gamer on the street and ask, do you play War Thunder? And they say yes, and then you say, what do you play? I feel like a majority of people would say planes. I feel like tanks are they're the one step below. Not by much, but I feel like they're one step below. I feel like War Thunder is more known for its planes. World of Warships is really good, but getting worse, just like World of Tanks. People are not happy. Yeah, I mean, ain't that the cycle of life, baby? Shit just gets worse. But then new things come out that are better in certain ways, and then they get worse. And then new things come out that are better in certain ways, and then get worse. That's always what it is. War Thunder was originally about planes, so it makes sense. That's true. That is true. I knew that they didn't have tanks initially when the game came out. In case you guys are wondering what I'm messing with my... I've got a little container of almonds. Dude, these things are so good. Oh my god, dude. Shout out fucking smoked almonds, dude. They're so good. They are so good. Especially if you trim with a little bit of M&M's, dude. Oh, just like... And I know someone's going to say, that's just trail mix. Just buy trail mix. Fuck you. I want to eat my almonds and my fucking M&M's separately. I don't care. That's how I'm doing it. And I got this from MREs. Literally, like, I would be eating MREs. Not that I casually eat MREs just on the daily, but like... in the times where I have eaten MREs. Some of my favorite things have been like the little snacks that they give, and it's always like almonds or peanuts or the fried corns, dude. Oh my god, the little fried corns are so good. And so I was like, dude, if those are such awesome snacks, then why don't I buy these as awesome snacks? Except TF2, Edda, because it straight up won't die. It's forever good. That's true. Team Fortress 2 won't ever. I think that's the great thing that Valve has understood. Valve has, and again, this is why Valve is just goated. Valve understands when to just leave a game alone. When a game is good and it's done, and you just need to, and you can just leave it alone and it's done, you know? And that way you don't risk ruining it. Yeah, like Team Fortress 2, like Left 4 Dead. Like, dude, Left 4 Dead 2 still gets patches. Like, I don't know if you guys have Left 4 Dead 2 installed or if you look at it, but Left 4 Dead 2 still gets... I still have it installed because I still have Halo mods for it, and sometimes I like to just, like, pop on the Halo 3 ODST, like, nighttime jazz soundtrack with rain in the background, and then just play Left 4 Dead 2 with all my Halo mods. I've got them all kitted out, so it's all the guns are replaced with Halo, all the characters are ODSTs, and all the zombies are Flood. It's amazing vibe. If you're a fan of Halo, it's an awesome vibe. I highly recommend you do it. But I still play Left 4 Dead 2 every now and then, and they still release updates for it, but they're all like patches. It's just stuff to make sure the game still works. Like, they put out a patch on February 5th of this year. So, like, they still update the games, they just make sure they're still working. They don't change shit. Now, I guess Team Fortress could be an exception to that because... Well, let me pause this. I don't want to do an update. I don't want to do an update while I'm streaming. It's going to take up bandwidth. They are sort of, I guess, losing that with, like Team Fortress 2, they did the competitive update, and that was very controversial at the time. I remember that. But that was like 10 years ago now, which is crazy to think about. But, you know, they still make updates to, like, Team Fortress 2, and, I mean, Counter-Strike is the big one, right? They're still updating CS. Now that's CS2, which, again, that was a controversial change, but I think now most people are fine with it. I think it's fun. I think CS2 is fine. But, you know, they, for the most part, they don't, like, add crazy new things. Like, I guess Counter-Strike really is an exception to that. Actually, I don't know about Dota. If anybody who plays Dota, have they been making really, like, huge changes to Dota throughout time, and they've like ruined Dota? Has Dota been getting worse? Love to see you play TF2. Dude, I fucking kicked so much ass in TF2 back in the day, man. I loved that game. How many hours? TF2, it still must be one of my, like, most played. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but my mom is having a romp, a hoot and a holler. Team Fortress 2. Oh, you can't see your playtime if you don't have it installed. That's crazy. Can I just go, like, stats? I have to go to my profile. But it must be one of my most played games, especially when I was in middle school. Me and my buddy Ivan, we just fucking hopped, like, after school every day. We just hopped on TF2 and just played and played and played and played. I'll let it be known, I was a no-fungineer. I loved the robot hand. I think it's called the gunslinger. I could be wrong. I love the robotic hand and the mini sentries. Those were my favorites, dude. I loved those. With the Frontier Justice. Peak. I was a big Pyro main too, actually. I think Pyro and Engineer are probably my two mains. Big Pyro main. And I got so good with Pyro that I was doing, like, the lighting you on fire and then, like, air blasting you into a corner and then whipping out the flare gun and then shooting you again. And then when you hit the ground, I whip out the fire axe and then I get you and, like, I'll do all the crit damage. Like, I got the combos down with the Pyro. It was big. It was hot. And weirdly enough, I tried to play Spy a lot, but I was never good at it. And then I was decent with Sniper, but I was better with Sniper with the bow and arrow. I was actually, like, a fucking killer with the bow and arrow with Sniper. I don't know why, but I was really good at it. But those are probably like the four that I really get. How's Aces and Armor going? It's good. They're working on some of their models. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say. I'm hopefully going to be providing with them a lot of reference photos and material from the Fort Lee Ordnance Collection. They're still I'm in their dev chats every day. I think the frustrating thing is like from people who aren't watching the game being developed, you think that they've just gone silent. Like, man, they haven't updated they haven't released an update or anything, and so on. The game must be dead. Like, they're not doing, but they are working hard on this game. But obviously, like, they're building everything from scratch. Like, they gotta, start from zero, and they're building maps, and they're building. I admire them a lot. Where they really don't want to purchase assets. They want as little like borrowed and bought assets as possible. Like they want to try to make as much of it as they can themselves in house. They have some very talented modelers, and I think they've got guys who are really good. But I think they're hitting a lot of the same hiccups that a lot of game studios do. Is just like, let's figure out optimization. Let's figure out like the map design. Let's figure out all this stuff. Trying to get AI working. I think the next demo they plan on releasing, there should be a functional shooting range, and you should be able to actually shoot the tanks and shoot the main cannons and the machine guns and things like that. But yeah, they're knee deep in it, man. They're going. What was the last Patreon update they showed? They gave an update. Oh, actually, they gave an update like about a week ago. Oh yeah, showing off the shooting range. Yeah, these are all of the model. I can show you guys. These are all of the tanks that they have modeled for the game at the moment. Their big one was here. Oh, so that's my OBS. You guys don't have to see that. Drag that out of the way. So these are all the tanks they currently have modeled for the game. So they just really started working on the Tiger. This is like their most recent, their current endeavor. They modeled T-26. This isn't leaked. They announced this on their Patreon. This is not. I'm pretty sure this is fine. Maybe that's like. I don't know if this is like a. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, they leaked this for the Patreon. Yeah, actually, maybe Alex. All right, look. Hey, Alex, let me know if I shouldn't have shown this, but yeah. So this is what they have modeled for the game so far. They're working on Tiger right now. So I helped them extensively with Panzer IV and T-34. I didn't really help a lot with T-26 because I didn't really know anything about T-26, and I haven't really been helping with the Tiger as much. But they've had to go back and make some corrections to Panzer IV and T-34. So these two tanks have been my wheelhouse, like what I'm helping them with and helping them develop. Especially the Panzer IV. You kind of learn something. I don't know, learn something about game development, but so when they started developing, they had a guy who was making the models, and the process for making models was not terribly streamlined. It was more of just like, we're going to do all the research, and then the guy's going to make the model, and then that's kind of going to be like, they were kind of two separate processes. So the guy who made the Panzer IV, he just kind of like did a lot of his own, like obviously we talked to him when we could, but he really just kind of went off and made the Panzer IV, and we gave him stuff and we gave him resources to help him do it, but he basically just went off and made it. And what happened was he made a very, very good model. Like, it's obviously amazing. It's really good. But recently, I was going through it and I was like, man, there's actually a lot of really small things that are just not modeled. There's a lot, and there's a couple mistakes on it, and things like that. And on like a prototype, first ever model tank, obviously there'll be a few mistakes and things like that. So there were a couple mistakes on it, and not everything was there. And I was like, oh yeah, like we should probably what's that gonna be addressed? And they were like, oh, actually the guy our original modeler who made that one, he has since left. He got busy with work and stuff, so he was not able to stay. And we have new modelers who are taking up all the slack. Like obviously you've seen they've modeled like 4 new things since then, but the original guy who made the Panzer IV specifically has since left. So they were like, yeah, and he had such a specific workflow and the way he did things, like we need to like, it's kind of going to be a huge amount of effort to go back on someone else's model and bring it back into with us and like correct it. It's gonna be a lot of work to do that, especially now that he's not here to help us. Since then, they have really streamlined their modeling process, where like the researchers and the modelers are working hand in hand. Like they're attending meetings and things with each other constantly. Like the modelers and the researchers are like together in a meeting talking actively. The researchers will be there like the guy will be making the model, and the researchers will be in a Discord call with him, watching him make the model, and they're helping him like in real time model stuff. So the process is way more streamlined and the information is way better, so much less mistakes on these newer models. But the Panzer IV being the first one they ever did, like, yeah, just a couple mistakes and a couple things weren't there. So they're going to have to go back on the Panzer IV and, like, fix a lot of it. And that's going to be a pretty big undertaking. I think for now their focus is let's just use our new process and let's make the new. Like, let's get Tiger done. Let's get T-26 done. Let's get T-34 done. Like, we're going to do that, and then eventually we'll dedicate time to go back and fix the Panzer IV. But for now, the Panzer IV, and I think the Panzer IV is still going to be the tank that's in the the demo. I think, they're going to keep using the old Panzer IV model. But just know that every new tank they model and every new vehicle they're working on, they're just getting better and better. Like the Tiger is like, I only showed you that one screenshot, but from what I've been seeing, the work they've been doing on the Tiger has been insane. And the T26 looks incredible, better than the T34 even, I would say. Which is that's all great news. That's all very, very good signs that, you know, they're getting better. And they said, I predicted they would, and they said that they would. As the process is streamlined, you know, they're going to get better and better at it. So I'm really excited. Like, I still think I'm still a member of their Patreon. Like, I still love what they're doing. I still highly support the game. I've been helping them here and there with like, I've been a lot less than I was initially, but I'm still helping out when they need like certain references for something, or if they have questions on stuff. The thing is, like, again, the Panzer IV was really my wheelhouse with them, and the T-34 I also helped a lot, but since they're kind of moving on to T-26 and Tiger and all these other tanks, they're moving forward. They're not really going back and like I'm not getting a lot of pings now being like, hey, can you share us anything with Panzer IV? Because they're kind of moving forward. When they come back to redo the Panzer IV, I'm sure they'll get me heavily involved again. And when they do a tank that I feel really, really good with, like once they start modeling Shermans, oh my God, I'm going to be fucking in there in the trenches every day, helping them with that again. But so I haven't been as involved with the project like recently as I was when they first started. But I'm in their Discord. I'm still a member of their team. Like they still call on me every now and then for just ask questions and things like that. And I hop in and I'm keeping up with the development. I really hope that game comes to fruition. Like, I really hope it happens. You know how much the base game is going to cost? I think they've said, I don't want to misquote them. I think they said 15 euros is what they said. That's the Q&A. Where's the FAQ? It's right here. It's either like 15 or 20 euros. I think it's 15. 15 euros, yeah. It says it on their FAQ on the Discord. 15 euros. Or, yeah, roughly $15 for the Americans. And yes, Aces and Armor, they do plan on building aircraft. But obviously it's the kind of thing, like, they obviously want to go one system at a time. You know, they're going to build the tanks first, and then they're going to get aircraft working and all that. I think, yeah, I hope aircraft doesn't become like War Thunder CAS. I think with the amount of, like, with what they're doing and the scale that they're doing it and the sort of simulator, like, they want to go quite simulator with it. Like, I think they generally want to model in the game how real life CAS just wasn't that effective at, like, actually killing tanks. Like, in War Thunder, a guy can swoop on you, drop a single bomb, and blow you up, and you just instantly die because, like, fucking stupid, like, overpressure or whatever. But I think I would imagine, and I don't want to speak for them, but I would imagine with the way they plan to build the game, I would imagine they would want to consider that and be like, well, hey, in real life, CAS was not actually that effective at killing tanks. Like, yeah, they might do a gun run on you and they might, like, blow your tracks or something, but you can just get out and repair it. Like, it's not that bad. I would imagine that they're gonna not build the game that way because they understand that that's frustrating and, you know, all that. But yeah, exactly. If it's going to be realistic, it's going to be balanced. I think that's sort of what I think that's kind of been their major philosophy with the game in general. Is if we model everything as it was in real life, then it's, well, to be fair, that actually some things will be unbalanced because in real life, unbalance was a real thing. But they have strategies and methods of making sure that, like, nothing is super, super overpowered. They don't want that. I think they're well aware of that, you know. So I don't think they would want that to happen. And did you want news about For Honor? Sure, I guess. When are we getting a Tank Mechanics Simulator stream? I'm not sure, to be totally honest, but probably sooner rather than later. I don't know what exactly I'm going to stream on this Saturday, but hopefully we'll do a stream this Saturday and I'll figure it out. It might be Tank Mechanics Simulator, who knows? Might do it. Oh, actually, probably be Red Dead, because Red Dead is usually what we do on Saturdays. Yeah, Holy the delay is massive. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh yeah, let me know. Yeah, I guess Hosa, did I leak anything? Did I leak anything that I wasn't supposed to by showing people that image from the Patreon? Like, I don't know if that's supposed to be a thing where only the patrons were supposed to see that, and I just gave it to a bunch of non-patrons for free. I don't think they would care that much. But if you do want to see updates like that, like immediately, you know, if you want to see those updates, then go support them on Patreon, and you can help, you know, give an extra $1 to helping them get that game made. And if you want to support the game, like, you totally can, and help it. When did you do it? It must have been like 2 minutes ago. I just posted I just showed them the screenshot of all the tanks that are being modeled in the game right now. Hosa. Just that screenshot that Alex posted of the Panzer IV, the T-34, the T-26, and the Tiger, and the 2 cars, the Opel Blitz and the STKFZ. I just showed them the image of those like unmodeled. I think that's fine. Yeah, I figure it would be. But there's even more. Trust me when I say there's even more stuff in their Discord chat, and also that they post. Like they give. I'm not going to show them, but they give updates on like they've got in-depth interior views of everything, and they got some of the animations they're working on for like the small arms and things. Lots of really cool updates. So if you do become a Patreon, you get a bunch of stuff. You get to see a bunch of stuff. Let chat identify Shermans. Arms Street Tycoon tanks, please. Arms Street Tycoon stream. Okay. We'll get one soon. Very soon. Did you get lucky tonight? Yep. Yeah, autistic nerd. I had sex tonight. Yep. I got real lucky. What was somebody had asked a question that I thought was that I wanted to answer? Oh no, not a question, but yeah, somebody had said, because of you, I'm starting to like and get interested into unique, less talked about tanks, and I'm thankful. Well, thank you very much, Pocket Hoovy. I appreciate that you give me credit for that. Yeah, the research for that game is pretty crazy. Yeah, man, because it's like it really is like it's every single nut and bolt. Like they have to understand the tank completely. And I think one thing that I've really realized, and maybe this makes a point moot of going out into the Fort Lee collection for reference, but dude, you cannot trust a lot of museums out there. Not that like museums are shady and don't trust them, but like a lot of the tanks that these museums have been altered in some way. They either have some late war configuration, or they have some like light restoration work done to them, or it's not exactly as it was in World War II. And there's a lot of these tanks, and you might be surprised, tanks like Panzer IV and Sherman and all these tanks that you might think, oh, well, they were super common. They were these super, built in mass numbers and like these super common tanks. Surely there's a bunch of resources out there for them, but you'd be surprised how much stuff there isn't on a lot of these like really rare, or not rare, of these really common tanks. Like, like Hosa can attest, like he was trying to find a fucking photo, an original. We wanted to get the dashboard for the Panzer IV, and we want to get it right, completely correct for as it would have been in that like mid 1942 time period. And all these dashboards we were finding on restored tanks, they weren't right. They were restored. They were fixed up. They were like late war versions, or they were versions taken out of a Panther or something, plopped onto a Panzer IV. They weren't like, we needed a dashboard as it was in like that mid 1942 period. Like that's what we were looking for. And to find like that exact thing, it was so difficult. Even Hosa like was digging through Panzer IV, wasn't it? Was it the dashboard? What was it that you couldn't find a like a photo of in the manual? Oh, T-34 research was crazy. That is true. That was even worse because the Soviets didn't take a lot of pictures of that. But weren't you saying that like you were combing through German manuals and there was like diagrams of like the hinges and shit on the hatches, but not a single photo of the dashboard because you were trying to figure out what each dial was and what it did and where it was located? And yeah, it's just extremely hard to get everything 100% right. Yeah, like we can make guesses, but we don't want to make guesses. We want to be like, we want a photo or a reference of what it actually was at that time. That's the way you want to model it. And when you're going for that level of detail and you have that high of a standard for it, it's really, really hard. And then of course, nobody can model until you got the research done. Oh, a Sherman Kahoot. Oh, that's what you guys are saying? A Sherman Kahoot? That would actually be hilarious and cool. Sure, the funny story of the Finnish ISU-152 is captured from Soviets and fitted with a 20mm anti-tank rifle? I did not know that story, no. Also, didn't somebody ask me about... For Honor update, right. They added a rapier-wielding Italian lady who auto-dodge non-unblockable attacks. That's actually kind of crazy. Auto-dodges non-unblockables. That is pretty crazy. Wait, did you do a J. Walter Christie video or rant yet? I did make a video on Walter J. Christie, particularly all of his suspensions, but it's terrible. It's really old, and I think my research is awful. I wouldn't trust any of what that server or what that video says. But technically, yes, I have a video in my backlog of me. The specific video, the topic of the video was all the tanks that used Christie suspension, you know? So naturally, I kind of went over his Walter J. Christie's history and then all the tanks that used his suspension. What's crazy is I totally forgot about. First of all, I didn't mention any of the American Christie tanks because at the time I didn't know they existed, and I didn't mention any of the British cruiser tanks because again, I actually totally forgot that they had Christie suspension. That's how like much of a fucking novice I was at the time. Should do a redo of it? Yeah, I think so. It might be about time that I got into actually remastering some of my videos. Like your old video style? Yeah. What you think? Maybe just like a video like no camera, like just the voiceover. It would be fun to recreate. Maybe redo the Christie suspension video and try to recreate my old style too. That'd be kind of fun. You also sounded a bit like Potential History. Yeah, because I was trying to be Potential History, dude. That was literally that was my early YouTube days, was like just copying Potential History, just seeing what he did. And I was like, I want to do that too. Please do remaster. Yeah, it's been on my list for a while to remaster a couple of videos. The big one, and this might be one of those videos that I'll be so scared to remaster, but it has to happen eventually, is of course the Slightly Confusing Guide to the Sherman. That video needs a remaster badly. I mean, actually it actually doesn't need a master that badly, because the information on it, of all my old videos, the video on that one is, the information on that video out of all my old videos is actually still pretty good. I can go back in there and I can correct a good couple things, but man, there's actually a decent chunk of or most of the info of that video is actually still good, which is crazy. So Slightly Confusing Guide to the Sherman, I think, does eventually deserve a remaster, but I need, like, that's going to be a huge project because I want to go all in. Like, I want to go all in on that. Like, that's got to be like a 4-hour video or something. Like, that's got to, I have to go even deeper than I did with my M3 Lee video, you know? Sherman Guide holds up very, very well. Thank you. It's still crazy. It's literally the third video I ever made, and it was still probably one of my best. What did I lose? What magic did I lose? What did I lose? No, I don't think I lost anything. I think my M3 Lee video is still, I think I generally got better. Like the Slightly Confusing Guide to the Sherman is like totally it's totally a exception, not the rule, I guess is what I say. It's a special video because despite its age, it's still so good. But I think for the most part, my tank documentaries got better. Oh no, it was the 4th video I ever made. I never knew that. Oh man, I always said it was my 3rd video I ever made. It was my 4th. I did two War Thunder music videos before that. Totally forgot about that. Man, 4 years. 4 fucking years. 4 years ago. That is crazy, man. That is honestly crazy. Here, I'm reminiscing, chat. I'm reminiscing just a little bit. That's crazy. It was 4 years ago. The first one, the one that started it all. Taking a gamble. Yeah, your Stoic, Sherman, and Panzer IV vids are what got me hooked on your content in the first place. Yeah, I always said when I started, I always wanted the Slightly Confusing Guides to be sort of my my staple, my bread and butter. But I've only made, like 4 of them, you know, over the course of all 4 years that I've been around. Yeah, I made a lot of videos that I kind of regret, actually. I think there's a lot of videos that I would get rid of if I could, but I'm not a big fan of deleting my history. So I don't want to get rid of videos. Every single video that I've ever made public on my channel is still public on my channel. I have never taken a video down or like made one public that then I made private or whatever. Like, I've never unlisted anything. Everything that I've ever made public and hit publish on is still on the channel. I have some weird like thing with that. I'm weirdly proud of that, but I shouldn't be, because there's a lot of videos here that I really should get rid of because they just don't fit any of my style or anything. They're very awkward. And yeah, me just straight, and honestly, these ones, I would take down every single one of these if I didn't have that weird stigma that I have to keep them up. I would remove all of the lessons in tank culture because it is literally, like, it is actual plagiarism. It is genuine, unironic, somehow like totally unabashed. Like, somehow I wasn't ashamed of this at all at the time, but it is just actual plagiarism. Like, I literally just stole his video format and even his thumbnails. Like, that's fucked up. Like, I can't believe I did that. So I'm very ashamed of that video today. Also, from what I've heard, Slightly Confusing Guide to the Stug has a lot of problems. There's the information on this is not great. I would really, actually, this would probably be one of the ones that I'd love to update sooner rather than later, because this, I think, from what I know, people who really like Stugs, particularly one person has told me it's not great, so I need to update that one. This video I wish I could get rid of. I hate this video so much, the Solving Mystery the Easy 8. I could probably redo this topic, but this particular video, I hate it so much. I wish it did not exist. I absolutely hate it. Chris's suspension video, again, great topic. I'd love to revisit it. Dude, back when the Great Depression, the big sad, dude, back when that was like still funny. That got the humor, the sense of humor back then. Battlefield 5, I think this would be a great video to redo as well, actually. To revisit Battlefield 5. Not to redo this video, but to visit that game again. I need to do another reading comments video. It's been a while since I did that. That'd be great. I think, honestly, I think right about... I think I would say pretty much everything from the Battlefield 5 video onwards. Now, actually Canada vlog maybe, because I really do love the Canada vlog. I think everything from the Canada vlog afterwards, I'm proud of. I don't think there's really anything I would get rid of after that. I'm pretty happy with all these videos. Actually, maybe the Gross and Panzer video. I don't think this is such an unnecessary video. I'd really made this for the Discord. It's kind of weird, like if you don't have that context of being in the Discord at that time. It's very much a video of its time. I don't think it's aged very well. I wouldn't make a video like it again, and I think it was the wrong approach for my first video ever acknowledging Girls and Panzer. I think this was not the correct approach. I would want to redo that for sure. Panzer Patrol, honestly, I love the Panzer IV video. I love this video very much. This video holds a very special place in my heart. I'm very proud of it. I think it's very good, and I love it very much. Probably one of the videos the M3 Lee documentary, the two-part series on the M3 Lee is probably the single project on this channel that I'm the most proud of. Like, I have had like genuine historians and museum people who have said, like, I saw your M3 Lee video and I fucking loved it, and it was amazing. The guys at the Australian Armor and Artillery Museum actually asked me if I would make a video on the M3 Lee's usage in Australia, because they liked these videos so much. So this has been, like, in terms of like making an actual contribution to history and to the history community, I think these M3 videos are like peak. I am very, 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 very proud of those M3 videos. They are definitely easily some of my favorite work. Let's watch the Sherman video together. Aw, you guys want to watch the Sherman video? Yeah. The ghost. Oh yeah, from the Stug video. Yeah, where's the Stug video? There it was. Got the ghost Edda. The ghost of Christmas Past. Waiting for you to make a second part for the Battlefield 5 video. Yeah, I do need to reuse it. Oh, I need to go back and do a Battlefield 1 video, but I need to get more comfortable with World War I tanks before I do a Battlefield 1. But I want to make a Battlefield 1 video for sure. Civil War video. I'd like to know more of it. I'm a tank guy, man. I'm sorry to tell you that, but there were not tanks in the Civil War. Not that I know, at least. Of course. Yes, please. Yeah, you guys want to watch it? Man, this has been a while since I've seen it. Let's check in on it. By the way, great album, by the way. Zelda and Chill. All great music. Where are we? Slightly confusing guide to the Sherman. Oh man, this is... Oh, my voice. All right, hold on. Let's jump back here. The opening, and in typical Edit 320 fashion, I like how, like, I've actually kind of not changed at all in this regard. In typical Edit 320 fashion, the opening, the intro, the actual, like, we don't actually start talking about the Sherman until 7 minutes in. The first 7 minutes of the video is an opening cinematic, and then just like me rambling on about like some shit. I never, like, this is not actually like, we don't actually start talking about the Sherman 7 minutes in. That's always how it goes. Edit 320 will copyright you. I am Edit 320. I'm not. Hey, I don't think you understand. Edit 320 live is not here, man. This is Edit 320. We're streaming right now. I like how I also did this, because I think I saw on an Internet Historian video. I saw this on an Internet Historian video, and I was like, oh, that's like professional and cool. So I did this. I've never done this on any of my other videos ever since. I don't really know what this does, by the way. I don't really know what the purpose of this is. I just sort of put it on there because I thought it looked like proper.
America's newest land battleships prove their power on the testing ground.
By the way, really cool thing here.
General Lee's, in honor of the South's famous Civil War leader.
Isn't that interesting? This is an original World War II news newsreel on the Sherman, and they call it the General Lee. Isn't that interesting? Like, where did that confusion arise? Where did that come from? They must have just assumed it was the same, because the Lee already existed by this point, right? And had been existing for about a year. So isn't that interesting that the guy, like, maybe they just thought that this new tank was also going to be called Lee? Because obviously, like, Sherman hadn't been come up with yet, maybe? Or maybe it's a voiceover from a different video plocked onto this one? I can't be.
They're rated by ordnance experts as more powerful than anything their size.
Not true.
The
but yeah.
entire US lost, what, 1,400 tanks of all sorts in Western Europe. For something that blew up, if a German looked at it sideways, they lost 1/6 as many tanks as, let's say, the Germans built Panthers.
Man.
But you may have noticed in
Quoting
the
my
past
own
couple
video.
of years, there's been a change in narrative, and recently a lot more credit has been given to Allied equipment, especially the Sherman.
True. Glazing the Sherman. Man, wait, the Sherman's kind of an awesome tank. You guys have to remember, too, this was made, I mean, this is 4 years ago. You guys have to remember, too, like, nowadays, the Sherman being such a good tank is, like that's lame, right? Like, that's so, like, that's like, the thing that everyone talks about today. That's, like, the common narrative now. I wouldn't say that was still the narrative, or that wasn't the narrative when I made this video, but I made this video probably right after that change, that narrative flipped. And it was still somewhat new to be like, yo, the Sherman's actually an amazing tank, and no one gives it the credit it deserves. And the Chieftain was obviously like a big reason for that. Like the Chieftain, his hard work, he was in the mines every fucking day, making videos and writing articles and things about how, hey guys, like the Sherman's not as bad as we all think it is. And that his peak of that, like his crusade to save the reputation of the Sherman, was like 2016 to 2020 probably. And I made my video, 2021, this video in 2021. So this was like right when the narrative had changed and people were really starting to see the Sherman as like not a piece of trash. And nowadays, I think it's gone the other way. Now I think people give the Sherman way too much credit. It's interesting how that works.
Recently, a lot more credit has been given to Allied equipment, especially the Sherman.
So this is just a montage showing like all these people saying all these good things about the Sherman, right?
The all-welded monsters roll on like giant living amphibians.
In fact, the Sherman ticks a lot of
Shout out
these
Potential
boxes
History.
here that we've been talking about previously. It was easy to mass produce, it was a fairly capable vehicle, and was able to be used on
Also,
all
not
fronts.
crediting anybody. Now, like, if I made this video today, I'd obviously put like a youtube.com/potential history. Like, I would put a credit for him somewhere. Did I credit him at all in this video? Like, did I even put a, I don't even know. Oh, is this a Potential History video? It is,
They thought
and
they
this
were
is
going to be
this
fun-
is where it came from. So okay, all right, I put him in the description.
I've ever dedicated to
I put him in the description. That's good at least. But yeah, I mean, we're hitting all the hallmarks, right? This is the Chieftain. This is Potential History. This is everyone. Like these are all these somewhat recent narratives coming out of how
It
the
was a
Sherman was
fairly
actually pretty
capable
good.
vehicle and was able to be used on all fronts, from the steppes of Russia to the jungles of Southeast Asia. It's been really nice to see the Sherman's reputation revamped by historians in recent years after
Yeah.
the tarnishing it took from the book that shall not be named.
Yeah.
Germans were not that. They were
And this
very,
is
very good
me
piece of equipment.
watching on YouTube, like, oh my god, hey, everyone says the Sherman is so cool. I love the Sherman now. Subtle hint that I love Girls in Panzer the whole time, by the way. And what was on my fucking Steam back then? I had Stellaris installed. Yeah, that's right, because I was still doing Spaced Out. Oh, that's crazy. I was doing my Fallen Order playthrough. Love that game. I had Unturned installed. Wow, that's funny. I had Dead Space installed because I was playing that on Spaced Out with Ivan. Ivan and I were doing our Dead Space playthrough. It's funny. TF2, yeah, TF2 installed still. Playing War Thunder. Back when the launcher looked like that, or whatever it was. OMG, I love, oh my god, look, the Sherman is so good. Wow. This is back before geometric, so you could just do stuff, and no one cared. Wow, oh my god. Man, I love the Sherman. Oh, wait a minute.
Nope.
See, that shit was going on even pre-geometric. Dying. Roblox oof, you have to include that. This was a great edit. I was so proud of this edit. The Sniper Elite, dude, the Sniper Elite is so funny. I was so proud of this edit. This took me hours to edit this together. to track the Jagdpanzer. And if you look, because it actually is what I was killed by. I actually was killed by a Jagdpanzer IV. So that's I went back and I looked. I went and found the tank that actually killed me, and then put the picture of it. But I thought that was such a great edit. I love that. I was very proud of that at the time. And this is also pretty funny.
This means that the Sherman has almost as much frontal armor as the Tiger does.
That's actually funny. Oh yeah, that was also a good one. That was also a great edit. I love that one too. I love that too. Germany suffers XD. Yeah, and getting killed by T-34s.
If it's not fun, why bother?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, this was pretty funny. I remember this.
Production and performance figures are a military secret, but there are plenty more where these came from.
Oh, but people still say the Sherman is so good. Guys, wait a minute. But I just played War Thunder and the Sherman wasn't good, so surely that's not true, right? Man, fuck this shit. Now, that's more to say that War Thunder is a piece of shit game and I hate it, not so much that the Sherman wasn't good. Funny thing about this montage, I actually, again, like in the opening you see me like totally kicking ass with the Sherman. I continued to. And in order to get the clips that I wanted of me getting my ass handed to me by tanks with the Sherman, I purposefully, I had to up tier myself. And that's why, like, I remember when this video came out, like there was somebody in the comments being like, dude, how are you getting killed by T-34 85s? In a standard M4A1, a standard M4 Sherman? Like that doesn't line up. And it's because, yeah, I literally up tiered myself specifically so I would just get my ass handed to me so I could get these clips of me dying. And I played like an idiot. Like you'll notice most of the time I purposely just dashed for the point and was not playing for my life at all. And you'll notice like a lot of the clips of me dying or me getting shot like in the ass or in the side, like places where I just wasn't looking or paying attention because I just drove in and I was trying to die for the clips.
Production and performance.
But yeah, the whole joke of that is everyone's saying the Sherman is so good, but then I go play it in War Thunder and it sucks, and now I don't like the Sherman anymore. That was the joke. Also subtle gut references, yes. Yeah, Cormor Mine Jagdpanzer 4, yeah.
Chances are, if you've decided to click on this video, you like tanks.
Yep.
Or at least have a minor interest in them.
I would hope
And
so.
chances are, if you know anything about tanks, you've heard of the Sherman, or have at least seen it somewhere. It's a pretty recognizable tank, easily one of the most
Back before I
famous
had the
American
pop
tanks
filter,
ever
so I
made,
was just
next
going
to
straight into the...
Abrams, and definitely one of the most recognizable tanks of World War II.
I recorded this in
Well,
this
you
bedroom.
see,
I recorded this voiceover in right here in this bedroom, in my pajamas.
I really like the Sherman.
Yeah, shout out the Hoi 4 OST. Yeah, the Hoi 4 OST, the potential history format in my mind, what I was trying to copy here was voiceover with Hearts of Iron 4 music in the background and like original like World War II footage playing in the foreground, so to speak.
Despite what impressions you may have gotten from
Oh
my
man. Wait a minute.
really like the Sherman. Kind of always have.
And look at that. 40 views, 35 views, 48 views, spaced out. I wasn't even subscribed to my own channel for spaced out. My banner hasn't changed at all. My banner is the exact same as it was all those years ago. That's all the same. Yeah, 3 subs I made this video.
You may have
And I made the Tiger video beforehand. And yeah, this I technically consider to be my first tank documentary, but it's also, I agree with the message of this video, but it's not a good video.
from my last tank video, I'm not aware of it. And I try my best not to completely suck any one country's dick for too long.
I don't know why I thought that was funny at the time.
$20 is $20, and wereaboos are more than willing to throw out hot dollars to get me to talk pretty about their precious tiger.
Because
But
making
my
fun
true allegiance-
making fun of wereaboos and people who liked tigers was still funny back then, and also literally me admitting on the open internet in front of a live studio audience on national television that I guess a bunch of people gave me money and I sucked their dicks to talk good about the tiger. I don't know what I'm trying to suggest there, but I did something. Why didn't you change it? It's good enough. It looks funny.
Is to the Sherman. Until very
Is $20 still
recently, I
$20?
thought I
It
had
is,
a
yeah.
pretty good understanding of the history of the Sherman and its variants, and felt very confident telling other people all about them, as if my word was gospel. But I always had a few questions I was never man enough to find the answers to. After all, War Thunder would teach me all I needed to know
dude.
about the Sherman.
This
right?
really is the genesis of this
they have
video.
almost every variant. It's all right here at my fingertips.
Shout out fucking YouTube
But I
poops, dude. Shout out YouTube poops when that shit
Still had
was
my
was
doubts,
a
and I
thing.
finally decided to do some proper digging around.
Oh,
with the
another Girls in Panzer reference right there in my tabs.
Sherman and discovered something miraculous.
I censored that because my real name was on there.
I knew nothing about the many variants of the Sherman. My life was completely turned upside down, and I fell into a deep depression for many, many months.
That's not true.
I didn't eat anything. I didn't drink anything. I didn't talk to anyone.
I don't know why I'm
I
harping
didn't
on the
even play
depression so
XCOM
much.
2 to relieve my stresses like I usually do, because they updated the mod launcher and now half of my Star Wars mods don't work anymore.
That has since been corrected. My Star Wars mods for XCOM 2 do work, and yes, I'm doing a playthrough right now. I've beaten all 3 Chosen, and I'm on my way to destroy the fucking Avatar project.
Was at my
Anyway.
breaking point, and I didn't even try to cope. I just buried my head in the sand like an ostrich during a thunderstorm and tried to deny my failure.
Yep.
But it
That's
was
true.
no use. So, eventually, I got my head out of the sand and buried it in knowledge.
That's true.
Just a heads up, I have a job. I get paid
That didn't age well.
money to do things at my job. However, I have a lot of free time at my job.
That's true.
I have access to the internet at my computer, and I can access my Google Drive from said computer.
Once again, having to
So,
censor my
I
name.
did what anyone would do at their job when they have free time, and I sunk hours and hours of it researching the Sherman.
That's true.
I'm not joking.
It is
here.
true.
I literally spent every free second I had doing the research for this video.
Shout out Sherman
writing
Minutia
the
homepage.
script and just building this video in my head.
That's the Sherman,
It
my
took me
Sherman.com or the
weeks
Sherman
of
website.
non-stop, passionate work.
Tank
and
Archives
I
there in the
loved
background.
every second of it. It's moments like this that reinforce in my head that tanks
Good night,
are my
Goobert.
true passion. Sitting before you now, recording this voiceover in my pajamas,
That's true.
I feel enlightened. Like the Sherman God
That's an M3
himself
right
has
there, but that's
descended
cool.
upon me and given me the 10 Commandments. And so I have created this video to pass that knowledge on to you all. Any questions you could ever have regarding the Sherman and its many variants will be answered in this video. And trust me when I say, my intel is solid. Many of you may have clicked on this video.
It's not a good way to start a video, just being like, trust me, I'm right. But hey,
Mere tank perusers, a casual viewer and enjoyer of tanks.
that's true. This is still most, by the way, yeah, this is still most of you, by the way, right now.
Intel is
watching this
solid.
video. Hold
Many
on.
of you may have clicked on this video mere tank
Man, this is still you right now. Leave a like on the stream if this is still you. If you're still an average tank peruser, dude.
perusers, a casual viewer and enjoyer of tanks.
Let me know.
Some of you may already be.
And
visible
then now leave a subscription on this channel if this is you. If you're a tank veteran.
veterans. But I can guarantee all of you will leave this video better men.
Ooh.
Or women. I don't discriminate.
Shout out.
The knowledge I'm about to
Shout out
bestow
women in the
upon
chat?
you will be priceless.
Any women in
and
the
you will
chat?
be granted the honor of passing it on to your friends.
The fuck is a peruser? I'm not sure, to be honest. I think it's just somebody who peruses.
Almost certainly don't care and will just pretend to listen.
That's
Either
true.
way, your
That also
lives will
happens.
be forever changed. Hello, everybody. My name is Edit320, and
That
this
is my name. That's
a
true.
slightly confusing guide to the Sherman tank. So, without further ado, let's just jump right into this.
I was quite proud of this. The footage with the music crescendo, I liked this a lot. Very cool. That is like that intro. It's 100% true. Like this video really came from the fact that all my tank knowledge came from War Thunder, and I loved the Sherman. I thought it was cool. Particularly, I think I loved the Sherman because I was watching it in real time become this tank that everyone was starting to love again. Like I was watching in real time these people like the Chieftain and like Potential History do these like reputation revivals on the Sherman. So I was watching this underdog become loved. And I was like, dude, this is like, I fell for it like that, you know. I got this like hometown pride for the Sherman, so I started loving it for that reason. And I thought I knew everything I needed to know because of War Thunder. I was like, cool, War Thunder has everything I need. But then I forget exactly what it was, but yeah, like I just learned slowly. I just realized that, actually I remember what it was, and I mentioned in this video. It was the discovery of the M4A6 through Girls in Panzer. I mean, literally. When I was watching Girls in Panzer and Yukari mentions the M4A6, and I was like, what the fuck? I've never heard of the M4A6. That's not in War Thunder. So I looked it up, and that's where I found the Sherman Minutia homepage, and I started browsing that website, and I was like, oh my god, there's so much I don't know about the Sherman, and there's so much that I have wrong. And literally, like, it hit me so hard that I was like, holy shit, like, people need to know about this. Like, other people need to know this. Like, surely there are more people out there that are making this mistake just like me. And that's where this video came from. That's exactly where it came from. Woman in the chat here, tanks are cool. Thanks, Bonnie. Shout out. Holy shit.
Now, before we can explain the Shermans, we have to understand them.
True.
I used to think I had a solid idea of what the Sherman lineage looked like. After all, it's right here in
Yeah.
War Thunder. This was my basis for all my Sherman knowledge on the
My voice
visual
actually
level.
isn't as bad
If
as I
ever
thought it was going
forgot
to
what
be.
an M4A2 Sherman looked like, I came straight here. I hope I shouldn't have to say this, but this was not a good way to go about this.
Yeah.
In fact, it was very dumb, and I highly suggest no one base your knowledge of tanks on a video game like I did, because you'll almost certainly get it all wrong, like I did.
Is this video in like fucking... This video's in 1080, but all the footage I use is in like fucking 480. It's very bad. You have to watch this on 144p to get the true
It was
experience.
very dumb. And I highly
You sound
suggest
younger now. That's all. Honestly, I'll take that. I'll take that compliment.
no one base your knowledge of tanks
I'll
on a
take that.
video
I'd
game
rather
like I
that
did,
than
because
sound
you will
older.
almost certainly get it all wrong, like I did. Due to my stupidity, however, my idea of the Sherman lineage looked like this, with the M4 being at the top, like it is in War Thunder, and each variant moved down the line, one after another. The M4 came first, was used for a while, then the M4A1 was designed to take its place. Then, after the M4A1 had its run, the M4A2 was introduced as the next step in the line.
Yeah. This was literally, I mean, and it's organized. It is somewhat organized in a bit of a chronological order, I guess. Like the M4A1 was truly the first one to enter production, but it's not chronological. It's more about like the features of the tank and all that. But, you know, I saw this and I was like, oh, like this is it. Like this is, yeah, like this is the evolution. Like you went through from the M3 Lee, and then after the M3 Lee was the M4A1, and then after the M4A1, like the M4A1 ceased production, and then they started up production of the M4. And then the M4 ceased production, they started up production of the M4A2. I didn't realize, I mean, I'm gonna say it here right now, but I didn't realize that they all existed together at the same time.
So on. Of course, I knew that multiple Shermans were being produced around the same time, and some were produced at the same time.
It was
and
rage
I-
bait, but I guess that is a compliment. I mean, yeah, no, that's yeah, that doesn't. I'm happy to say that I sound younger now than when I did back then. How old was I when I made this video? I was 18, because it would have been 2021, right? Wait, 19. Actually, no, I would have been 18. I would have been 18, almost 19, because I turned 19. Hold on. If I turned 19 in March of 21, then March of 22, I turned 20. March of 23, I turned 21. March of 24, I turned 22. And then this past March, I turned 23. So yes, that's correct. So I was 18 when I made this video. And then I released this video in what? March? Actually, yeah, wait, when did this video come out? March 16th. I was about to turn 19. I was 4 days away from my 19th birthday when I made this video. Silence reputable historian. A 14-year-old War Thunder addict is speaking. Dude, that's literally it. That's genuinely what this was. And but the 18-year-old War Thunder addict was correct though. Although he became correct by breaking out of his War Thunder, of the whole War Thunder has on him. Turning 19 on the 24th. I'm so old. Thank you very well. Congratulations. Sorry, not thank you. Congratulations, Manny. I'm gonna call you Manny. How about that, huh? I don't know how to say your name. Old man. Yeah, I know. That feels really weird. Yeah, I was at the time I made this video, I was 18.
knew that every variant
So thankfully,
coexisted.
what all of you can feel comfortable with is, at no point in my YouTube career was I underaged. So you can listen to all my videos and know he's legal. Just in case any
on
of
the
you were curious
battlefield
about
at
that.
one point, but I always saw each variant as an upgrade and a next step in the line of the Sherman lineage, just like it is in War Thunder. This could not be further from the truth, and the discovery I made in this regard is kind
Bro, I
of
was still researching the M42. That's crazy. Nowadays I'm like way down here. It's funny to see the progress too. It's
The
so
Sherman
different.
variants weren't upgrades of each other or progression in a linear fashion like most tanks, but instead, all variants of the Sherman were produced at the same time.
Yep.
In fact, most of them had production begin in the same few months.
Yep.
This
Yeah,
means
it's interesting how, again, oh shit, I did not mean to do that. Oh
Now
no,
time
I clicked
were
on the...
produced at the same
Yeah.
time. In fact,
It's interesting how I keep the Jumbo in here as like a variant of the Sherman, which I guess it was, but I think maybe a mistake that I made with this video was covering some of the tanks like the Firefly and the Jumbo. Because those are like offshoots, you know, those aren't like the main core variants. Because a lot of people, like, they ask, like, why didn't you cover the M10? Why didn't you cover this? Why didn't you cover that? And so many other things, or the Jacksons, or any of that. Why didn't you cover any of that? the purpose of this video was to get through those core, like, root Sherman models, because everything else that then comes next, like the tank destroyers and the SPGs and all the additional variants like the Jumbo and the Fireflies, all of those other things, at the end of the day, all have to be built on one of these 4 original variants. Oh, 5 actually, if you include the M4A4. But so the purpose of this video was to really describe the original 5. But then I also dump into the M4A3 and I jump into the and the M4A6 and the composite, because actually those are, I do think, important, because the M4A6 is, you know, it's in that original M4A lineage. So the core of the video was to give you the grassroots Sherman knowledge, and then from there, from these core 5 variants, everything else was built on, and then you can go onwards. Were movies black and white in your childhood, or was the color invented already? Color was like on the verge. It's about to come out. That's why, like, all the little, like, all these little things on the video are in color, but all the footage I'm showing you is black and white. I actually went out of my house and I recorded this footage with my camera.
And begin
black and white,
in the same
because that's how it was back then.
This means the Shermans don't exist in a lineage, but a literal family tree. So that will be the structure for today's lesson. I will be taking the Sherman family.
Now you can
tree
also add a
and
driving
breaking it
guide
down
for the
you,
Sherman. Yeah, true.
Giving each variant its role in the family. I'm gonna
Slightly
try my best
confusing
to give them
driving guide
roles
for the
that make
Sherman.
sense for the history of that variant, but feel free to tell me how you would have done it in the comments below. Before we can jump into each variant though, there are a few ground rules of this family that you all should know. I based these rules on the mistakes and confusions of not only myself, but also ones I saw on forums and discussions.
Honestly, mostly
Think of
me.
these as the answers
Mostly
to the
my
Sherman's
mistakes.
frequently asked questions. If you want to be able to accurately identify a Sherman of any kind, you must follow these simple rules. I will also be using War Thunder for some of my visuals, because despite how I was literally just telling you not to use War Thunder, the models for the tanks in this game are actually very good.
Yeah,
Plus,
they are.
I like having a 3D visual I can walk you through rather than just pointing arrows at still images.
I'm still going to point arrows at still images, though, because I was too lazy. Wait. Did this get copyrighted? Oh, the Girls in Panzer. Oh, no. There was a Girls in Panzer track. Oh, fuck. Did it come and go already? Oh, no. There's a track from Girls in Panzer. Oh, wait. I think it's... Oh, wait. I know what it is. It's when I talk about the M4A2, I think. Yeah, this is it.
Next up is the M4A2. Produced...
Yeah, that's a Girls in Panzer track. Fuck, man. I'm gonna get copy baited. Well, here we go. I guess who was? I think Lamborghini warned me. Yeah. Gonio warned me. We might have to skip that.
Rule number 1. Every Sherman had small hatch and large hatch variants.
This is
with the
huge.
small hatch Shermans
This is
having a
huge.
more
Nobody knew this at the
dramatically
time.
sloped
I was the
front
first person in the world
plate,
to
but
discover
the
this, by the way.
hatches stuck out the front. Versus the large hatch Shermans having a front plate that was sloped slightly less, but allowed room for the hatches and kept the front plate as one smooth surface. Since every model of Sherman started out with small hatches, but were then later produced with large hatches as an upgrade, it is not a guaranteed way to identify a Sherman. Every variant of the Sherman also had direct vision ports at first, but most factories got rid of them fairly quickly, except for one which produced Shermans with them until 1944. Rule number 2.
I forget which
Shermans
factory
had
it was. I think
two
it
main
might have been Fisher. I forget exactly who, but somebody did.
turret designs. One for the 75mm.
Yeah, dude. Mainstream historians still refuse to talk about them, dude. I'm the only one. I'm the only one who'll talk about the small hatch and the large hatch Shermans. Most people don't even care. They won't recognize them.
And one for the 76mm gun. The turret for the 76mm was designated as the T-23.
It's not really true. They had official designations. They had casting numbers, but
there were slight differences all across the board.
That's
And
true.
As a general rule of thumb, the turret as a whole shouldn't be used to identify the Sherman model.
Yes.
As turrets got swapped around all
yeah,
the time.
a turret doesn't
Rule
make
number
it
3.
an A1 or an
Shermans had two
A2.
types of transmission cases: 3-piece riveted or 1-piece cast.
It's just kind of unnecessary
As time
to
went on,
harp on,
3-piece
but
riveted was phased out in preference of 1-piece cast. So you can see both on any model of Sherman. Although there are two major exceptions to this rule, it is not a guaranteed way to identify a Sherman.
so that's not really true. You can find the one-piece transmission on Shermans like early on. It was because the Sherman starts production in February of 42. That's like when it officially, like the I think it was Lima Locomotive Works. I think is actually the first Sherman ever produced is in comes out of Lima Locomotive Works, and then Pullman Standard is like right behind them a couple days later. That's in February of 1942, and then there's a huge gap of a couple months before like the next factory cranks out its first couple Shermans, and I think in the summer of 42 is when the first Shermans that have the one-piece transmission come off the lines, but that's not variant specific. So I say there's two major exceptions to this, and later on I'll explain that it's the M4. That's not true. It was a factory specific thing, not really a variant specific thing. I now realize that a lot of what I cover is really just like early to late variants, and saying that just because something changed on the Sherman from the early versions to the late versions doesn't mean it becomes like a new variant of Sherman. All of this is going to be a very convoluted way of saying that the engine matters and pretty much nothing else.
Rule number 4. 75mm
The One Piece! The One Piece is real!
Shermans had dry ammo storage, while 76mm
Again, yeah,
Shermans
this
were
is
used
a
with wet
early
ammo
late
storage.
version thing.
The W in 76W was indicative of that tank having wet ammo storage. Just little fun fact.
I was also the first person in the world to say that too, by the way.
To save
I discovered that.
time and your brains, I'm not going to explain the differences between them in depth in this video, but basically, dry ammo storage was more likely to explode when hit, obviously. Because of this, Sherman's was...
No, because the ammo's going to explode no matter what. The wet ammo was like, the idea was that the ammo would fizz a little bit before it exploded, and it would give you more time to get out. But obviously, as you might guess, it didn't really work, and there's a reason why, like, after the Sherman, we didn't really move on to the... Like, wet ammo stowage didn't stick around, you know? Like, if wet ammo was truly, like, this amazing solution to this problem, like, oh my god, this makes ammo so much less likely to detonate, then, like, surely we'd still have wet ammo to this day. But the fact that it didn't really propagate after the Sherman kind of shows that it was an evolutionary dead end. What really changed the Sherman's burn rates was that with the dry ammo, the ammo was stored up in the sponsons behind these panels, whereas with the wet ammo, they moved it down below the turret into the hull floor, so it was you had to aim a bit more specific to hit the ammo. The ammo was a little bit harder to hit. I mean, not harder to hit, but it was in a different place. You had to aim much lower, and you had to aim below the turret and all that. Like, still an easy shot, still an easy hit to make, but if you have all these racks on the sponsons of the tanks, like, distributed around the hull, it's just way easier to hit. And if you play War Thunder, then you know that. So it wasn't so much the wet ammo as it was the relocation of the ammo that really reduced Sherman burn rates. I think if the glycol solution or whatever it was truly effective, then I think it would have, it would have propagated. It would have kept going, but it didn't.
75mm cannons usually had extra...
Ben Shapiro refuses to acknowledge the wet ammo storage, and that's storage, excuse me. And that's one of my big beefs with him. I mean, him and I got into it just the other day. I was like, hey, Sheppy, man, I gotta say something to you. Why won't you acknowledge it? And he just won't. So, yeah, I got a big problem with Ben. I call him Sheppy because, we're pretty tight. We're pretty close. He's one of my best friends, but I fucking hate him. I hate him, and I won't let him in my house anymore.
It's welded to their sides to cover their ammo rack.
Yeah, so you can see it
Shermans
there,
with
where all
wet
the
ammo
ammo is.
storage didn't. However, tanks that were originally built with dry ammo storage that were then later upgraded obviously wouldn't have their extra plates removed. Therefore, it is not a guaranteed way to identify a Sherman.
Yeah, that's such a weird thing to call out. Like, again, that just really shows that I'm getting this from War Thunder, because there's the M4A2 76 in War Thunder that has those extra side plates, even though it has wet ammo. That is such a rare thing that you will come across that mentioning it is almost moot. Like, the idea of, just because a Sherman has the plates on the side doesn't mean it has dry ammo. Like, it might have wet ammo. It might be converted. Well, if it has wet ammo, then it 100% is going to have... Well, actually, wait, that's not true. That's not true. I was going to say, if it's got wet ammo, then it's 100% going to have the 76mm gun and the new turret. But obviously, that's not true. There were 75mm tanks with wet ammo. They were quite rare, but they did exist. Maybe not quite rare, but they were decently rare. They did exist. But those wouldn't have been... Like, the only time you would see the applique plates on the side of the hull of a wet ammo tank would be a tank that was previously a 75 that got converted to a 76. Like, you're not going to see a 75mm gun tank with dry stowage that was upgraded with wet ammo, and that's the only change they made. And so it has wet ammo, but it still has those panels. Like, that's not a thing. It's not really a thing that ever happened. So kind of mentioning that and being like, oh, just because it has the plates doesn't mean it's not wet ammo. It's kind of unnecessary. You don't really need to say that.
Therefore, it is not a guaranteed way to identify.
But it's true. Those plates
Rule number
were
5.
not specific to a
Sand
model.
skirts were not popular with the Americans and were usually removed. Therefore,
Yes.
it is not a good way to identify a Sherman.
Yes, and that's also, I like how I did this, and I had the text honestly cut off because I thought that would be funny. But this is, I'm yelling at myself because again, in War Thunder, you're going through all the tanks in War Thunder, and you're looking at all the individual features they have. Like the M4 in War Thunder has sand skirts and side panels and all these things. So then you tick over to like an M4A2 or an M4A3, and it looks mostly the same, but the M4A3 doesn't have side panels, or the M4A2 doesn't have skirts. Like, so you start picking up on those small details, and you think it means something as to which variant or which model it is, when it just it doesn't. Like, just all those little small details often don't really matter
To cover their
in the
ammo
War Thunder
loads.
model. You know,
Sherman's with
so that
wet
was
ammo
again
storage
me
didn't. However,
taking
tanks
my
that were originally
preconceived
built
notions of
dry ammo
how I identified tanks in War Thunder and projecting it onto this video.
storage that were then
saying
later
that's wrong.
upgraded obviously wouldn't have their extra plates removed. Therefore, it is not a guaranteed way to identify a Sherman.
But yeah, it's not.
Rule number 5. Sand skirts were not popular with the Americans and were usually removed. Therefore,
Yes.
it is not a good way to identify a Sherman.
And
Rule
that's
number
true.
6.
That is still
Shermans
true.
had 2 main suspension types,
Mm-hmm.
VVSS and HVSS.
Yeah.
HVSS was a late war upgrade that significantly improved the handling and ride of the Sherman.
I discovered HVSS, by the way, and Tucker Carlson will tell you that he discovered HVSS, but it's not true. It was me.
HVSS suspension is pretty
Him and I
easy
have a
to
big beef
spot.
over that.
However, it's not a guaranteed way to identify a Sherman, since it was an upgrade that was eventually given to every model.
Yes.
Rule number 7. The main reason a Sherman...
Now, again, HVSS, it can be good to note, like, it is worth denoting a Sherman with HVSS, but between the argument of what makes an M4, M4A1, M4A2, M4A3, M4A4, HVSS is not involved in that discussion, you know?
received a new
That's
designation
sort of my point.
was due to having a different engine, not the gun
There you go.
or even the suspension or the armor, except for the M4A1 and the Jumbo, but we'll get to those in a second.
Really, the A1 is the only exception because the Jumbo is still an M4A3, you know? It's not like they gave it a new designation. They just put the E3 next to it and they left it there. So Jumbo doesn't need to be here. But yes, the A1 is truly the only exception to that. And it was the same way on the M3. It inherited that from the Lee. So that's why. I like how this is by far the most important rule, because this is ultimately what I'm trying to get at here, is the engine is really what defines the variance, nothing else. And this is rule number 7. You have to sit through 6 other rules before you get to the one that like actually matters.
So no matter how similar two Shermans can look on the outside, the engine will be the 100% guaranteed factor to identify
Yes.
the variant. And finally, rule number 8.
That is
Unlike
true.
most other tanks made in other countries, the Sherman was produced by 10 different manufacturers owned by many different companies.
I mean, this doesn't make any sense because a lot of tanks were made by multiple different manufacturers. Now, I guess maybe, so for America and Russia, that's true. Like the Soviet Union, obviously, like T-34s came out of many different factories. And a lot of what you applied to the Sherman here also applies to the T-34. Like there's all these little things that make it, you can tell what factory it came from, but it doesn't denote a variant. Although T-34s didn't really have variants the same way the Sherman did. So, but making a note of being like, the Sherman's unique because it was made at a bunch of different factories, that kind of doesn't really work. That doesn't really track because there are a lot of other tanks that, like the Sherman's not unique in that regard. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember the German production scheme, more or less you had like one factory built one tank, right? Or not always, but like, okay, maybe not one factory built one tank, but one particular model of tank was usually always built at one factory. Like, Nebelwerk did not only produce Ferdinands, but all Ferdinands were built at Nebel, you know? It's that kind of thing. Like, Nebel also made, like, I think they also made Panzer IVs, and they also made, like, Krupp made Stugs, I think, and they also made turrets, and they made Panzer IVs. But, like, every Panzer IV was made at Krupp, even though Krupp itself made a bunch of different things. I think that's how it goes. I don't know actually if Krupp made Panzer... I don't think Krupp made Stug 3s, but Krupp did make Stug 4s. I'm pretty confident in that. And I think Krupp also made Panthers. At least they were supposed to. Whatever. Anyways.
Such as Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler.
But yeah,
As
calling this out,
such,
this
each
this
factory
rule
had
is
its
kind
own
of
way of making Shermans.
not
And
necessary,
for as much
but
as the Sherman standardized in
it's worth
parts as much
mentioning,
as
but it didn't need to be
possible,
an
you
A.
can
It
still
didn't.
find
It didn't.
extremely minute differences in almost every Sherman variant. This
Sorry, I should probably pause instead of talking over myself over and over again. Yes, it's an important. It's that rule is an important thing to mention, but it didn't need to be its own rule. That's all I wanted to say.
This is the reason this video was such a pain to research, because as someone with the idea of a Sherman lineage, all being produced by one company, one right after the other, I couldn't wrap my head around the difference between an M4, an M4A2, and an M4A3.
Yes,
The M4A1
because again, in War Thunder,
the difference between an M4, an M4A2, and an M4A.
Because again, in War Thunder, they all look the same. Which, I mean, to be fair, like even here, like they all look, you know, they're all welded hull, 75mm gun tanks, and you know, like that's what in War Thunder I tried to say, like, oh yeah, like I'd look at things like the mantlet or the sand skirts or the panels on the side and be like, oh, like these are things that are different between these particular models in War Thunder, and that's what I based my knowledge on at the time. But obviously, looking back, none of these little things mattered. It was all it was just the engine.
A3. If the M4A1 with its fully cast hull is supposed to be an upgrade of the M4, then why did they switch back to welded armor for the M4A2?
Yeah, that was one that really confused me. Because again, thinking of it as a lineage, thinking that the M4 came first, and then the M4A1 came after that, and then the M4A2 came after that, I was like, why did they just randomly for one variant make it a cast hull and then switch back? Like, why the hell did they do that? And that's obviously stupid to think. But yeah, when I thought of all the Shermans as a continuous lineage, that was a confusion I had, and I didn't understand why they did that. And then now you realize, oh wait, they were all made at the same time, so it just wasn't like that.
Long time, I was genuinely confused if the M4 was a separate model of Sherman,
yeah,
or just an overarching term for all the Shermans.
I didn't even know if the M4 was a real tank.
It made no sense to me at the time. I came to realize all I needed was a change in perspective. As I was doing my research, I came across this quote from Wikipedia, which explains this whole thing a lot better than I ever could.
Shout out Wikipedia.
The Army had 7 main sub-designations for M4 variants during production. These designations did not necessarily indicate linear improvement.
Yeah.
These subtypes
Huge
indicated
line there.
standardized production variations, which were in fact often manufactured concurrently at different locations. These subtypes differed mainly in engines, although the M4A1 differed from the other variants with its fully cast upper hull with a distinctive rounded appearance.
That's it. Like that is it right there. Honestly, shout out Wikipedia, because this is a fantastic explanation, especially that line there. These designations did not necessarily indicate linear improvement, in that M4A4 did not indicate that it was better than M4A3. That was huge, because again, as this idea in my head through War Thunder, I thought that they came one after each other, and it was in improvements to designs. It was better and better and better, and later and later and later. That line was very important when I read that. I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. And then at the very end, they sometimes differed mainly in engines. And then calling out that the M4A1 is an exception, like, perfect. Mwah. No notes. Chef's kiss. Wikipedia, that is a perfect summarization. Shout out Wikipedia, dude. Honestly, shout out.
But with that cleared up, your image of the evolution of American tanks shouldn't look like this, but should instead be more like this.
Yeah.
So now that you know what we're doing and what rules you'll need to follow.
Wait, did I put the Pershing after that? Yeah, yeah, T-25. Yeah. Honestly, what should really come after that is the T-20, really. Or T-20. Actually, T-23 would probably be a great. Dude, the fact that T-23 is not in War Thunder is kind of a criminal. Like, that's kind of criminal. Right? I don't think it is, because it's definitely not in the main tree. It's not premium either. Right? T-23? It's not in the game? Criminal. Absolutely criminal. It's a premium?
So,
oh, is it? Oh, okay. Never mind
now
then.
that you know what we're doing and what
Still
rules
criminal.
you'll need to follow as we go along, take my hand as we go for an educational walk through this dysfunctional family. And trust me, dysfunctional is not an exaggeration.
I don't know why I said that.
These, keep in mind that I'll be moving in chronological order of production.
T-23.
Not by model number. So don't be confused if we jump around a little bit. I won't be covering every single version of each of these variants, but I will do my best to cover upgrades that could classify a Sherman.
Oh, you're saying the
as a
T-20.
different
Oh,
model.
yeah, the T-20 is in the game. No, yeah, the T-23 is what I'm asking about. If the T-23... I'm pretty sure the T-23 is not in War Thunder. The 76.
Such as EZ-8s, the Jumbo, the 105mm howitzer Shermans, the Firefly, and the composite M4. But trust me when I say there are other, even more minute versions of these tanks that I won't cover in this video.
Yeah, and again, I actually literally, like, I say in the video, look, I get it. There are a bunch of other versions of the Sherman that exist, but I won't cover them because right now I'm focusing on the core variants, and I still got comments of people being like, why didn't you cover it? Like, why didn't you cover the M10? Why didn't you cover the Calliope? Why didn't you cover it? It's like, dude, I literally showed a picture of that tank and said, I'm not going to cover it. It's just, people just don't watch videos, man. People just do not watch videos. T23E1 is the auto-loaded one, right? No. The T20, the one that had the autoloader, I think was the T22E1. Red Wrench Films literally just put out an amazing video on the T20 series, and he sorts it all out. He gives you the exact lineage. He explains exactly what all the ones were. The auto-loaded tank was the one, it had the 75 millimeter gun. The T23 always had a 76. I don't think there was any variant of the T23 that used a 75. The main difference between the T23s were all just the suspensions and the transmissions that they used.
Because I honestly can't be bothered.
Looney Tunes tank with giant wheels? Bro, that's Big Wheel. You never seen Big Wheel before? That's a famous, iconic Sherman variant. It's a mine clearing vehicle. Literally the idea is that it just drives through minefields, and the big wheels will detonate mines, and then it's got so much clearance above the ground, it sits so high up that it's not gonna, blow a hole in the floor of the tank.
This video because I honestly can't be bothered.
T23E1 was planned to have an autoloader, but not built. Yeah, Wikipedia worded it vaguely. I'd love to know their source on that.
Starting off with the M4.
Oh wait, is this Großen Panzer? This is also a Großen Panzer song, I think. Chat, do we just take the fucking copyright L? See, this is in Japanese, so I don't know which song it is. I can't read it. Oh, chat, we gotta hurry this up. My dinner will be ready. Nope. Yes, I've got a no and a yes. I think it's just regular. No, the only good version of Johnny Comes Marching Home is the one from Großen Panzer. Google Translate, that's true. Oh yeah, translate feature in Opera. Let's see. Translate. Republic Hymn. That sounds like the dun 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 dun. That's that one, right? Because yeah, this would have been Johnny Comes Marching Home. So it's the Republic Hymn. So that's still M4A2, right? Yes, that one. All right, so we can listen to this and we're good.
Design is actually
maybe I talked over it enough that it worked.
Tank. It was built on the same chassis as the Sherman and designated M4A5 by the U.S. military.
Yeah, so. Yeah, actually, yeah, that is correct. That is correct. Sorry. Yes, that is correct.
For training, since it had all the same mechanics as the Sherman.
That's true.
A prototype using the 2-pounder cannon was produced in 1941, with a 6-pounder final version produced from February of 1942 to July of 1943.
Which is the same, like, that is the exact same, well, not July 43, but February 42, that is the exact same month that the M4A1 Sherman makes its debut. So some people would say, oh, the Canadians made a better Sherman than America, and they did it first. Well, I guess the 2-pounder version, sure, in 1941, I guess that would theoretically have been better than an M3, but I think what really made the M3 was the 75, and that's really what the M3 was. The M3 was the M3 75mm gun. What the M3 Lee really was a 75mm gun on a reliable platform. So some would say, oh, well, the Canadians built a better Sherman first. Like, the Americans were fucking around with the Lee, where the Canadians figured it out first. I think if the Americans wanted to put a 2-pounder into a turret on top of the M3 chassis, they could have done it and they would have done it. But they didn't. They wanted the 75. And admittedly, the Canadians did not do that. So, is 6-pounder a 75? No, 6-pounder is a 57. And the 2-pounder is a 45, right? Yeah, M3 chassis. Yeah, no, it's the same. It's the chassis as the M3 Lee's chassis. The chassis of the M3 Lee. It's kind of, and what sets it, how you can tell that, is the rivets on the bottom of the hull, right down here. The fact that the bottom of the hull, the chassis really, like up, this is the hull, right? The cast hull up here. Down here is the chassis. And this chassis, it's riveted. That's the M3, that's the Lee. Whereas the Sherman was welded. And that's how you can tell. There's a mock-up Sherman that was built for the TV show The Pacific, and the entire upper, like the hull and everything, and the upper is all Sherman, and it looks fantastic. It looks just like a Sherman. You wouldn't be able to tell. But when you look underneath, it's a Sherman with this riveted chassis, and with a riveted chassis, that's an M3. That's how you know it was an M3. And particularly, the they said that their tank did not have the suspension swapped out, so it had M4 style bogies on an M3 Lee chassis. That means it would have been an Australian Grant tank. So it's a Grant. So yeah, the riveted hull, or the riveted chassis, damn it. The riveted chassis is the M3, and then the welded chassis is the M4.
Military, but it never saw
And
service and was only...
so that actually isn't correct when I say that it's the same chassis the Sherman was built on. In design, yes, it is. But in construction, it's not, because the Shermans were welded down there, and the M3s were not.
for training, since it had all the same mechanics as the Sherman. A prototype using the...
Unless you count the welded Lees, which did exist, as the M3A2, I think, was the welded hull M3s. And then the M3A3. The M3A2 and the M3A3 were welded hulls. So they would have had welded chassis as well, probably.
The 2-pounder cannon was produced in 1941, with a 6-pounder final version produced from February of 1942 to July of 1943, with 2,032 Ram Mark IIs being produced. Its identifiable features include the riveted front to the turret, the large side hatches, the independently rotating...
Large side hatches is not correct because, as you can see in this literal image that I showed, so that's got side hatches, but
Chassis
in
is the
another one you
Sherman.
can see literally right there, they got rid of the side hatches. In fact, that right there, that fade, that's a perfect early
Off with
early
the M4A5. This design
Ram.
is actually of Canadian...
It's an early Ram and then a late Ram
Nicknamed the Ram tank, it was built on the same chassis as
fades
the
and then
Sherman and
is
designated...
a later model. I think they also got rid of the little turret up here, and they put just a bow gun on it eventually in later models. Because the one I saw at the Baseborden Museum did not have the turret. They just put a normal bow gun on it.
Its identifiable features include the riveted front to
So
the
riveted
turret,
mantlet, that
the
kind of
large
doesn't mean
side
anything.
hatches,
You can just see
the
that.
independently
Side
rotated
hatches
bow
and tiny turret, that goes away at the late variants, so that's
machine
not
gun,
unique.
and the fact that it looks nothing like a Sherman.
Jordan Peterson famously argued for the removal of side hatches. Yeah, and I told him straight to his face, I said, you're an idiot.
I could get flack for even including this tank, since it's really not a Sherman, but
Oh yeah, and also people also I still get my comments to this day. People are like, make a video on the Ram, or like we're talking about, oh, you made a guide to the Sherman. Why not like mention the Ram? It's like, dude, the Ram got an entire like 2-minute section dedicated to it. Like people be like, why have you never covered Canadian tanks? Why have you never covered the Ram? It's like, dude, I did. It's got 2 minutes on it. It's got a whole segment in one of my most popular
given the
videos.
designation of M4A5 by the U.S.
I understand that people want more,
And thus,
and you
I
know,
felt like I
eventually I
needed to
will.
cover
But
it.
like,
Also, because
crazy.
nobody really knows a lot about this tank, and I wanted to give it some space. It is still related to the Sherman, however, since it
who made the Sentinel video again? Probably Potential History. Potential History did a really good video on the Sentinel quite recently.
was built on the M3 chassis, which is the same chassis that the Sherman was built on.
Well, not
As you
true.
can see from the transmission case and the suspension, they are nearly identical to its Sherman counterparts.
That is true.
As
That it
for
used the
this tank's role in
Sherman
the family,
suspension
since it
and
was
transmission,
prototyped
but
in
the chassis
1941
was
and
not the same
produced
because
in
it was
February of
riveted.
1942, it technically makes it the oldest model.
And for all I know, later variants of the Ram may have had a welded chassis. I don't know.
On this list. Also,
I actually
since
don't know
it's
that.
a Canadian design, which is technically foreign, I decided to give it the role of the foreign grandpa who barely speaks English and is blatantly racist towards an ethnicity traditionally hated in his home country.
I thought
By
that
the
was
way,
so
this
funny.
isn't a dig towards any Canadians. I have no problem with Canadians, I just thought this was funny. Next up, we have the M4A1.
After having visited Canada, I can now say I got a problem with Canadians. You fucking syrup drinkers. Yeah, how about that, huh? Fuck you.
Produced from February of 1942 to July
Just
of
kidding, love you, Paul.
1945, with 9,527 units produced. It's probably the easiest Sherman to identify with its fully cast hull and generally curvy look.
Mm-hmm.
I always think this tank looks like something out of Fallout 4.
Still do. I still associate the M4A1 with that curvy, like space age car. I think I say that exact thing here. I still use that, like, to me, every time I see an M4A1, I think of like an old Chevy or an old Pontiac, like those like 1940s, 1950s, like very curvy, bubbly cars back in the day.
Although I guess more accurately, the tanks in Fallout 4 look a lot like this, since surely they would.
I think I was just playing a lot of Fallout 4 at the time.
Not the other way.
That's why I say it.
Either way, the curvy hull of this design really makes me think of 1950s, 1940s, kind of that curvy
Yeah.
space age car look.
Yeah, it's the exact. Yeah, and these are all like Fallout concept art, but still, like I still get that vibe from it.
I don't know. I'll throw up pictures and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. It was the first variant of the Sherman to be produced and the last to have
Any Canadians in the audience? I hope not.
production ceased, making it the longest produced.
This is
variant
true.
of the
This is
Sherman.
true. The M4A1 was still the longest version.
Used the
Had the
Continental
longest production run.
R975C1 or C4 9-cylinder radial gasoline engine.
Shout out the
The same
R975.
engine used in the Sherman's predecessor, the M3 Lee.
Shout out the R975 for being a good enough engine right until it was needed most. And then now, 1942, 1943, it's not very good of an engine. But it's too late because we're already cranking them out in massive numbers. Oopsies.
So it was tried and tested to be a reliable engine, also because America couldn't make a new engine in time. The M4A1 was widely recognized as the most advanced tank in the world at the time of its debut.
Fun fact, I pulled that out of my ass. I have no idea where I don't think I read that anywhere. I think I literally just lied about that. So
However, it was quickly outmatched.
enjoy that.
Its curvy hull gives it a more feminine appearance in my opinion. That, plus the fact that it's the first real member of the Sherman family, I've given it the title of the single mother.
All right, this is the one. This is where M4A2 here. Maybe if I just talk over it. You guys think so? Let's just try it. So
that was
with
the
this one, this is the
Produced in
M4A2.
6
Basically,
different factories with
it's basically a
10,968 of all turret types
it's a
produced
good tank.
from
It's actually look at that,
April
10,000. That's a
1942
lot.
to July
11,000. That's a lot of tanks made.
making it the second variant of the Sherman
It's
to enter
April of
production.
42, so
The
yeah, it's the
M4A2
second
used
tank
the
entered
General Motors
production. So still the M4 is
6046
just not even in
diesel
here
engine,
anywhere.
which was
Shout out the
very
6046
unique,
for being
and the
actually the
M4A2
best
remained the
fucking
only
variant of the Sherman
variant of
engine.
the Sherman to have a
The best
diesel
Sherman,
engine.
the best engine that the
This
Sherman
is
ever
very
used.
important.
I'm confusing
Remember,
myself now. I can't even.
M4A2
My own
equals
voice is like
diesel
jamming
engine.
my
It
fucking
was most
brain.
popular
I
with the
can
United
barely
States
talk right
Marine
now.
Corps. Wikipedia even
It
goes
was
so
very
far as to
popular with
say
the
it
Marine
had
Corps.
no use in the Army.
That's not true.
At
I'm pretty
first, I
sure.
didn't
I'm
really
actually pretty
believe
certain the
that, since from
M4A2
my
did see
perspective,
use
the
in the
A2
Army.
was like
At
the
least like
standard
once.
Sherman.
I think.
Or at least I always felt like it was the most popular.
There's a common
variant
misconception.
seen
People
in
often
movies.
debate about whether or not
So
the
I would take that with a
M4A2
grain
was
of
used by
salt.
the Marines because
Marines
they
liked it so much,
liked the
though, they
diesel
really used the
or because
M4A2 until
they had no
other
choice.
choice but to
The
upgrade
real
to the
reason
M4A3.
is because
Since the
it was
A2
just a
ceased
hand-me-down
production.
tank. The
Even
Army
then, they
got
insisted on
first
using
dibs and they picked the
M4A3s with
M4A1 and the
75mm
M4A3,
cannons.
and then
This was
the
also the
Marines
only
they just got
model of Sherman to be
M4A2s because
released
that's
to the
all that
Soviet
was.
Union,
That's all that
since
there
the
was.
Soviets already used diesel engines in their
So the
tanks.
Marines didn't really have a
Many of them
choice. They
were
just
also
got the
sent to
A2.
British. If it wasn't a Firefly
Yep, Soviets
or
and British.
M4A1,
There was the
it was an
M4A2. The M4A2 with the diesel
For some
engine. It was
reason,
very
multiple
popular to be
sources have
given to
given
other
it the title
countries.
of the most reliable variant of the Sherman.
Yes,
although
that's
I
true.
have yet to find any specific explanation as to why.
I didn't know it at the time, but
Since
the
it's
reason is
second model
because
Sherman to
it's
be
the best
produced,
engine.
I gave
The
it the
diesel
role of
twin
the
diesel
older
engine is
brother
just the
who had to
best.
go through
It's
the
just the
hardships
best
of being
one.
the first child
I
of
really
the
hope the
family,
music ends
since
here.
he
I
was the
really
first
hope this
Sherman
is
to have a
not.
diesel
There's no
engine,
more music
but
after
still
this,
found
please.
success in life
I
despite
really
having
hope.
no clue how he survived his teen
He's
years.
no idea
He's
how he
also a
survived his
star on the
teen
swim
years.
team
I don't know
due
where
to
I
his
got this
popularity
from.
with the United States
No
Marine
idea where
Corps,
I gotta get
and
this
he's
from.
low-key a socialist because he was the only Sherman to be
Yep,
released
that's
to the
true
Soviets.
too.
I
Yep,
recognize I could have
that's
also
true.
made the M4A2
The father of the family, but trust me,
that will
that'll
later.
come later.
Next up is the
Yo, this is still
M4A3.
going.
This is where
Oh, guys, I don't know what to do. I feel overstimulated by your voice. I know, me too. The M4A3. Can I just skip through? Let's just read through this. 12,500 total. Oh, wow, that's actually way more than the M4A2. I forgot. July 42. Sorry, my mom is doing a cat voice. She's talking to her cats. July 42, June 43. That's true. The 4G8 backgassing engine. That's true. Extensive use in the Army. America's favorite Sherman. That's true, because the 4GAA was kind of the one engine that America said, this is it. We're going all in on this. Army was so thorough in these conversions. This is very true. No M4A3 large hatch 75mm gun tanks are known to have survived with the original turrets installed. Now, I don't know about that because I found a M4A3 large hatch with wet ammo stowage and a 75mm gun in Fort Benning. So I think probably that's not true, actually. Unless it has a different turret. Unless it was a 76 that got converted back. M4176 HVSS and M4A2 HVS 76 tanks in our inventory would have been robbed of their suspensions and transmissions. They can be installed on an M4A3. That's right, because the Army was standardizing on the M4A3. So that is true. This is all correct.
for production, I gave it the title
of the middle child.
Honestly, only difference.
Oh yeah,
between
this
these
is
two
obviously very important. M4A2 versus M4A3.
engine decks
I
is
like
the
that I
size
made
of the
reference to
crates on
that. Here's the
the
M4.
M4A3, right?
This is my notes. This is a cringe edit. I hate this edit. I really don't want to go through this. This is a legit actual screenshot of my actual screenshot of my script. This was the joke here obviously was I was like, all right, the M4A2 and the M4A3 look basically the same, but it's okay, guys, because the engine is different, so it's all okay. And then I pulled up the M4 and it's like, oh, it looks exactly the same as an M4A2 and an M4A3. And yeah, this edit with Buddy the Elf I'll be totally honest, I really don't like it. You guys can go back and you can watch it, but I'm not a big fan of it.
It's from July of
anyways,
1942
we have to keep moving.
to March of 1945.
Chat, my dinner's almost ready. I can't stay forever as much as I'd love to, but I can't. I know Gonio is really giving me the beans in Bullietta, but
With
I can't stay forever.
7,584
Oh,
units
the music
produced,
came back.
it
God
honestly
damn
looks
it.
exactly like
So
the
yeah, the
M4A2 or
M4 basically.
the M4A3.
God damn it.
So I give
July
up on life.
42. Yeah, it
For
looks
some
exactly
reason,
the
it's also
same.
transmission.
Basically the
back
transmission
with
and the engine on the back and
turret
everything
and
there, and fuck you.
Next up,
Please,
we have
please,
the M4A4.
please, please end
Oh
it.
boy.
Please end
This
it.
is a
Please end
personal
it.
fave.
Please.
This one's a personal fave, dude. This one's a fave.
The
General,
M4
General Sam saves us. As always, General Sam saves us. Holy fuck. Whew. Okay. General Sam. Shout out General Sam, by the way. I love him.
A4 was produced in one factory by Chrysler from July of 1942 to November of 1943.
That's true, by the way.
7,499 built.
Oh, man. I made this meme for this video. And later on, I shared it on Reddit, because this is back when I still actually, like, browsed Reddit, unfortunately. I was a different man. I made this meme for this video, posted it on Reddit. I think I shared it on Discord a couple times. Since making this video, like 5 or 6 times, I have seen this meme reappear. I have seen other people posting it, sharing it in other people's Discords. Like, this meme has propagated. I've seen other people posting it in places. I saw it get reposted on like r/tankporn at some point a while later. And I even left a comment and I was like, hey, this is my meme, by the way, in case anyone was curious. And I got like downvoted into oblivion. It was hilarious. But I created this meme. This is my... I made this meme for this video. I made this.
It was
And it
the
looks
fifth
great.
variant
It's
of the
awesome. I'm
Sherman
very
to
proud
enter
of it 'cause it's
production, and
hilarious.
the first variant of the Sherman to have production fully ceased. In terms of identifiable factors, the M4A4 has a whole bunch. First,
I would share this meme with 0 credit from now on. Yep.
and probably
That's exactly what you do. It's the internet. That's how it works. Also, check out this gameplay, dude. I actually do pretty good
the
here.
most
Check out
obvious
this
is
kill.
its extended chassis,
sweet little
due
look.
to it having a larger engine than any
Oh,
other
not yet.
variant.
Hold on.
The chassis literally had to be elongated. As a result of this, the M4A4 has larger gaps between the road wheels and the suspension.
That's true.
It also has the double-door hatch on the back of the engine deck. Just like
By the way, I don't know why I called this out as a specific thing for like the M4A1 and all that. Every single variant of the Sherman has the double door hatches down here. What really gives you the model is the shape of the rear hull. Like the M4A1 and the M4 have that like iconic upside down U shape. The M4A2, M4A3, and M4A4 have like this flat rear, but for some reason I thought the engine doors themselves were unique. I think because on the M4A2 and the M4A3 they have those large grills on here and it kind of hides it, but no, every single variant of Sherman had the doors. That's not unique.
the M4 and the M4A1. However, it doesn't have the identifiable U-shaped rear plate. The M4A4
Yeah, now watch
also
this
has
drive
this
here.
little hump on its engine deck, which
Shout out
can
the
once
engine-
again
shout out
be
engine
used
hump, by the
pretty
way.
easily to identify it.
I thought I got a kill here.
Due
I thought I
to
got like
its
a
sudden
sick kill.
cease of production, no M4A4s ever received one-piece transmission cases.
Yep,
This
that's
is
true.
the second instance in where you can ignore Rule 4.
But that was like a factory thing, you know. That I don't think that was like the design blueprints for the M4A4. They said, by the way, it can only ever use the 3-piece transmission. I think that was just that's what they had lying around. They used up all the surplus transmissions on the A4.
If it has a one-piece transmission case, it is definitely not an M4A4. The A4 also never saw HVSS due to production being halted before it was introduced.
That's true.
Also, the A4 was never produced with the upgraded T-23 turret and the 76mm gun.
It's also true. And the M4A4 literally ceased production. Like, people forget, they stopped building M4A4s in October of 1943. That's like right when, that October 1943, that's right around the time they're testing 76mm gun, T-23. They're like starting to do tests on HVSS and things like that. All these things that end up on the 1944 Shermans are being tested in 43, and especially the summer and fall of 43 is where a lot of that's being done. And yeah, the M4A4, like, they stopped making them. They stopped building them in October of 43. So it just wasn't there to get those upgrades, you know? And no one went back and you know, you're not going to do like a 76mm conversion in the field. Like, that's not really feasible. Were you the first person to cover the engine hump? Yeah, it was actually a big debate I had with Obama back in the day on the debate stage. He said, he said, Michelle and I have been talking about this, and I don't think there's no engine hump on nothing. I said, Obama, I said, Obama, you fucking freak. Yes, there is, dude. There's a fucking engine hump on there, and I'm going to make a video one day, and I'm going to prove it to you. And Obama said, I'd like to see you try, pussy. So, and here we are, you know, fucking, how long has it been since he was president? Like 10 years? 10 years later.
M4A4 made use of the Chrysler Multibank gas
But yeah,
tank.
that is unique. Actually, that hump, and that is what it is. It's that engine hump. What it is actually really cool. In case you're interested, for anybody who's curious, where's engine hump?
turret and the series
engine hump.
introduced A4. The A4
Engine hump.
one-piece
Show me the engine hump.
due to
Show me
engine
the
deck.
hump. There you go. So this hump, this is what I'm talking about. This is a part in Sprocket, by the way. Quite interesting that of all things, Hamish decided to make this like a part that in Sprocket. So what this is, it's the radiator. So because the engine was bigger on the M4A4, the radiator had to be bigger. So the radiator was so tall that it did not fit within the confines of the engine deck. So they added this bulge on the engine deck so that the top of the radiator could fit because it was too tall. And that cap, that you open that cap and it's directly into the top of the radiator, so you can fill it with coolant. So that's the radiator right there. That's what that hump is for.
which can once the second instance in where you can ignore Rule 3. If it has a one-piece transmission due to 23 turret.
Anyway,
Now,
so yeah.
you have to remember, Chrysler
here's-
was
wait, is this
an
my kill?
automobile manufacturer, not a tank manufacturer.
Is that a fucking Volkswagen
You
Beetle?
have to remember, Chrysler was an automobile manufacturer.
It fucking looks like one. Maybe it's a Chrysler, but it definitely looks like a Beetle. Volkswagen.
Not a tank manufacturer.
Oh, check this out, ready?
Shermans being produced with gasoline radial engines, which are literal airplane engines, and Ford coming out with their GAA V8,
That was
whatever
sweet.
the fuck. So Chrysler felt they had to compete, but they didn't know how to make an engine specifically designed
Oh,
for
check
it.
this one out, ready?
So their solution?
I missed,
the
by the way.
Chrysler Multibank. This engine is literally 5 car engines put together on one crankcase.
That is
all
true.
hooked up to one transmission.
I missed again, by the
Each
way.
engine
Hold on.
acted independently of one
I'm
another.
focusing on the War Thunder
It was
gameplay right now.
legit just 5 separate engine blocks stuck together. Each engine either had its
That
own
is
radial-
also, by the way, that's not a Chrysler Multibank. I don't know why I put this picture in here. This was actually pretty soon after releasing this video. I realized that this was a huge mistake. It literally says it right there. It's the diesel motor M503. This is not at all a Chrysler Multibank. Like, I don't know why the fuck I put this on here, but that's not
or
it.
one huge radiator that covered all the engines, depending on the
Yeah, that was more likely. And see, you can see how big that radiator is. And look, you can see there's the hump. That's the cap, and there's the hump up there for the radiator.
variant. The Chrysler Multibank was a 30-cylinder engine.
That's true.
With 370 horsepower.
That's also
and
true.
it produced slightly over 1,000 pound-feet of torque at 2,400 RPM. And to put a cherry on top, the Chrysler Multibank engine weighed over 2 tons just on its own.
That is also
Now,
true.
You might be seeing this thing and think,
Fucking thing sucks!
but
Classic
the
meme.
Chrysler Multibank
Classic meme.
engine was actually extremely reliable and rarely broke down. However, of course, it was also
yeah. More accurately, it was able to withstand a lot of punishment. It was very robust. But
insanely
reliable is
complicated,
a
and when it did
loose
break
term.
down, it was a nightmare to repair. However, the British still found a liking for it, as they said its reliability was better than anything they had at the time. For this reason, the M4A4 became very popular.
Oh, Teddy, yeah, sorry, you did lose mod in chat because we're on the main channel right now, so that's not I made you mod on the live channel, not on the main. You are a standard moderator, by the way. There you go.
With the British in particular. While the British took a pretty good liking to the Chrysler Multibank, the Americans really didn't.
I like
and
that.
The
I like those
M4A4
memes.
was pretty much never
Kill,
used
kill,
by
kill,
the
kill.
US. A4s were most famously converted to Fireflies.
Come on, take the
and saw
shot.
great service life under the British and many other armies, despite being disowned by the
Hey, it
United
didn't even
States.
show it. I didn't even show it. Whatever. Okay, I did want to say what I cover here is this whole
You have to
story.
remember, Chrysler was an automobile manufacturer.
This whole story that I spin of like Chrysler was an automobile. Chrysler didn't know how to make tanks. You know, Ford was able to make the GAA, which is they made an engine specifically for a tank, and the other manufacturers they had this R975. Like Chrysler had to compete. They didn't know how to build tanks. They felt like they had to compete, so they came up with the A57 to be like a tank engine all their own. This is just not true. It's blatantly not true. All of this engine debacle happened during the M3 Lee. I cover it in my M3 Lee 2-part series quite extensively. You can go through, if you want to learn the origins of the Chrysler Multibank, you can see it there. And then the R75, exactly, the R75, it's an aircraft engine, so there's no way that some automobile manufacturer came up with that. It was a leftover, the R975. And the Ford GAA, it was like a quote-unquote built from the ground up tank engine, but it was a copy of a Merlin engine. I think the history, I think, from as I understand it, was obviously there's the Merlin engine, and then Ford took the Merlin engine and changed, I think, the block to an aluminum block, and then they stripped they like cut a few cylinders off it. I think like they went from like a V12 to a V8 or something like that. And then the Chrysler or the Ford GAA V8 was that, but no wait. The Ford copied the Merlin. Like Ford built their own engine, I think, from the ground up that was supposed to be a copy of the Merlin engine, or at least, you know, heavily based on it. And then that Ford copy of the Merlin, they cut down from 12 cylinders to 8 cylinders, and then that's how they made the Ford GAA. If you guys want, there's a great video, and you guys can check this out on your own if you want. Let me try to find from 320 video. Let me try to go to like old. Okay, I don't know why I can't do this. Oh, is it because I'm searching here? Whatever. All right. There's a video out there of some guy who does like automobile history, and he covers the history of the Ford GAA, so you can see it. Okay, there you go. Ford GAA was a P51 Mustang engine competitor, competed with the Merlin, but lost. Took out the supercharger, converted it from a V12 to a V8, and then it's the GAA. Okay, gotcha. So anyway, yeah. So yeah, but the yarn that I spew of the story of the M4A4, the multi-bank, the A57 in this video is not true at all.
Chrysler multi-bank engine weighed over 2 tons. Just
someone asked about that Sherman driving course a while ago. Oh, someone asked about the Sherman driving course. What? Oh, Kukis man, what's up with that driving guide you mentioned? Oh yeah, I think maybe either in its own video or as a part of a remaster for this video, it would be cool to include like a how to drive the Sherman guide, like take you through the startup process and how to drive a Sherman.
Just on its own.
When will we remake this video? That's what we were talking about before I started watching it. I don't know exactly when, but I'd like to. I want to make sure that I truly can understand this tank from top to bottom, and I can like really properly do it justice. I need to buy and read through the Son of Sherman books, and I want to make a Sherman guide remaster that is on par with or better than what I did with the M3 Lee.
Next, we have the M4A6/M4
50th anniversary, maybe. That'd actually be cool. I think it'd probably be a subscriber milestone more than anything. But hold on, M4 Composite, my beloved. I want total silence.
The M4A6/M4
for this
Composite Sherman
segment.
Both of these tanks have the same quirk in that their original welded front plates were removed in favor of
Composite Sherman, my
cast
beloved.
front hull from the M4A1 with its more curvy appearance. This makes the M4 Composite and the M4A6 easy to mistake for the M4A1 at first glance. But there are a few differences. Most notable is the scar you can see on all these tanks that show how they chopped off the front end.
Preach.
These tanks always reminded me of Captain Rex's clone hybrid helmet.
Still do, by the way.
To the M4 Composite, Chrysler produced 1,676 M4 composites from August of 1943 through January of 1944.
Gone too soon.
Built on the hull of a standard M4, the British liked it because its turret came with a loader's hatch and converted many into Fireflies. The M4 Composite Firefly is my personal...
By the way, I make it sound like that the turret hatch was unique to the Composite M4. It wasn't. It's just that the Composite M4 entered production late enough in Sherman production that the loader's hatch had been added. So from the British perspective, the Composite M4 was like one of the first variants they saw come from the factory with a loader's hatch. So they kind of felt like, oh, this is great. It has a loader's hatch. It has a loader's hatch. But obviously that was not unique to the Composite M4. Only Chrysler made them? Alco did too, yes. Alco made them as well. I thought, actually that's true. That's probably something I neglected in this video because I didn't know it at the time. In this video, I think I say only Chrysler built them. American Locomotive also built a couple of them. I think like 1,000 or a little bit less maybe. Why do you like the Composite Sherman so much? To me, it's just another version of the Sherman. I think it looks good. It's my favorite looking Sherman. It looks the best. It's the same reason I love Captain Rex's clone hybrid helmet. Because it's like the cool combination. He's got like the Phase 1 helmet visor and like the kind of the structure of the Phase 1 helmet, but then with like the jaw and the mouthpiece of the Phase 2, and it like the same reason I love Rex's hybrid helmet is the same reason I love the Composite Sherman. It's like the mixing of the two, and it looks so cool. Also for me, the story behind why they did it is fascinating, and the way it ties into the race for large hatches and all these other things, and the M4E6 and the next gen Shermans. The way it ties into that story, I also think is really interesting and fascinating. And I have a video, that's my ramble, of if you look on my channel and I have the why build a composite Sherman at a 320 rants. In that video, I cover that, and that's sort of the history I discuss in that video is one of the reasons why I really love the composite Sherman so much. Yeah, but I didn't know this story when making this video. Yeah, like learning that story made me love it even more. But at this time, I really liked it just because it looked cool. I just loved the looks. But then when learning more about his history and why it was the way it was and everything, I loved it even more.
The Polish Zemsta 2. I don't know.
Yeah, composite Firefly, my favorite tank of all time. It's the perfect combination of my favorite hull, the hybrid hull, and my favorite turret configuration of the Firefly turret. I love the look of a longer barrel on the 75 original Sherman turret. I just love that look. And then especially with the Firefly having the extra radio box welded on the bustle, like extending that bustle, again, to me, just looks super sexy. I love that look. So it's my favorite turret look on a Sherman combined with my favorite hull of a Sherman. It is just the ultimate, like, I love this configuration of Sherman very much. And the fact that I think the fact that it was a real variant that they built a decent chunk of, and like there's tons of photos of them, and it's not just like a one-off, it's a real thing that actually existed. I love. Bro just described the M50, it doesn't drool over it. The M50 does not look as good as the composite Sherman. The 105 that they put in the M50 doesn't look as good as the 17-pounder. Also, the turret bustle is like a welded on piece there. Not my favorite. Also has HVSS. I don't like this look with the HVSS, like on the M50. And also, this not composite. Like, yeah, there are some M4A1 Super Shermans, or M50s, excuse me. Yeah, there's some M4A1 hull, cast hull M50s, but maybe those are the M51s, I forget. But they're not composite, so not the same. And they don't have the radio box on the back of the turret, so not the same.
Favorite tank, especially the Polish Zemsta 2.
That is true. All Shermans look good. That's true.
Something about this tank just looks so cool to me.
I know a lot of people don't like the Sherman.
Front hull, it
looks
was exactly the same as a standard M4, essentially making it a mix of the M4 and the M4A1.
Yeah.
With its mechanics being the same and its hull being a combination of the two.
It literally is. It's literally a mix of it. It's literally like taking an M4 and M4A1 and smashing them together. That's literally all it is. Because again, the mechanics are identical. They have the same engine, same transmission. The M4 and the M4A1 both have the same R975 and everything. Like the M4 and the M4A1 only differ in hull construction, and the composite is the merging of those two hull constructions. So like literally, the M4 composite is genuinely like taking an M4 and M4A1 and smashing them together. That's it.
As for the M4A6, it was the last variant of the Sherman to be produced and had by far the shortest production run, with only 75 being made between October of 1943 and February of 1944.
Minus, I see what you say there. HVSS came later. Initially, there were VVSS and there were composite M50s. Okay, that actually is... All right. That configuration is pretty cool. I will say that I do love, like, one of my favorite modern remakes of the Sherman is the Sherman Repotenciado. Sherman Repotenciado. Can't believe I remember how to spell that. This is one of my favorites because it is literally, they literally took old Firefly. Like these are specifically Fireflies sent to Argentina from Britain. So they're old Fireflies that they put a 105 gun in. It's still got the radio bustle, the bustle radio extension on the bustle. They're literally old Fireflies. Like this is a composite tank because they never built Fireflies on A1s. You can also see it's got the curved front, but it's got the welded back here. So this is a composite Firefly. You know, they put the 105 in it and they made it modern. So this is literally, it is the modernized version of the composite Firefly. Obviously a lot of them were also welded hull tanks, but every now and then you'll find a composite version. But this is pretty much, I mean, yeah, this is pretty much, mine is going to get really angry because it's like, dude, that's literally an M50. Like the Israelis did the exact same thing. And yes, you're right. The Israelis did do the exact same thing. I don't know why, but I just really like the look of the Sherman Repotenciados, whatever they are. But yeah, this is basically the modernized composite Firefly. And they put these in service, again, I think like the 60s or 70s, and they were in service till the 80s or something like that. But yeah, this looks cool. I wish I could get a video of this from the front, but this is super sick. With the drum on top, dude, that's so sweet. There's one famous, I don't know about famous, but there's one photo. Yes, this is one of my favorite tank photos of all time. I love this photo so much. It's just so cool. It's just the aesthetic of this photo is fucking sublime. It's just, oh, the vibes are immaculate on this photo. Just like in the middle of the open plains, a column of these upgraded Fireflies, Sherman Fireflies, and there's a composite right front and center in the photo. And it's this column, and I love in the column, each tank is alternating turret directions. Like one's looking left, the one behind it's looking right, the one behind it's looking left again, the one behind it's looking right. And I get it, like that's what you're supposed to do. That's how like a column is supposed to, that's how a tank column is supposed to be. But still, it looks cool. Also, it's got the applique cheek armor, like all the way back from World War II when they had to cut out the inside of the wall for the traverse mechanism and to do the peek out the hatch, the 2 radio antenna, like just the modern composite Firefly. This photo is one of my favorite tank photos of all time. It goes very hard. I have it saved somewhere on my computer, but I thought Googling it would be fast. Anyway, yeah, I'll share it on Discord.
Known to see in combat. Unlike the M4 composite, the M4A6 was built on the hull of the M4A4. So it shares the extended chassis and other identifiable features.
Actually, I'm going to put it in modern
M4A6
tank general because that's where it belongs.
It was based on, and used the multi-fuel Caterpillar D200A radial engine, with the idea being to use diesel.
Hey,
fuel.
Misty Fox
The
in
M4A6
chat. What's up, Misty? Holy shit. Hi. I'm afraid that I'm going to end stream here pretty soon, but once we get through this video, because my dinner is right about to be ready, and I don't want it to get cold. But
never would get.
Thanks for tuning in to stream.
However,
Shut up, Misty.
As towards the end of the war, the Army started leaning in favor more
What's up, Salad? Hello in chat.
tanks, and thus production of the M4A6 was halted in favor of the M4A. It shares the extended chassis and other identifiable features. The M4A6 actually had a different engine than the tank it was based on, and used the multi-fuel Caterpillar D200A radial engine, with the idea being to use diesel fuel. The M4A6 never would get its moment in the spotlight, however, as towards the end of the war the Army started leaning in favor more towards gas-powered tanks, and thus production of the M4A6 was halted in favor of the M4A3.
Yeah, so I'm not totally sure, and I'd love to look more into this. I'm not sure why the M4A6 was a thing. Because by like 1943, by that time, like the in 42 is when they in 1942 is when they make 2 big decisions. Firstly, and there's 2 separate meetings that are actually there's one meeting that is held that decides, and then a general or an officer makes a declaration. So in 1942, a meeting is held to straighten out all the different engines that are in service in the U.S. and with medium tanks at the moment. And during that meeting, they specify they don't want any more radial engines. So why this program started why they built this tank in August of 1943 with a radial engine, I have no idea. And then also, in I think April or so of 1942, a General James Julio, J-U-L-I-O, he makes a declaration as soon as he takes office. He says, we are standardizing on gasoline right now, no more diesel. Stop all diesel stuff. Like we'll keep what we have, but no, like anything going forward has to be diesel. We're switching to gas and we're staying on gas. We're not switching to, but gas was already like the majority of what was being used. So they said, we're staying on gas power. We're not going to do any more diesels, so stop. So again, the idea of a diesel radial being accepted and produced in Sherman tanks in 43 makes no sense, because they specifically said in 42 that those were 2 things they wanted to avoid: no more diesels and no more radials. I really have no clue why the M4A6 happened, and I need to research that. I want to know why, because for all reasons it should not have, but they did. Having fun in Canada? Oh shit. Nice. Finally up there. Make a Colorado part 2? Yes, okay. I actually wanted to ask you about that in your DMs, but I just I kept passing it down and never got around to it. Are the 2 gentlemen who we saw their restored Sherman, the guy and his son, do you think those 2 guys would be comfortable with like me showing their stuff on YouTube? And like, cause like the guy's son, his face is going to be in the video when him and I are in the turret cracking open a beer. Do I need to ask them permission or like let them know for their faces to be in the video? I wanted to ask about that. Anyway. Tanks a lot. These videos really make a person tank. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I was really, honestly, that's my whole shtick, as I want to make people tank, you know? Sal, why are we rewatching your vid? Just reliving old memories and correcting my video as I go back. Let it be known that 80% of this video is still great. The corrections I'm making are very small, and usually it's just the way I worded things, not necessarily like something I just totally didn't get right. Why did M4A6 get a separate designation unlike the composite again? Let's find out.
I'm not entirely sure why this was done, since the M4A6's engine was supposedly multi-fuel and thus could have taken gasoline. Make note, the M4...
Actually, I have an answer to that. Why they canceled it even though it could have taken gasoline? Because it was a radial engine, and like I said, in 1942 they said we don't want any more radials.
supposedly
so
multi-fuel
that's probably why.
and thus could have taken gasoline.
All right, here it is. This is why.
Make note, the M4 composite was simply a modification of the M4 and wasn't officially recognized by the Army as a separate model of Sherman. In official documentation, it was still just an M4 medium, and the Army actually got them confused for M4A1s quite often.
True.
The M4A6, on the other hand, was built on the chassis of the A4, but had its own engine, therefore earning it a separate designation by the Army, even though only 75 were made.
Yes, so that's exactly why. The M4 composite used the same engine as the M4. So literally it was like an M4 composite and a standard M4 had no differences other than the front hull construction. The M4A1 earned its own designation because the entire hull was cast, and that's enough to make a fuss over. But with the M4 composite, it was like all we did was we just chopped off the front end and put on, 1/3 of a cast hull. Like, this is not enough of a change to warrant a designation change. It is simply an M4 composite. It's like a offshoot of the M4, but its mechanics are identical, so there's no reason to differentiate it. The M4A6, however, had its own engine. It had its own engine. It would have needed its own fuel because it was a multi-fuel engine, so it could have taken diesel. The M4A6 had its own engine, even though the M4A6 was built on the chassis of the M4A4. So again, you could have just called it an M4A4 composite, but it wasn't because it had a not just its own engine, but a unique engine that no other Sherman had. So because it had its own engine, which therefore meant it had its own unique maintenance schedule, its own unique fuel logistics, its own unique quirks of that specific engine. Because it had its own engine, it earned a new designation. That's why they call that M4A6, even though they made way less. M4A6, they only made 75. M4 composite, they made like 2,000 or 3,000. I think 2,000. So even though they made more M4 composites, that didn't matter. It wasn't enough to justify a new designation. Where the M4A6, they did.
Since both of these tanks
Salad
have
and
the
Bones having a
rounded
little
front
argument in
hulls,
chat here.
I figure they'll both be females in our family tree, and since they both have the same quirk and are both easily the most forgotten variants of the Sherman, they've earned the roles of the little sisters who everyone forgot existed.
Composite, I said because the composite structure having the curvy front ends reminded me of women. Boobs, chat. The joke is boobs. Because they're
The
curvy.
Firefly. The Fireflies are a British conversion of American Shermans to mount the powerful British 17-pounder gun in
True.
order to take on heavier German tanks like the Tiger and the Panther.
True.
The British loved this conversion,
Specifically
and
the
did it
Tiger,
a
but,
lot,
yeah.
making the Firefly one of the most famous variants of the Sherman, even though the thing was a nightmare to fight in since the turret was way too small to fit the 17-pounder inside.
I'd love to get inside of a Sherman myself and know if that's true. Because everyone, like, the Chieftain made this video and said the ergonomics are terrible, I don't like it, it's terrible. And ever since then, everyone has just taken and run with it. And that's true. But I will say, there is another tank of which the Chieftain covered. He got inside it, and he was in the gunner's position. He said, this is terrible, this is awful. He literally said, nobody will ever be able to fit comfortably in here. Like, basically word for word, he was like, no one would fit comfortably in here, I guarantee you, like, this is terrible. I have since also been inside that tank, and I fit in it perfectly fine. And I thought it was great. I thought it was totally normal, you know? The Chieftain is huge. He's dude's like 6'5". I think he's like 6'1", 6'2". I'm also 6'1". So I'm also too big to be a tanker. But the Chieftain, in this particular tank that I was able to get inside, the Chieftain had said the gunner's position was literally, and I quote, like, uncrewable. Like, nobody would be comfortable in it, no matter how small you were. I got in it, and I felt fine. I felt totally good with it. So I am no longer taking what the Chieftain says in terms of ergonomics and comfort. I am no longer going to take that at face value. I want to get to know this myself. Now, that's not to say I don't trust the Chieftain or anything, but I'm just saying, just because it wasn't comfortable for him, that doesn't mean that's not the be all end all. So I would love to get inside of a Firefly myself and make my own opinion on this.
But
generally, I think we'll agree
95% of
it was pretty
Fireflies
bad.
are built from M4A4s. The other 5% are either M4s or composite M4s.
That 95%, 5% ratio, I pulled that out of my ass. I didn't do any research on that. I just said that. I don't think that's true at all. I'm pretty sure, I actually think there were a decent chunk more. I mean, again, I think a vast majority were M4A4s. but I think there are actually a lot more M4s and composite M4 Fireflies. I think there are a lot more than is suggested by what I just said here. I think 95 to 90 or 95 to 5 is, I think, a little too harsh of a ratio.
The only real identifier you need is the cannon. The 17-pounder with its obviously British muzzle brake can be seen from a mile away. This isn't even an expression. Many Firefly crews added additional camo to the front half of their barrels to hide the fact they were Fireflies. If you want more identifiers though, the M4A4's extended chassis is a dead giveaway.
That's not really an identifier of a Firefly though, that's generic to the M4A4.
As well as the radio box welded to the rear of the turret.
That is
the
true,
bound
that's a
machine
good
gun was
identifier.
also removed to accommodate for more ammo.
Also true.
I'm sure plenty of you have seen the meme potential history made regarding the development of the Firefly. And for as much as I love PH, his meme subscribes to 2 myths of the Firefly that aren't actually true. Here's the meme for context.
Legendary meme. True.
People think that the British were the ones who strapped 5 car engines together to improve the performance of the tank. However, as we've learned, Chrysler produced M4A4s with these engines. Therefore, it wasn't a stroke of British engineering.
That
There's
is true.
also the myth that the gun had to be mounted sideways in order to fit in the smaller Sherman turret. While
It did. In this segment, I'm about to go on a tangent and be like, everyone says it was sideways, but it wasn't technically sideways. It was just at a jaunty angle. No, it was sideways. It was sideways. The gun breech, no, people say when they think the gun, they think the breech and the barrel, like the whole assembly was just put in sideways. That's not true. The barrel obviously wasn't, but the gun breech was indeed thrown in sideways in order to make it fit in the Firefly. So no, that is true. So I'm incorrectly dissing potential history on this particular thing. Also, yeah, Military History Visualized just did a video on this, yes, about how the Germans didn't actually target the Fireflies. I will have to go back. I need to watch that video. I haven't actually watched it, but I need to. Got an easy 8 and I fit pretty good. Yeah, being 6'2". Yeah, Shermans they're comfortable. The only thing, I got into a 75 millimeter Sherman with the original Sherman turret. I found the commander's position to be actually quite cramped. Other than that, everything else was amazing. Or like very spacious. I felt very comfortable in all the other positions. Yeah, getting in alone is different than living and fighting inside a tank with 2 more people in the turret. I know. I'm not saying it wasn't bad, but I would like to see... I just like to know. I'd like to know about the Firefly. I'd love to be on a Firefly on my own. I'm not saying that the Firefly was actually the most spacious tank in the world, but I'm saying that we've all gotten our opinions from the chieftain. Not to say he's wrong, and he made his observation, and I'm sure it's correct. But for me personally, I would rather see it myself than to just blindly repeat. That's kind of more really what it is. I still don't get it. The fuck is an Easy 8? It's a colloquial, like shorthand term for a Sherman with all the upgrades. So the HVSS, the 76mm gun, the T-23 turret, the wet ammo stowage, like all usually an M4A3. It's not correct. It's not historically accurate. It wasn't really used at the time, although it kind of was. But technically, the Easy 8 only refers to the suspension because that was the original program, was the E8 program for the suspension. And earlier this stream, I actually showed photos of the original E8. But yeah, the Easy 8 is just the shorthand nickname for the M4A3 with all the upgrades. Second generation sounds much better. I agree, but second generation can mean a couple different things. For instance, I would personally use the generations to describe specifically the hull. Like, I don't lump, and I guess you probably should, but I don't personally lump the HVSS and the turret and the gun. I don't lump all that into a second generation Sherman. To me, a first gen Sherman is small hatches, a second gen Sherman is large hatches. That's how I do it. Now, I probably am wrong on that. That's how I do it. And then if you wanted to note a tank with all the upgrades, then I usually I just say the whole thing. I just go, yep, it's a HVSS 76mm gun Sherman. M4A3, whatever it is. But yeah, usually the Easy 8 is used to refer to that. Yes, and you're correct. And that's why I said E8 kind of was used. Is that, yep, there's E8 Super Sherman. They did use M4A3 E8 with Israeli, and there were documents, and God, I wish I could go back and find them again. I think I have them saved, maybe. I'm too lazy to check. But I remember seeing a Reddit comment, I think, at some point. And I guess I just said I don't browse Reddit anymore, but I do. But I just don't post or comment on Reddit anymore. But sometimes I'll browse tank porn. And I saw a comment and somebody was like, yeah, E8, like nobody ever used the term Easy 8 back in World War II. It's not correct. I'm pretty certain I saw like a memo or an ordnance thing or a thing from World War II, and they referred to a tank as the EZ-8. Like the title M4A3 E8, EZ-8, like I think it was used at the very end of World War II. I'm decently confident in that. When'd you get a Garand? This past April. That's when I got that Garand. Very proud of it. So E8 is the correct designation for HVSS. E8 was the original tank that was tested with HVSS. The original M4A3 that was equipped with HVSS was the M4A3 E8. That was the original, and that program was just to test the HVSS. So it was a standard wet stowage M4A3, and when they put HVSS on it, they called it the M4A3 E8. However, that carried on. That, for some reason, I don't know exactly why, but it kept going. And there were a lot of documents of every single time a Sherman had HVSS, it was referred to as like the E8 suspension. And then that carried on once you got the 76 and the E8 suspension and the wet ammo stowage and everything all together into a package. Everyone started calling them EZ8s. Now, to be fair, like HVSS, of all of the Sherman's upgrades, HVSS was kind of the last one to make it. So by the time HVSS was common, 76mm guns and wet ammo stowage and the A3 engine were also common. So by that point, it kind of made sense. Like at that point, it feels like when someone refers to an E8 tank, it kind of feels like they're referring to one with all the bells and whistles. So that's how it all sort of steamrolled into every second gen fully upgraded A3 is an EZ8 or is an E8, therefore an EZ8. Personally, like, I know we all love to get all anal about how that's not correct. That's wrong. Personally, I don't care. Like, it is genuinely a nice shorthand. And when I say an EZ8, like, everyone knows what I'm talking about, you know? So, I personally still just use, EZ8. Like, I still say EZ8. I still call those tanks EZ8, E8s or EZ8s. It is just generally easier.
This isn't entirely false. Most people think the gun is at a complete 90-degree angle.
It is.
However, its tilt isn't nearly that extreme.
No, it's not.
Sure,
it is.
It couldn't be installed exactly straight, but it definitely wasn't just put in sideways.
It was.
As far as I've been able to tell, no M4A2s or M4A1s were converted to Fireflies.
That's true.
And trust me, I looked.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure why the A4 was...
But what about the ones the U.S. Army? The U.S. Army made an M4A3 Firefly, and then they made the M4A2, and it's sitting in Fort Benning today. Yeah, that's a one-off testing thing. I mean, like, out of the factory, standardized, went into combat. Never, it was only the M4, the composite M4, or the M4A4. It was never the A1 or the A2.
Specifically chosen to be made into Fireflies.
And to be honest, I still don't know why.
It was the model the British had the most of.
I still don't know why.
Considering how determined the British were to convert almost all their M4s and M4A4s into Fireflies, I'm genuinely surprised I haven't been able to find any British-owned A1s or A2s that received the conversion.
Yeah, I don't know.
If anyone out there can find any legitimate images or documentation of British M4A1s or M4A2s that were converted into Fireflies, let me know in the comments below. Also, if anyone is interested in learning more about the British's use of the Sherman in general, check out the link in the comments below. It's actually some pretty cool stuff.
Theoretically, if I had to choose the tank perfect for a desert of any nation, any time period, what tank would be the best? Probably something Russian, like a T-72. Probably a T-72. And those things have obviously shown they're pretty fucking robust in desert conditions. Like a T-55 or T-62 or a T-72, I think.
Due to the fact that the Firefly is already based on the stepsister of the family.
Yeah, I was taught that American soldiers didn't start calling the Sherman a Sherman until late or post-war. I don't know if that's right, though. That's probably true. I would be willing to say yes on that, because the nicknames were all come up with by the British. Like, Churchill was the one who came up with Sherman, Lee, Grant, and Stuart. And then in 1944, I think, well, between that time, the U.S. kind of saw that and was like, hey, that's a good idea. We like that. And I think sort of like unofficially, those names crept in, and even like people amongst ordnance and stuff kind of started maybe using it, although I don't see any documents. But officially in 1944, there's a document, and I have a copy of it saved on my computer. Officially, in 1944, ordnance like makes an order that says, hey, starting today, we are officially adopting General Sherman, General Lee, General Grant, General Stuart. Like, we are adopting all of these names officially into our nomenclature, and we are coming up with the following names: General Pershing, General Chaffee, General Jackson, and I think, and a couple others. So 1944, and I forget the date, but again, I have the document on my computer. Let me see if I can find it. I don't mean to waste too much time, but I'll see if I can find it. 1944 is officially when they say, actually, here it is. Boom. think this is it right here. War Department Chief, date May 2nd of 1944. It is the decision of the Chief of the Division that OMC prepared for proceeding, which will officially affix suitable nicknames for ordnance material. Listed herewith is the initial increment to be incorporated into the first OCM, provided there are no objections from branch of chiefs involved. Proposed names. Oh, these are proposed names. General Pershing for the T-26. Blackjack for the 90 motor carriage, the Long Tom, and the Star, right? Star is now accepted by men in the field. So this was a thing, like the name would catch on in the field, and then ordnance would catch up and say, hey, let's officially make this a thing. There's Calliope for the T-34 rocket tank, Priest for the M7, Bobcat, Whiz Bang for the T-40, Little David for the 36 mortar. That's kind of fun. There's a bunch of them. Where's the one officially denoting the Sherman name? There's definitely one where they officially accept the Sherman into service. Like they say, like, oh, we approve of the name. Here we go. Oh, this is fun. The following additional names, at present unassigned, are submitted as a matter of information, and should a branch chief desire to apply one of these names against one of his items, it is required that he notify his office. But a recommendation for other names: growler, tuba, jaguar, cougar, leopard, adder, baboon, gorilla, rhino, tarantula, wolf, coyote, phantom, ghost, bison, buffalo, sloth, mink, and prowler. This is particularly, if I remember correctly, for tank destroyers, because they said that tank destroyers should be named after cats or animals that are like very aggressive and hit very hard. Where's the one for Sherman? Small arms. Yes, W.A. Weaver. Names 4. Acceptance officers, engineers, research. No, that's not it. Names 5? I've got a bunch of these. Here it is. This is it. Washington, D.C., November 24th, 1944. So yeah, November of 44. This is very, very late. Effort being made to give popular names to types of ordnance equipment in a manner similar to that of Army Air Forces, and naming its planes Thunderbolts, etc. The following list of names of standard items have been adopted and will be used in public information releases. So this is saying, like, as of today, or here we go, Research Development Orient number 13-44, whatever. So the following names have been adopted. For the M5, the General Stuart, and they put a star with it again, for the star denoting names are in current use by men in the field. So I guess you could say by November 44, Stuart was already being used by men in the field. Chaffee, of course, up and coming tank. We're going to officially adopt the name Chaffee. Sherman, it's got a star next to it. So Sherman was kind of already being used in the field. Jackson for the M36, Priest for the M7, as we saw in the previous document, Scott for the M8, and Hellcat for the M18s, and with a star next to it. So the troops were already calling it the Hellcat, but they officially decided to adopt it, add it to the nomenclature. And then, yeah, Black Panther, Black Dragon, we saw that in the previous document back in May. So, yeah, okay, so all this tells us that Sherman was in use by the troops, but I mean, this is, again, November 44, so this is pretty late in the war, but still. But they didn't officially adopt it until that time. So, yeah, it took a while. Didn't Churchill come up with those names? Yes, he did. It was Churchill. Because Churchill was really bad with the numbers. He couldn't tell an M4 from an M6, from an M20, from an M32. Like, he couldn't tell any of it. So Churchill said these tanks need good names. And I think that's the reason why the British always had really good names for their tanks. Like Valentine, Matilda, Churchill, Cromwell, all these tanks. They always gave them names. I think Churchill was the leading force behind that. Churchill was the one who came up with those names. And he was a big history buff. So he knew all these American war generals of fame. He knew, and that's why all the ones that Churchill came up with, they're all Civil War generals. They're Grant, Lee, Sherman, Stuart is also a Civil War general. It was all Churchill reaching back to the American Civil War in history, and he said, I think this just makes for a good name. Similar how the British, they had Churchill and Cromwell, right? These powerful military men in history. So I think Churchill took that idea and he applied it to the American names. And Churchill was specific, though, that he said, when we do this, don't actually refer to the tank as General Sherman or the General Grant tank or the General Lee, because there might actually be a real General Grant, like another guy named General Grant, and you don't want to get him confused. But then obviously, as you can see in the American nicknames, we fully adopt them as General Stuart, General Chaffee, General Sherman, General Jackson. But of course, I don't know if there was any specific statement made to not actually call them generals, but when we adopted the names, we actually used the word general. Also, fun fact, Hellcat, that was a marketing term coined by Buick, because it was Buick trying to sell the M18. and I thought I had a photo of it saved somewhere. I thought I had, but you can Google it, like M18 tank Buick poster. There's there was old advertising material for the M18, and they called it the Hellcat, and that was literally like that was coined by them. They were the ones who came up with it. Yeah, there you go. Buick builds the M18 Hellcat. So it's all old marketing material back in the day. So Buick are the ones who came up with the name Hellcat, and I think it's from that U.S. Army Ordnance kind of got the idea in their heads that the tank destroyer should be named after like aggressive cats and things. And so after Hellcat, actually you don't really get anymore because tank destroyers stopped becoming a thing after World War II. But yeah, so M18 was coined by Buick, or Hellcat was coined by Buick. They were the ones who came up with that. Anyway, guys, we have to really wrap this up.
By the troops and requested in high
Yeah,
demand.
Jumbo, this
the
was...
concept of a heavier assault variant of the Sherman was originally pitched by the British.
That's true.
Because we all know how much they love their heavy bunker buster tanks.
Yep.
First tests began
British were going to build
with the
Excelsior.
M43 in 1943
They said,
at General Motors Proving Ground.
They said, America,
It
can
was
you build...
determined no abnormal failures were encountered. It, therefore, appears feasible to convert a medium tank to an assault tank with a weight of 82,600 pounds, if only limited operation is to be encountered. I've said in a previous video that the Jumbo encountered weight issues during
Here's
development,
another...
and despite what that quote makes it seem,
Another
this
really
is
cool
still
ad.
very true. Yes, the concept was deemed feasible, if only limited
on.
operation is to be encountered.
I know I'm...
The
Also, yes, this is all true. The Jumbo was meant to be a limited use tank. It was not meant to be used all the time. Yeah, check that. It literally says it right here. Check this. The Army calls them... Let me make sure I'm not blocking it right. Yeah. The Army calls them 76mm gun motor carriage, designation M18. But to Buick, men who designed and built them in cooperation with Army Ordnance and the tank destroyer command forces who fight them, they're Hellcats. So yeah, it was Buick. The name fits. So I think Buick must have gone to U.S. Army Ordnance and said, "Can we call it the Hellcat, please?" They said, "Okay, fine." Yeah. Buick builds the Hellcat. The Hellcats are on the prowl. Yeah, so anyway, all that to prove a point. Yeah, Buick coined the term. Selling it like a car? Yeah, no, literally, yeah. They're selling it like a car.
Jumbo would only work for as long as it was needed, and even then, the Army knew it wouldn't be practical in the long run. Even though no abnormal failures
Did they
were
sell
encountered,
M18s on eBay?
they
Yeah, they
still
did.
had to alter the gear
That's how the Army
ratios
bought
of the
them.
tank to deal with the extra weight.
They didn't have to
The
pay
main
taxes
reason
on
I
them.
bring any of this up is because I've seen a lot of people ask why the Jumbo didn't replace the regular Sherman.
Yeah.
And the simple answer is, the Jumbo would have run into the exact same problems the Germans had with the Tiger. Sure, it's great for what it was designed to do, but it was only designed to do one thing. After that thing has been done, it needs to be put aside and given a proper maintenance once over before it can head back out again.
Yep.
The United States simply didn't want to have to deal with the additional logistics the Jumbo would have warranted. Despite how
Yeah,
it may look,
that's completely
the
true.
Jumbo turret was not the T-23 turret. The two have slight variations, with the most notable being the clear difference in the thickness of the armor. The Jumbo's most identifiable traits are the mantlet and the clearly thicker frontal armor.
I mean, obviously
this is
the Jumbo turret casting was based on the casting for the T-23, but
the heaviest variant of the Sherman, weighing in at 38 tons. It's also important to note that Jumbos were only built on M4A3 Shermans. Since the Jumbo is one of the last versions of the Shermans to be produced, and it looks like a little fat kid, I've deemed it the baby brother who got tired of being bullied at school and took self-defense lessons from his two older brothers.
released this as a slightly confusing guide to the Sherman director's cut. That actually, that'd be a pretty cheap, quick, easy content idea. Yeah.
And finally,
That'd be fun.
the M4 105mm howitzer Sherman.
Oh yeah, I forgot I even covered this in this video. Yeah, I mean, like, this is a very important variant to cover because it was everywhere. Like, they built a lot of them and it was very, very useful and beloved. But yeah, like this you know, it's not like its own variant of Sherman. It's not like a...
Produced
It's
from
not that
February
important.
of 1944 to mid-1945,
Didn't need to be in this video,
105mm
but oh
howitzer
well.
Shermans were built on the M4
It's a cool
and
photo. I like that
M4A3
photo.
hull,
I don't
with
know why.
one prototype being built on a composite hull.
Shout out the composite M4 105.
The 105 Sherman can easily be identified by its
There's just the
mantlet
pilot
and also
vehicle. I think actually the
generally
first two
larger
pilot
diameter of the
vehicles
barrel, and
were
later
on
tanks were even
composites.
produced with HVSS suspension. After the war, the M4A3 105 was a popular model for experimentation with new concepts and designs. Since regular M4A3s were being upgraded and used as the Army's new standard tank, The A3105s were seen as a viable substitute, and you can find a whole bunch of post-war experimental variants of the Sherman that were...
Yeah, I don't know really why I said that, because that doesn't really mean anything, and that's not really mentioned. That's not really good. That's not really important for this video, but the whole, like, oh, the M4A3105 was the usual test bed for post-war upgrades because, like, it was seen as a lesser... Like, I don't know where the fuck I got that idea. Neither of these... So this is a, during World War II, Pacific Theater flamethrower upgrade for the... That's actually a normal, I think, 75 Sherman. Oh, no, it is a 105. Yes, that's a 105 with a flamethrower. By the dude, a 105 millimeter main gun with a flamethrower, that's insane. That's a fucking menace to any infantry. And then the one on the right, obviously, that's the M4A3E4, I think, actually, because it was the M4A1 E6, and then the M4A3 E4 is they stuffed a 76 millimeter gun into the Sherman smaller turret anyways, even though they didn't like the ergonomics of it, and then they gave them away to allies so that they could just no, this is not a prototype for the 76. This is, look up the M4A3 E4. This is literally post World War II. The Americans were saying, well, we want to give a bunch of Shermans away to our allies, but hey, we're not that cruel, and we're not going to give them the old Shermans with the 75 because that is way out of date by this time. So we're going to take the 76 and just stuff it into that turret anyways, even though we know the ergonomics are terrible. And then we're going to give those away to allies. So these were given away mostly, like, former Yugoslavia, I think, we got a lot of these, and then they went to other places. But it was a way of giving people, you know, all these, like, smaller fledgling nations to recover after World War II, you know, giving them tanks that were, like, at least somewhat quote-unquote modern. But where does M4T26 come in? That is a completely different story. In fact, I would say the story of that particular tank ties more into the story of the Pershing than it does the story of the Sherman.
A3.
Because it was all this bid to find a 90 millimeter gun tank to replace Sherman, and that particular vehicle, M4 with the T26 turret, all that was, hey, we're having so much trouble developing a 90 millimeter gun tank that can successfully replace Sherman. What if we just put a 90 millimeter gun on a Sherman? And that was one of the proposed solutions.
105s.
They built
Since
exactly
there was
one
a
of them.
prototype built on the M4 composite.
Obviously,
and
it
it's
didn't
got
go
a
through.
thick boy gun. The 105mm Sherman is the fat lesbian of the family. Don't ask me why, I just thought that made sense.
Did you mention the skink? No. That's a Canadian offshoot. That's not
I hope
in the scale of this video.
And more importantly, I hope I've been able to show some of you why I like the Sherman so much.
That's a Panther, by the way.
Oddly enough, the time I've spent doing all the research for this video was some of the most
5x5. That's a
I've
sweet
ever
name
had
for a Sherman. I like that.
tanks,
5x5.
Even though it was by far the most
cool.
time I've ever dedicated to researching one specific tank. This whole video was...
It was at the time, but I've since dedicated a lot more time to researching other tanks for other videos.
Sparked by my discovery of the M4A6 last summer. I spent a few hours reading about it, then discovered
Edit, will you ever play Hoi 4 again? Probably not.
the composite M4 and subsequently the composite Firefly, which became my favorite tank of all time not long after. Then, more recently, I made my discovery about the Sherman lineage, and when I realized I knew nothing about my favorite tank, I was filled with the drive to understand everything about it. I had created this channel about a month before all this, and I was actively deciding what my next video should be about. And I was really close to making it about the history of the Christie suspension and its use in the BT and T-34 series of tanks.
And I do make
since
that video
the release
after
of my
this.
War Thunder montage for the BT. But I decided to make this video instead, since I had already been doing the research on the subject. If that Christie suspension video sounds interesting to any of you, let me know in the comments. I've got a huge list of video ideas, so I definitely won't run out anytime soon.
It didn't matter what the comments said. I was going to make that video next anyways.
But feedback is always appreciated. As I said in the opening, I didn't cover every version of the Sherman that exists. That video would be hours long, just based on the versions that I could find.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
The Sherman's legend goes even...
This was just the core variants, as I already mentioned. Have you covered the different Sherman track types and why they were created? Not particularly why they were created, but there's a list of all of them on the Sherman Minutia homepage. You can go find it. You can find every single track type they made for the Sherman. Generally, it's all just like different... It's all just min-maxing. It's all just, what if the tracks are rubber? Okay, well, what if they're rubber and they have chevrons? Well, what if they're steel? What if they're steel and they have chevrons? What if they're steel but with rubber chevrons? What if they're rubber but with steel outsets? Or what if they're reversible, where you can take the track links and then flip them around and then reuse them on the back? Like, it's all just min-maxing. It's all just, what if you did this with this? Okay, what if you did this other thing with this other thing? And then what if we combined things? And what if we did all that? Like, it's all it really is. I don't know. Someone might find a lot of interest in that, but I personally don't find that terribly fascinating.
even further.
It's
than World
interesting,
War
but it's
II.
not like a.
And some of my
I don't know if
other
I dedicate a whole
personal
video to
favorite
it.
Shermans are post-war variants.
Yeah, maybe I
Seeing
would. I don't
old
know.
Shermans given new life and fighting in modern conflicts is one of the coolest things
Shout out Sherman Repeticiono, and also M50, M51.
for me. And
Shout
I would
out.
love to make a video on all the different post-war versions of the Sherman used by other countries around the world. But even if I don't, if this video was remotely interesting to any of you, I strongly suggest doing some digging of your own on the subject.
Yeah.
It's some truly awesome and fascinating stuff.
Yeah, man, go out there, do your own research, and find the stuff about it that you really love. Like, yeah, some of you may really go do some research on those tracks. Go into Sherman Minutia homepage and go check out all the tracks, and hey, that might be your thing that you really love. So your thing about the Sherman that you discover. What if the tracks are made just to get you stuck in mud? I think they'd be pretty shit tracks if that's the case, because that's kind of the one thing that the tracks are like. That's like the opposite of what Caterpillar tracks are supposed to do for a vehicle.
But with all that wrapping up, I've
And this
been
is basically
talking
just the
for
outro.
way too long, and honestly, this video is getting a lot longer than I originally thought it would be. And I've had to
Yeah,
cut
back
out a lot
when
of stuff.
41
including an
minutes
entire
was,
segment talking about the 76mm variant.
that
of
was
the
like
Sherman and
unbelievably
explaining
long.
exactly what makes a Sherman an easy 8. But I figure I'll probably just turn those into their own videos. As always, make sure to leave a like.
Yeah, leave a like and subscribe. Do all that fun YouTube stuff. I like to watch your videos and take them at face value. Hey, you can do that if you want, but I wouldn't recommend it. Anyway, lads, look, I got a text like partway through this that my dinner was ready, and I mean, you know, I kind of got to eat. We've been streaming for what, like 5 hours at this point? 4:43. Sorry guys, I can't round it out to 5, but I'm gonna have to call it here. So hey, hopefully that was a good little update on what's been going on with me and where we are. This is the new background, so you're gonna see it, you know, going forward in a couple videos. And I'm gonna eat. Hopefully you do too, or go to sleep, depending what time it is for you. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Future streams, for those who haven't tuned in a while, future streams are going to be on my second channel, Edit320 Live. So go in the description, go check out on the homepage of my main channel. There's links to all that stuff. Go check out the live channel and subscribe and hang out there, because future streams will be there. I only stream on the main channel for special occasions, such as this. So I feel like this was worth, you know, a big thing, worth making a fuss over. So yeah, go check out the live channel and hang out. Where's the tank sticker? Dude, it's gone. It's gone. I have no fucking clue. I'm gonna have to go back and buy another one, because I really don't know. It's gone, and I have no idea. Now that I've moved, there's no way. Bring me a plate? No, I can't. Anyway, fellas, thank you so much for coming out. Fellas and lady, shout out Bonnie, or any other girls who are lurking in chat. I don't expect there to be many, but shout out. Thank you guys so much for coming out, and I will see you in the next. I'll see you next time. Please tell me you still have Maho's femboy. Who do you think I am, bro? Who the fuck do you think I am, dude? All right, fellas. Adios. Goodbye. Yay, goodbye. I'll still be on Discord too, probably for a little while. Bye. Go. I need all of you to leave chat before I can end the stream. No, I'm just kidding. I'm out.